Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Alter TCG Winter Finals Top Cut. I am joined here by Freeloader, and we have our first match ALR Zoa versus TFZ, and they just started the timer, so the game is already going. And we
Yep.
have Lindaway versus Kojo. How you doing today, Freeloader?
Yeah, hi, thanks for having me. I'm doing great. Missed top 64 yesterday even, just barely, actually losing to Zoa. But I gotta say, I'm pretty excited for this game. It is a rematch of what I played against him yesterday. And TFZ actually is playing a slightly altered version of my Kojo list. So I'm very excited to see if TFZ can overcome what I could not. And of course, I'm always rooting for Zoa as well, as he is my NUC Ysmir GOAT, always collecting the Ysmir faction reward uniques. So, very excited to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, it is very interesting to see a Lindaway make it to the top 32. Rune Folk did put together some quick stats, and I was looking over those yesterday. Very interesting start here. A rare Leviathan spotter blocking a rare Baba Yaga,
Hmm.
but Hojo has the tiny Jin. What I was saying is there were like more Lindaway players than Subash. What else was really interesting? Including more Lindaway than Isari
Oh,
and the same amount of Lindaway as Sierra. So that was super interesting for me to see.
yeah. I mean, I think there are a couple of Lindy players, and they really like the hero. Also, Lindy is strong. It's just very hard to play. I think in general, I think Ysmir isn't as weak as people believe it is. It's definitely not like the best faction at the moment. Don't get me wrong, but there's a surprising amount of play you have still left. It's just very tricky to pilot, I think. And in this
Yeah,
game, TFC is out to an early lead already, which is important because eventually the Lindyway deck will make it very difficult for Kojo to get those advancements in.
Yeah, I have a running theory on how players react to the meta and bans or erratas, and it's basically I think people overreact to nerfs and erratas, and so I fully agree. Ysmir is stronger than people give it credit for now. But of course, there's still reasons that it is hurting. And if you did not watch the AMA the other day, Lindaway support, the word is be patient, which is actually a better response than I thought. When I asked a question about Lindaway, I thought the answer was going to be uh, you know, but, seems like it's coming, maybe set 6.
Interesting. And I think Lindyway has a good package already. To be honest, I think I think Tiny Jin is probably the strongest generic card in the game that can kind of like go into any deck. But I think the Moonlight Jellyfish might be the strongest card in the game. It's just very specific, right? You can only play it in a sacrifice deck. That card is incredibly powerful. Then you have Baba's Isba and the Lantern as well to spawn all those mana moths. Lindyway has some very strong cards.
Look at that, the jellyfish heard you singing its praises and wanted to show up. Um Yeah, Tiny Jin is kind of got, the crosshairs on it right now. Most likely, at least one version of it is going to be changed as it is on the watch list. And Jellyfish has been really interesting over the last couple months because we've actually seen it used more in Axiom lately, which I think the Axiom version is really cool. So
Mhm.
nice to see that show back up.
Yeah, it's a very good after you for the Sierra decks in particular that spawn so many brass bugs all the time anyway. And then it's a one cost 2/2/2, assuming, there's no removal and such going on. So very powerful there as well. But obviously, I think nothing compares to the Lindy rare Moonlight Jellyfish. So much value for the hero, so many sacrifice triggers that you otherwise couldn't get. And you even get that draw off the back end of it as well. An absolute menace. We will see TFC try actually deploy a Haven. I kind of like this play. Uh, she probably knows what Zoa is running roughly in their deck, and is fairly confident, I have to assume, that she cannot get blocked on both expeditions here. So rather than deploy the Tiny Gen and just get one for one anyway, she's establishing a haven, putting that landmark out, keeping the reserve healthy, and that's going to be a lot more pressure for the next couple turns as well. Just everything coming in with those extra boosts, or everything from reserve at least.
Yeah, this reserve for Kojo is pretty spicy. This is one of the few cards I think that we see go either way in Kojo, the Leviathan Spotter. And as the world's best Kojo player,
Well,
what
not
makes you
anymore, clearly.
what makes you decide between the rare spotter and the common spotter?
Well, between those two, I would just always pick the rare spotter, to be honest. The two missing mountain stats are a huge deal. Sigismar, I've seen some naysayers, but believe it or not, Sigismar probably still top one, two, three heroes in the game. So you need to have stats on every location to be able to contest the 111 Ordis recruit. And even otherwise, it's just really nice to have. So I think the rare spotter is just miles better. And it really is a phenomenal card, but it does have some restrictions as well that come with it. You need to build your deck accordingly. And not only that, but you then also need to keep your 4 cost cards in hand, which luckily you do have some good ones, but it can get awkward sometimes. Yeah, not an issue for TFC in this case, as we have seen that Priya in their hand. He's going to be drawing lots of cards and is actually going to threaten a 2-0 advancement potentially this turn.
Another interesting card coming out here in the Mary Curry. This one, I feel is maybe only useful in Lindaway. If you do not know this card, because it's not super played, it's from hand. You may sacrifice a character or permanent. If you don't, I gain fleeting, which in general, the stats are slightly overstated for 2 mana, 3/3/2, but it doesn't really do much of anything for any other Ysmir hero.
Yeah, it's definitely. I think most Lindy cards, especially the rare ones, are like that, right? Baba's Isba, Moonlight Jellyfish, Marie Curie, the Moth Lantern. These are all cards you're not going to see played anywhere else other than Lindy because they are such a specific strategy. And I think Marie Curie is actually a pretty big addition. It's a fairly basic card, but it really helps stabilize those first couple turns for Lindy. And even later in the game, gives you a little bit of extra action, a little bit of independent stats that aren't on your Maw or on your Moth Lantern that you can contest an expedition with that maybe your opponent wasn't expecting. So big card there. Though in this case, it's not really stopping the onslaught. TFC up 3 expeditions already. And I think even more importantly than the number of expeditions they are up, they're keeping up a high pace, a lot of pressure coming out, which is really what you need in this matchup because there is a point where Zoa will be able to have 2 Babas Isbao. They're going to out after you. They're going to be able to slowly run you out of cards. So it's very important for Kojo to get this big lead early and to get it fast.
Yeah, as we like to say in Altered, if you get ahead, all you need to do is just win one lane for the rest of the game, and Kojo is so good at that. I don't see any way that Lindaway can kind of bring this one back into her favor. But I mean, crazier things have happened. Maybe we'll see some really good combo or synergy. But
Oh
then
my
Kojo just
god.
does this.
Oh my god, the very rare Kojo from hand resupply, which pretty much only comes on the unique effects to sneak a Tiny Jin into the reserve, as well as another unique one cost with the Haven. It's such a powerful combo. This might just be another double advance for Kojo. Yes, I was going to pick up the advancement on the hero side, I'm assuming, but does it even matter? There's just so many stats here for TFC. And the third spotter joins the party as well. So much gas here.
Yeah, and all that is in the discard are two other spotters. I wish we could double check player mana, but we can't. I think these are all three tiny gins, right? We've already seen one go into mana earlier in the game.
Um,
Had to
yeah, I
have been
think you're
because
right.
they're one ahead.
They
So
delayed it one turn, but yeah, they did do it. So this is like the dream opener for Kojo.
yeah, with this spotter, hypothetically, the Kojo player could draw a fire rabbit or something if they don't already have one, and this could be a 2-0 here.
Yeah, absolutely has the potential. And again, it doesn't even matter if it's a 2-0 or 2-1, as it like if Zoa manages to get the advancement on the Hero Expedition, I don't think TFC would commit a Fire Rabbit to stop that, as the advancements from Zoa's perspective just do not matter right now. It only matters if TFC gets the double advance or a single advance on this turn. I was gonna say, don't underestimate the Lindy deck. It can make a ton of stats out of nowhere. It can have a ton of after you effects to combine with removal, but this looks really difficult. Although I say that, we see a two cost 5/5/5 come out in the form of Pasiphae, which will actually be able to block one expedition on this absolutely ferocious turn.
Yeah, that is not something I would have, you know, called or predicted.
I think it's a
I
one of in Zoa's deck, actually.
that's amazing. I was gonna say I actually hate Pasiphae. Uh,
Wait,
uh,
why? I feel like that card's so cool.
it's just so situational, and I mean, I'm probably just looking at it wrong. Like, I'm always wanting it to be how we just saw it, and have some good stats. Of course, I play a lot of Muna, and the kids, as I call them, Phobia, has been trying to get me to play Kari, and it's just so situational, and it doesn't always work out that I'm like,
Mhm.
"This is just dead half the time in my hand." Um,
Yeah, that's
so
probably why it is a one of for Zoa as well. They're probably trying two or three and saying like there's just not enough situations for me
yeah.
to reliably drop this. But just having that one that can hit in the moment when you need it, I think in altered with the small deck size, high level of consistency, one of's very, very powerful. Zoa proving it there with the Pasiphae. Keeping them in the game, definitely not favored, but at least alive and with hope, maybe. I mean, we don't have a mid-game check-in, but
Yeah.
I'd hope Zoa, has a little bit of faith, maybe.
Can we get, some live mics from the players, please? Can we get a listen in? Um, yeah, this game, I mean, the game 2, 'cause we are doing a best of 3 here. Game 2 could, be entirely different, but this one so far just seems like Kojo's getting absolutely everything they want.
Yeah, it really is the case. Even the salvager resupply on this day as well hits the Isumbeshi, which is another cheap cost unit that you can just play. Zoa needs to think about how to out after you, because Zoa's deck on that Lindeway, you really want to have the last action. And you actually see here, Zoa wants it so much that they're willing to sabotage an Isumbeshi over the Tiny Jin in reserve. Just because Tiny Jin doesn't have perfect expeditions right now, but also that after you is so valuable. But, would you ever want to sabotage Isuna over a Tinyjin? That Tinyjin's gonna ramp TFC even higher in the mana count as well. It's just a tough situation.
Yeah, I think there are some decisions you make when the game is this far along that aren't normally decisions you would make, earlier in the game. But here, your only choice is to hope that Kojo doesn't win right here. But also at the same time, since this is, a best of three, there's a 75-minute round timer. You could also just scoop and, go on to the next, but it is less likely that players do that, on BGA for sure.
Yeah, I also think it's probably not worth doing unless you're really out of the game. Especially both of these players have been playing at a pretty reasonable pace, I would say. So I don't think Zoe is too afraid of the time troubles yet. Looks like they will be able to hold on still for now. This is a very classic Lindy Way thing to do, where you use a one for one turn to get down the Moth Lantern on the Hero Expedition. And this way, Zoa will on the next day be able to have the payoff of Maw and the Moth Lantern at the same time, which can make it very tricky to find those advancements. And as threatening as TFC's turns have been, and as close as they are to winning, there's now only a Tengu in reserve. Yes, they're at 10 or 11 mana if they want to be, but this is the least threatening they have looked this game.
Yeah, we do have 2 uniques down. Hopefully, they don't have a 3rd unique that also resupplies and then resupplies into something else perfect. All of the tiny gins are down. All of the Leviathan spotters are down. Mighty Jin though does hit pretty hard on the hero side or even the companion side if you're looking for, a block and your own stats in forest. Pengu from reserve though is also very scary. And Lindaway most likely doesn't run, the hunger because that would be very counterproductive to her setup here.
Yeah, no hungers for Lindy Way. It's also you don't have a lot of rare slots in Lindy Way. I think in Akesha you probably have the most because Akesha's hero ability is so open. Like in a way, Akesha is like the Sigismar or Kojo of the Ysmir faction, except there's no body, but it is very generic. You can do whatever you want with that hero. In Lindy Way, not the case, and the rare slots are hurting. So removal will just be off you go and boom, as well as 2 copies of Blizzard actually for this list, which might be really useful for getting rid of this Priya, which would otherwise have tough one. With Blizzard, you don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, I am, not a fan of Blizzard as a as a Muna player. Uh,
Could it be that
ooh.
you do not play the Ysmir faction a whole lot?
I actually really like Moyo, but, I
Alright.
I I have not been playing too much lately. This unique Studious Disciple here is a pretty clutch play at the moment, able to sacrifice the jellyfish, get a card draw, and of course, bring back the jellyfish, which will be able to not be
Ooh,
sacrificed.
that's huge, that sabotage.
Yeah, that
Uh,
hurts.
yeah, I think I'm not sure, but I think that's also a one of in the TSZ list, coming in clutch to get rid of the jellyfish, which is, of course, such a juicy character to sacrifice. And I think this will. Man, this is tough. Zoa needs another sacrifice effect. Meanwhile, TFC is going to really commit with the rage as well, potentially overloading their own reserve, but wants to make this puzzle as difficult as possible. Forces Zoa to sacrifice their own unique, which luckily had already done its job for Zoa. And is that going to be enough with the Baba Isba sacrifice? I haven't done the math yet. I think it
Yes.
will be.
So yeah, we're gonna have at least a block. We're gonna have a Maw go up.
Hey,
So companion side will be an advance, and hero side an advance as well because of the forest and water. Yeah, that was a very cool turn. This is Lindway starting to go burr.
yeah, that was exactly it. Lindyway used the 1-for-1 to set up a Moth Lantern in the Hero Expedition, and all of a sudden, they are the ones doing the super powerful turn there. 2-0ing versus TFZ, and now what looked like an absolutely one-sided game, all of a sudden is fairly close. TFZ still having quite the mana advantage, but Zoa, I mean, if they can find their third jellyfish, it'd be absolutely beautiful here. Oh no, sorry, their fourth jellyfish. They already found 3 jellyfishes. That's gonna be tough to find the fourth one then.
Yeah, if we see that on stream, we might have to pretend we didn't see it and make sure. And Cedric is watching. Maybe he would notice a fourth jellyfish.
Maybe,
Uh,
maybe.
I do remember seeing a common hunger yesterday. I don't think it was Zoa. There were 4 total Lindaway players, I think.
Mhm.
But oh well, there's a hunger.
There's there's a hunger.
This hurts. Those
This hurts.
lanterns, those babas.
There's also a time and age where the Lindyway players were playing Beauty Sleep, in which case, that would be one way to survive this. Now the only out, I believe, for Zoa is Boom, and by playing this Baba's Isba, it's just not enough mana left, guaranteeing a 1-for-1 for TFZ and a 1-0 lead. And you know what I'm really curious here for game 2? TFZ chose to go second, I believe, in this game. Um, I'm curious how Zoa is gonna choose. If they prefer going second in the matchup or going first, because I was thinking about it a bit yesterday, and I wasn't sure what the better option was, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably one of my like greater weaknesses when it comes to altered. Most of the time you want to go second in like most card games and most of the time in altered, but knowing when you prefer to go first or when it's better to go first, I think is a hard thing to tackle, and that's why these players are in the top 32 and I'm just talking about it.
Yep. So I will have to go find the table as well. It's going to be an interesting adventure. I'm just
Yeah.
going to search for TFZ.
Yeah, I'm clicking on their name. I think they already have the game up.
Is it the
Um,
right first player? That is going
why?
to be the question.
Oh, they're stuck on the premium screen. I'm like, why am I getting that? I pay for premium. Uh,
Yeah,
so
if you spectate a game, it should immediately get rid of the premium screen as well.
right. So while they're getting set up, we have some information that we can go over real quick. I will try to run down the full bracket as quickly as possible.
That wasn't abandoned. Uh,
Okay. So we have Papiet versus Petro, Rosscat versus Sparky, uh, Crazy Churex versus Lord Judah, TFZ versus Zoa, which we are watching, Ramomo versus Trufino, ALR Mello versus AVO Yikes, Tatomate versus ALR Martin Pachir, AJT Insane, ooh, versus Pavania. What an unfortunate matchup. One of those players not going to be able to continue.
yeah,
Uh
that's quite a battle as well for round one.
I think this is Io de Sila is how I would say it versus Donaver. T2 versus Feltbelt, Morius, Ushiba versus Zero Suit Samus, who's on AJT. Hat MK Totoro versus Tempet. SF Fred versus Vikman 87. Moondust versus Cladius. Garbate versus Matmatu. And finally, Korith versus HAT Ledvan. And You can see all lists here as well. What are you talking about, Rimfolk? Good morning. Abandoned. Have they set up a new table yet?
Yes, they have. Should I send you the link?
I got it. I'm just going to TFC. Okay, so we're still loading art. So, I think Lindy wants to go second. There's also the deck lists that Cedric posted in the Discord. Okay, cool, cool, cool.
Okay, Lindy goes first. So Zoa actually choosing to go first as well, which is really awkward because both players want Zoa to go first, apparently. Someone's making a mistake, but I really don't know who. Or maybe there's a what I was also theorizing a bit is that the strategy just works differently. Because if Lindy Way is going first, the two fairies they have are a lot lower value on turn two, and that can be quite impactful. It's, I think, a bit harder to deploy landmarks for Lindy Way if they're going first as well. But there is upside because it's a lot harder for Lindy Way to get two double advanced on day one if they're going first, obviously. So maybe Zoa just values that higher or prefers that type of game. And we'll see if it works out for him this time. Didn't work out in the last game, but honestly, TFC had a crazy, crazy start in the last game.
Yeah, and in the end, the game was closer than it looked during the middle of it. So we'll see what kind of gameplay we get during this matchup. We are basically even for the moment. There was a thing I was gonna say, so I'm just gonna keep rambling until my head finds it again. Oh, Rune said that the Lyra players are up 1-0 against Siggy's. I'm very, very stoked for Yikes playing Nevenka and hopefully making it to top 16 because I've been telling people that Nevenka is better than her results show. People just don't play her enough, and that just proves me correct, which is always great.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, I think Nevenka is quite a unique, reliant hero, but definitely not weak once you have those uniques. Curious to see how that will go as well. Lyra in general is one hell of a faction. They do some crazy things over there.
Yeah, just don't roll ones, and
True.
you can be great. What do we see here?
Uh,
That Baba Yaga is pretty nice, but still just a one for one.
Yeah, but one for one is exactly what Zoa wants out of this game. This time around, far more controlled, no Haven boosts coming out to make this harder. The Baba Yaga sitting so nicely on top of the Serengar in terms of stats to prevent the advancement and ensure it for itself. Won't happen again on the Force Expedition to advance over Serengar, but can still block at least from reserve. Actually, Zoa immediately throwing out that 2 fairy. This is looking like a very different game to game one. A lot more interaction from Zoa's side and a lot less explosive from TFC.
All right. I do not know. I do not think this has the actual deck lists, but Epsilon has put together this little landing page, which will also have the timer. It does have the factions at least. Um, and I think it technically has the deck as in the hero. Looks like those are correct as well. So you can follow along using that fancy little one. If I see any other information, I will be sure to share it. So
Yeah, awesome.
okay, if you see me looking to the side and searching around frantically, it's because I'm looking at information. But once I'm done here with the intro and we rotate to some other casters, I'll just be in the background and can be feeding information and interrupting people, and it looks like they're listening to the voice of God, so it'll be great.
Very nice, yeah. Love it when that happens. TFC now still pushing for a double advance potentially with the spotter. I think Zoa is going to prevent one of those advances, but is actually going to. Oh, nice, smart here. They sacrificed the Tooth Fairy instead of Moonlight Jellyfish, so they still get to 1 for 1. Very nice. Well done there for Zoa. Still getting a decent setup into the next turn. And it's really pressure on TFC because the one thing Zoa doesn't have yet is the Baba's Isba. I think as soon as that hits the board, the game will be very difficult to play for Kojo here.
Lindaway also does have basically the perfect regions right now, at least for jellyfish being only on forest and water, but also maybe, another Baba Yaga comes out. And I don't think Yizmir too often has an issue with Mountain, do they?
Um, I think Yzma in general has quite even stats across the board.
Yeah.
They can kind of play everywhere. They don't have an issue with Mountain, but I think it's more the other way around. Kojo tends to be very, very strong on Mountain, so
Mhm.
you can still get stuck against a Kojo on a Mountain expedition because they just play their Tiny Jins, their Mighty Jins, their Tengus on those expeditions, and those are all very overstated. Well, Mighty Jin not as overstated, but they all have good Mountain stats that can be tricky to overcome.
And we are on a Buddha turn, and the card that has, lower mountain, the Serengar, we've already seen two of those. So yeah, more. Oh gosh, there you go. More likely to see the cards that don't have low mountain now, just based on what's already been played.
Yep. The spotter comes out companion side, which is interesting. It feels like that is a setup to play the Mighty Jin on the hero side potentially to get that engine rolling. I also think it's always a bit nerve wracking as a Kojo when you can't get a mana lead, right? Because there's so many cards that can give you a mana lead. And it feels like if you're not ahead on mana, it gets kind of difficult to play, or at least more difficult than it would otherwise be. At this point, I'm thinking about from Zoa's perspective, the Moth Lantern coming down seems like a good turn to do that. You can get some decent value. The only issue is you don't really want to advance with the Moth Lantern. You prefer to advance with your Maw instead.
Yeah, one of
So,
the one of the scary things we could see play out here is, as you mentioned, Zoa does not have the Isba out yet, and also no Moth Lanterns.
mhm.
If those things start building up as we head into 8 mana, that could be very scary and swingy for Kojo, depending on how it comes down. And that's a great unique to have right now.
Yeah, very interesting to not make Maw before playing that unique. Not wanting those stats probably doesn't need them in that case. Indeed, there comes out the Caladrius, super strong card as well to secure again that 1 for 1 and fill up the reserve with 1 cost cards. TFC will get to at least either draw a card or ramp off the mana. I know TFC is a fan of ramping off of Mighty Jin, but this time I think due to these perfect Mighty Jin expeditions, we'll decide to put it into the reserve, draw the extra card, keep the ramp for next turn.
We have our correspondent in the streets, Runefolk, feeding us information and giving us an update that Rosscat v Sparky is 1-1. Rosscat is actually Rune's greatest enemy, I think, of the past couple months. So I'm not too sure who
Wait,
he's rooting
really?
for in that game. Yeah, Runefolk and Rosscat are battling back and forth for second place in Ace, I believe. I think Rinku has
Oh.
heavily secured first place. I think maybe by 20 points or something. I actually did not update for this week. I realized late last night and
Ah,
oops. But, you know,
whoopsie daisy. Yeah, I heard Rinku's a good, decent up and coming player from what I've heard.
yeah, unfortunately not seeing them playing here. I think they decided to stay home and sip pina coladas or something. I don't know. But we have TFZ to show us some Kojo greatness. And once again, a Bastion and a pretty good reserve. And now, for sure, the biomes are even better for Kojo.
Yes, these are this is kind of what Kodo Dreams are made of. The Mono Forest Expedition and the Mono Mountain Expedition. Perfect for your Serengars and your Tiny Djinns and your Mighty Djinns and anything else that you really, really want to play. It also is interesting, both players here trading this turn as a way to get down their 2-cost landmarks. Now, the Baba's Isba is a bit more essential to the Lindy plan than the Haven is for the Kojo plan, but we did see TFC is running some resupply uniques, so can get a little bit more value from these Havens than other Kojo lists might be able to do.
Yeah, there's a
Still,
very
wow.
interesting. This is I'm gonna call this the Rinku special right here. How TFZ is playing. Because the amount of times where if you're playing against Riku, he'll just play slow and calculated and allow the one for one until the very, very end, and then just win is a master class.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna dub it that as of now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I like the move. It was always going to be very difficult to get a double advance on this turn. I think Zoa's setup is just a bit too strong for that. So ensuring that you don't fall behind, I guess, takes priority. TFC knowing they're going to be able to ramp off of this turn, they know they get
Ooh.
to deploy Haven safely. Now they're going to try and use the Buddha turn, I have to assume, to make something work. But Zoa has a very good defensive setup for this, starting their turn with the Mana Moth. Chrysalis in reserve. It represents a ton of stats in combination with the Baba's Isba. So this is a tense game. Both players in a very powerful position, ready to put out a ton of stats.
Yeah, so there's I feel like there has to be a very interesting consideration in TFZ's mind right now. They chose mana for the Mighty Jin. Okay. You guys play too fast. It ruins, my speculation. I was gonna say it is not an amazing time to play the hunger, but they also manad. So maybe there was a little thought of the hunger and rage. But they had, some good cards in reserve. They have their bastion and the studious disciple and things like that from Zoa are not, that great to get rid of. And just bouncer the chrysalis. So, got it good there.
Yeah, it's really quite amusing to me. These players used the previous day to trade the 2-cost landmarks. On this day, they're both sabotaging each other. Also, I lied. Apparently, the Haven Bouncers are two of at least in Mojo deck.
Yeah.
It's
I
hard
guess
to deny that from this this
yeah.
situation.
I guess the link that I shared, made by Epsilon has the deck lists if you click on the player. So
Ah,
this rat, I believe this is the first time we've seen it during this matchup, and it is also a resupply unique. So very interesting resupply focused Kojo, as you stated earlier.
yep.
And the Duel of Grit
Oh,
just chilling,
wow.
and maybe no way for Zoa to get rid of that Duel of Grit is a scary, just ominous shadow there.
Yep, Duel of Grit is not the resupply you want to hit, but hey, if you don't hit, just go again. Axiom Salvage are coming out, and we were talking about how there was quite a hand size going on for both players. Now, TFC committing the entire hand on this turn, really desperately looking for some kind of action, but isn't honestly going to find all that much. And they've set this up. They're massively overloading their reserve. They're going to have 6 cards and need to discard down to 2 to give up their entire hand for this play. This needs to work. But Zoa has 4 mana, could still use one of those to make Maw. still has their Baba's Isba activation at the ready as well. And to me, it feels like if they can find a trade on this day, they are in a prime position to take the game.
Yeah, this do you think that TFC was digging for something with some of those resupplies, or what do you think their goal was here?
I have a feeling TFC has 1 or 0 Isun Beshis in their mana zone, and they were really hoping to hit one of those with either of these uniques to be able to threaten free water stats extra from their current position on the hero side and then
Oh,
play for the companion side. And wow, actually, Zoa will, even with this full commitment from TFC, just find a double advance. Very impressive with the Marie Curie, those extra stats coming in. And that's just going to be game here.
that was that was a very, very nice little closeout there. I don't think we saw an off you go played in the first game. Now, making it to the top 32 of a tournament that qualifies you for Worlds, you've probably scouted your opponent and their deck, so you maybe knew that that
Yeah.
was a possibility. But yeah, that was just the perfect 1-2 punch there, and we now have a game where the tie is scored, and I'll wait for them to create the new table. But while they're creating that, what else do you want to drop on us, freeloader?
Oh, what do you mean? What do I want to drop on you? I want to drop on you some commentary and gameplay stuff.
You wanna drop any knowledge? You wanna drop any facts? Any updates? You got any, love interest in your life? How are things?
My love interest at the moment in life, it's close. I'm actually in a bit of a feud situation here because I really like Priya, but I also really like Eris, and
Mm.
they both go really really hard. I love rolling some dice to see if I get to double advance, and I also really like just getting airlift tokens off of advancing as well. In general, I like advancing. I think it's
It
feels
is
good.
how you win the game, some might say.
It is. It really is. I think at the end of the day, even if you're a hostage player, at some point you just gotta make your expeditions meet. And in my opinion, Eris and Priya do it like no other. So shout out to Eris and Priya.
Yep. And festival players are not real players, so the only way to win altered is to advance.
True.
A
Yes.
guy a guy trying says Eris always double advances, never not double advances. If you have certain uniques, that could technically somewhat sort of be true.
No, not really. But but just get good, and then you got it. Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
As we say with Navenka, just don't roll bad.
Yeah, no, I really do enjoy the Eris decks. I think Eris, unfortunately, as a rare, it's probably not quite good enough. But with the unique, never having defender, they can be quite potent. It's a scary card to go up against.
Yeah, it is absolutely scary when it goes off. I have maybe lost at least one game to a successful roll that just allowed them to double advance to the win. So it's very scary. All right, I think we're in the actual game now. I will update the game record here.
Yep. And interestingly, TFC not adapting their strategy. So once again, for the third time in a row, Zoa will be the player going first. And yeah, going to be interesting to see if TFC can make it work this time again. It's interesting to me that, yeah, Zoa also prefers going first because to me it feels like with some of the dynamics with Two Fairy, you kind of want to go second in the matchup just so you can get those sabotages in on because Kojo has so many cards from reserve that are so powerful between Tiny Jin, Serengar, Spotter, even Mighty Jin is such a great card to sabotage. Yeah,
All right.
The
Jellyfish.
jellyfish start is phenomenal. The only bad thing about it is that you have one jellyfish less in your deck for the future.
What if you played jellyfish first? What is your? I mean, there we go. That's a good one.
That is a
Let
good one.
you guys are playing too fast. We can't speculate.
Yeah, god damn it, these players know what they're doing.
uh, it is. I mean, I hate to disparage players, but it is much better than slow play because casting slow play is not very fun.
Yeah, but also not necessarily the priority in a tournament like this one.
It should
To
be.
to
They should
appease the casters.
prioritize us. Come on.
You think casting okay, fair enough. I didn't know
Put
you're
on a
going like that.
show.
I think to get back to your initial question, though, I think there's if you see a Moonlight Jellyfish as the opener for Lindy Way, you're really expecting either the Baba's Isba to come down, or you're expecting a Gift of Self.
Mm.
Both very strong options, but both fairly predictable in what will happen, which is that you need to contest with that 2/2/2 Maw on the companion side. In this case, still went unpunished, which is a fairly big advantage for Zoa. Lindy with a Baba's Isba out is very, very powerful.
Ooh, this turn could be yeah, this turn could be very interesting. What do we
Oh,
got?
what a huge punish. This unique is a special one. It's a Ysmir Nurse, which from hand you can sacrifice a character to fully discard a 2 cost or less character. So that Sarengar that was going to go to reserve instead is just discarded fully. Yes, TFC still gets to draw from the fleeting Sarengar, but won't get to start their next turn with a reserve, and they're on the water expedition. Similar to how last game we had that spot where they were on the Mono Forest and Mono Mountain expedition simultaneously, and that's kind of like the Kojo dream. The water expedition is the Kojo nightmare, especially if you flip it as the first expedition you land on in the game. Your win rate absolutely plummets. Can be very hard to get over this expedition. And part of the reason why a lot of Kojos, I don't want to take full credit for that starting this trend, but I might be the first one to do it, are running the free Isumbeshi.
Yeah, that Isumboshi was a game changer. The other thing here that is really interesting is Kojo here has a lot of cards that help provide card advantage. As you mentioned, the Serengar, taking one of those out from generating card advantage is pretty huge. But the way that it was done also allowed Lindaway to equalize against the first Serengar. So when we went into this day, before any cards were played, they were at equal resources in hand, but Lindaway had 1+ card in reserve. So very, very good turn.
Mhm. Yeah, and that starting your turn with no reserve, you can see how awkward it is for TFC in this turn. They kind of need to rely on their resupplies off of the unique if they want to keep their card economy healthy, which tends to be a good idea when playing against the Ysmir faction. And Zoa does not have faith in TFC's ability to really impact the board here and is going to use it to develop a second Baba's Isba instead of pushing for a double advance of their own. You can tell, I think Zoa is very comfortable in the matchup if they can survive the early stages of the game. And they just want to set themselves up as best as possible. They're happy one for running. The pressure is on TFC, but TFC as well getting a landmark out, and it is a good one in the sense that you don't have to worry about off you goes nearly as much when you have the Parliament out. Tough one, quite nice. Would have been nice against the Ysmir Nurse on the prior turn, but what can you do?
What can you do? Indeed. We also see a little bit of a change around these uniques and the resupply, not resupplying into Bastion. Ooh, resupplying a unique that also resupplies. This
And puts a card from hand in reserve.
yeah, this could be there's another Sarengar, there's the spotters. It's gonna cost a good amount of mana. I mean, it's
You get a lot of boosts from this Ratatoskr
yeah,
from reserve as well. That is 4 boosts you get if you use that from reserve ability, which is an absolute ton, and they're fairly well protected with the Parliament out as well. So not too bad at all, to be honest.
unless a tooth fairy comes out.
Unless a Tooth Fairy comes out. Then it's a bit of a horror situation here.
Yeah. I'm trying to think where they would likely want to play that though, but with the ability saying up to 2 target characters, each gain 2 boosts, it's kind of just threatening no matter where you put it because you can distribute those boosts wherever you need them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Zoe is just trying to puzzle together what the objective is for Zoa, for Lindy in this situation. Because you clearly have this very powerful turn coming out from TFZ, and Zoa decides to start it out with a no sacrifice Moth Lantern, which might be a sign that he's willing to concede a 2-0 on this day for even more setup, as long as he believes that he can get that to a right back on the next day. And man, that is so many stats coming out from the Ratatoskr.
All right, I'm gonna take us for a super quick inter. I can't think of the word right now. Uh,
Give us some game updates or what?
yeah. So in Popiette versus Petro, Popiette tried to cast a Sap Duende, and there are 2 boosted characters in play, but it's the common. So, but
Oh
there's a Parliament
no.
of Ashes. Um,
Oh
so
no.
there is not undo enabled here, but I actually literally do not know if this locks up the game or you just have to burn the spell. Um, I would assume that BGA will just make you burn it, but I cannot see if the player has that option. So, uh,
I could see it being locked as well.
yeah, so I will I will give you an update on how that situation plays out, but let's get back to the game we've been watching here. And off you go, and Paying the Tough was played on that salvager,
Yeah,
and we just see another. Oh no, that was
there's a 1-0.
yeah,
So
scary.
Zoa recognizing they cannot match the stats, and because Parliament is out, they cannot choose a 1-1 with a 1 cost character in addition to the off you go, but they want to minimize the number of advancement TFC can get, so they set it up so that they get the Lantern out as setup, and also get to deny 1 advancement with the off you go at least. So I think that is fine for Zoa. I don't think you're upset about it from Kodo perspective either, as you do finally have that lead. But what you might be upset about is this turn right now. No good Mighty Jin expeditions, as you're either only blocking or you are only attacking with it. And you only have 5 mana left. You got your landmark set up finally, but Zoa has Moonlight Jellyfish in reserve, Moth Lantern in play, Maw in play, one Baba's Isba still to use, and 6 mana left. It feels completely impossible to find a winning line in this day.
So yeah, update. It does not let you burn the spell, so that game is locked up. That is very unfortunate. A bug report, and a bug that will maybe likely not
Get
take too long to
fixed.
fix, but very unfortunate for the current game at hand. And while TFC is thinking here, Roomfolk has some more updates. Korith went 2-0. Yikes is 1-1 now. Sparky won against Rosscat. Mot2 won against Garbate. And Tempet won their game as well. Watchwolf92 comes in. They really gotta try to just 1-2.
Yeah, so I think what they're saying is they'd probably play the Mightygen on the companion expedition. You're not blocking the water statistics at all in that case, but you might have hope in combination with a Serengar to maybe be able to advance over Maw and whatever else comes down on that expedition. Since with the Haven boost, you'd have 5. With a Serengar in addition, you'd have 8 forest stats threatening the advancement, which might be enough, but you really have no guarantee of finding any advancement for Kojo because if Zoa plays Moonlight Jellyfish after you use a little bit, creates some more stats, and then just plays something like a Blizzard, I don't think there is a line that advances into that at the moment. And that is what's kind of happening. No Mightygen played, but instead the Bouncer. So TFC is going for potentially a block. Now they're going for a different attack with the Isumbeshi. It's trying to attack with the water stat here.
It's a bold move, freeloader. Let's see if it pays off.
It's a bold move
Ooh,
indeed.
The Rin moves on to top 16. Zero Suit Samus won their match, so
Wow.
nice.
It's cool. Yeah, there's some interesting heroes in top 32 and apparently even top 16.
There's just so much mana, so many ways that this is just gonna go in Zoa's favor.
Yep.
And that's a
This
really good way
way,
to do it.
yeah, just draw some more cards, get the 2-0. With the expedition lead now for Zoa, it gets super, super difficult for Kodo to play the game. At least it's a Buddha turn coming up. And at least now the Mightygen has a good expedition, but even there, it's a little unfortunate that that good expedition is the companion expedition. Mightygen not threatening an advancement on the hero side, but you get Buddha on the companion side expedition already. So it almost feels like it's like a decent setup, but it's not perfect. At least Lindy has an easier time being explosive on the companion expedition, so having all the extra stats there is something. But yeah, TFC not starting with the Mightygen, instead deploying that Isumbeshi, Chief after you, free stats pressure onto this water expedition. And Zoe will respond with the Sabotage.
As a guy trying mentions that Rin is the only Muna hero in day 2. There's only one Ysmir hero, which we are watching, and one Muna hero. So those are the factions that you should definitely buff immediately and nerf the rest.
Nerf the rest.
Moondust wins 2-0 versus Moondust. I'm glad that Moondust was able to defeat their own mind.
Oh, Moondust. Wasn't Moondust up against Cladius, actually?
Yes, I believe
The
so.
question is, did Cladius 2-0 or did Moondust 2-0? But if Moondust 2-0'd Cladius, that's very impressive. Cladius also, you might not know him. He's this up and coming player. I heard he's pretty good at the game.
I don't know. Siggy players, so you know. Uh actually don't know what Moondust is on, but I know it's not Arok this time.
I don't know either, actually.
It's something Axiom, but my eyes are failing and I'm also paying attention to 7 things at once. One of them being this game while Freeloader is tanking most of past 2 days. What do we see here?
We are seeing Zoa trying to get enough stats on the companion expedition to deny a 2-0. It's the Forest Expedition is the strongest stat for TFC, and they have the Fire Rabbit, which probably is crucial here to have a chance at 2-0ing. This is a lot of stats to catch up on with only 2 mana from Zoa. It might be possible. Oh my god, Pasiphae again? Wow. This Pasiphae is well worth its slot in Zoa's deck.
Did
I
you
think without this Pasiphae, it's a double advance for TFC.
let's see. Is it a one-off? Did you already confirm?
It
It
is.
is. It is a one-off Pasiphae. I like it in that regard. I think the way that Zoa has been using it is absolutely perfect, but when you have 3 of them in your deck, it's like you have 2 bricks tied to your feet, and I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I know where you're coming from. I did some passive hit testing as well. But yeah, I mean that went from like that was, I think, TFC's comeback turn, that last one. It looked so good. I think that was the only out Zoa could have had to that situation, but they had it, and now TFZ is probably just out of gas. They're down on mana, assuming they don't mana on the stay, which they do not. They have their unique to maybe make something happen, but Zoa has that double Baba Lisba setup, has the Moth Lantern. It's really difficult to advance into this, and with the expedition lead for Zoa as well, just a 1-for-1 would be enough to secure the game.
Yeah, I think with what we've seen in previous games, allowing Lindaway to be face to face this far in the game with this much setup, just the Moth Lantern is scary, but also 2 Isbas. Lindaway first player means free Ma. Perfect little sacrifice there in Tooth Fairy. It's looking scary. Kojo fans in the chat, drop your prediction. Let us know what you think would help TFZ win it. And yikes won 2-1. So if anyone ever questions anything I say, just know that I'm always correct. Nevenka is great. So
Very nice. Yeah, TFC trying to figure it out. It can be very hard on Kojo when you need to calculate what like good hits are in your deck and what bad hits when you're just relying on resupply effects.
that feels bad.
That
That feels gross.
yeah,
But
that
you
feels
did get a
bad
Bastion.
because you did, but you have like the only character in your reserve is already an expensive character at free cost, and you don't have another character in reserve to help out the situation. Meanwhile, Zoa just dropped another lantern, is just slow playing away, and the sack the two fairy here. Meanwhile, TFC has all of their stats on the hero expedition, but it looks like Zoa pivoted and is going to deploy their stats companion side instead. Last ditch effort, maybe all three of Zoa's cards in hand don't do anything. So
Yeah.
TFC will deploy the Priya. But actually, no, even just sacking the Maw in play already beats the Priya. So even with free cards that would do nothing, Zoa has this secured. The setup is too strong late in the game. And, I think Kojo might need a buff.
Yep, Ysmir too strong. Kojo needs a buff. That's confirmed here today. All right. Well, congrats to Zoa for taking that down. That was a very good first matchup to watch.
Hmm.
I think
Yeah, well
we're
played, absolutely, to both players. Those were some nice games.
yeah, I think so Yikes finished. I think the game that is most likely the least amount along would be the Popiette game.
All right.
Let me see if I can find them. Also versus Petro, which to me is a newer player. I'm not sure how new to the game they are, but
You
they've
need the
been.
link.
If you have it already, that would be dope.
I'll send it your way. There you go.
Mm.
It is just started this game, so I think it's a good one to watch.
Yeah, this is the game where unfortunately they had to do a remake because they managed to they managed to lock up BGA. Now, in my opinion, in that situation in person, it would be a rollback if both players agree to it, and the player who made the mistake of forgetting tough would get a warning or penalty or whatever it's called.
I think in
Um,
person you would be able to play it and just draw a card, if I remember the rules correctly for that situation. But it's programmed a little bit differently. online.
Yeah,
So it
that is a good question because, you do resolve I feel like that would be a shortcut in making common Septuende better. But, what I would say, and then, of course, players always have, the option to escalate to a head judge or something. I would say you just burn the duende and nothing happens.
yeah, I think
Um,
in person that would be a pretty simple way to
yeah. As
resolve
long
that
as
situation.
long as the other player says, "No, I won't let you roll back." 'Cause first option is always if both players agree to a rollback, you just roll it back.
Yeah, I mean, depends a bit on setting as well, but for most tournaments, definitely.
Yep. Let me see. Is this matchup 1-1?
I have no idea.
I will figure that out while you tell us what you see here.
Alright, I see Parliament in play for Fen. There's a couple uniques out as well. This Paper Herald from reserve can make the next card you play cheaper, which indicates to me that this is Fen Festival, if the counting sheet didn't already indicate it. And Popia is going for it here. They've with the Herald and with a discard ability from Martingale, they have discounted the counting sheep by 2, so they still have 4 mana left, which is enough to deploy the festival that they surely have in hand, not even needing the second unique. So, although this game did just start, it will be a turn-free win for Popia on the Ben. And I think it's a bit awkward because, as we were saying, or as Cole was saying in that last game, that they just had to remake. I'm sure Popiet was not in that good of a spot as they got in this game, but so it goes sometimes. And if that was game free, then Popiet has secured
Yeah,
this
there's
match.
there's definitely going to be some complaints. Cedric has already stated that they will talk about it after the round or when available. In that case, Papiet did have an error that locked up the game. In one regard, it's unfortunate to both players. In another regard, you could possibly say it's a lot more unfortunate to the player that didn't make a mistake. Watch the Atsadis clash. What players are the Atsadi? Also, yikes, I would never bet against you. I think a lot of us are actually rooting for you. And since we are not officially hired or paid, we can have biases. And yeah, I'm rooting for Navenka for sure.
Mhm.
Let's see. Do you know who the Atsadi is?
I'm
Lord
trying
Judah.
to
Let's see.
find it.
Lord Judah.
Ah, yeah, okay, I'm on the game versus Crizzy Curex.
And let's see. Is it 1-1?
I have no idea. Okay, I see the standings.
That's
Maybe I have to go find it. Let's see.
yeah, I don't think the standings are live updated for like where we're in the middle, so we kind of have to track them down in Discord, which is a little harder. Okay, cool. The game is loaded. I was stuck on a art screen. It's 1-1. Great. I don't have to update the overlay.
Sweet.
Counting
Yeah,
sheep
100%
is a hell of a
Saudi.
card.
You know, when this stuff happens, it's always both sad and happy at the same time because it's sad, you know, you're going to see a Natsadi go down in top 32, but it's also happy in the sense that you know Natsadi is going to get through to top 16, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. So according to Rune, neither of them play removal, so they're just kind of swinging on each other nonstop.
Okay. I mean, they surely play Hunger, which technically is a form of removal, albeit a bit of an unconventional one. or it's very conventional, but it's not like most other removal cards, I guess. So this might just be a battle of who can make the most mana and then who can deploy the biggest things onto the board. We do see common Mighty Djinn, which is it's a good common to be playing, I think, if your main objective really is only to ramp and you care a little bit less about that card draw, which in Atsadi you have that in the hero ability. You don't need it nearly as much. I am curious to see kind of what lists these players are on, since I think I've seen like gigantic Atsari be a thing. I've seen people use the uniques that reduce your heroism counters from Atsari. There you go, still got it. To be able to draw more cards. I've seen some Kaibar unique sometimes being played, etc., etc.
When does Rune join us today? Rune, ooh, that'll be nice. Rune Folk and Rinku for top four. After Freeloader and I finish the top 32 here, you will have a guy trying and Argon, and top 8 will be Rinku and Astro. That Rinku guy, I guess, just like begged to have like 2 slots, and whoever's in charge gave it to him, I guess. Uh, and the finals will be Blue and Chili, because Chili can only do one very specific slot. So
It's a good specific slot to be able to do.
yeah, unfortunately, he's only available at this one specific time that just so happens to be the
Oh.
finals.
That is a classic. Meanwhile, here in the game, we do have Crazy Curix making sure both players have a good time as they play an Aja unique that, well, first he makes sure he ramps by 2, then he's going to ramp by 3, and Lord Judah is going to be allowed to ramp by 1. So that is a lot of mana. I think that's one card. That one card puts between both players so many cards in reserve into the mana zone as many Sigismar players will get in a full game. Well, maybe a little less. It does 6 total, I think.
Yeah, I'm making you carry the stream on your back again because I was trying to catch up with what the hell was going on in other realms of the world, but that is no longer
PTSD.
important. We move on to this game. For you, Runefalk is feeding us some more information, saying Lord Judah has a bit better of a unique setup, but Crazy Churex has rare Kaibara, and then a guy trying did tell us, or wait, no, a guy trying is just talking shit. Lord Judah has one less hunger in the deck, and Tatomate won out over Martin, and Io Deskyla is how I'm saying it. Won out against Doniver. All right, back to this game now. Mirroring Leviathan spotters,
Mhm.
revealing a mighty Jin, and what was revealed on the other side?
I missed that.
Swift Jin, it looks like.
Swift Jin. Yeah, lots of Jins in the Atsari decks. Does make sense. The Mighty Jin is also played here onto the hero side. It doesn't block the Mono Water Expedition, but at least threatens the advancement. But yeah, Crazy is just going to use this chance to play the Aja, advance with the water stats there, and get an huge mana advantage. Immediately going up to 11 mana on what is this, day 3? Is
Yeah,
that
so
legal?
Runefolk said that Lord Judah has a bit better of unique setup, but this Aja, technically from reserve, is triple ramp for the player playing it. So that's a damn good unique, especially for Atsari here.
Yeah.
Imagine the world where Lord Judah just maned their good uniques off of that.
I mean, Yeah, this Aja is responsible for it is one short of being responsible for half of the mana orbs that that a Saudi player has, which is an inane amount of mana. Yeah, it ramps Lord Judah by one as well, but it just doesn't matter nearly as much. Of course, Lord Judah, also being at Saudi, has ramped a little bit in their own right with their mighty Jins and such. So not as far behind as they otherwise might be. But you would really want to, like, if they had a tiny Jin or something last turn, they could have advanced on that companion side and had an expedition lead to show for their mana disadvantage. Instead, they're here playing catch up using their Swift Jin, where maybe here they might lose a bit of a hold on the expeditions. Big card coming out here. What do you think of this play, Cole?
This is the big old Kaibara. What's one of the sayings you say for, big things?
Go big or go home?
Yeah, sure. I guess it's not the one that you like to say, the big whatever something something combo that you said for. I can't
I
remember.
have
It's
no idea what
I
you're
think
talking.
I think it's with like the one of the anchor scout cheats or something. I don't know. Been too long. You use like your Jamaican accent or something?
Oh, there might be something there. I
Uh,
like using my Jamaican accent for stupid stuff.
and then Rune Folks is always if there's a sap sniffer played, just start sniffing in my ear.
Yeah, he always goes. But no sap sniffers here,
Mm. They
and
so they
I mean
they
that
played
Kaibara
in
was double
person.
advance.
I don't think Pava and Insane played like on paper. I think they were just sitting in the same room playing, right? I don't know though, but there's a chocolate bar.
Yeah, it'd be very weird if they played in paper, in my opinion.
Are we gonna see? I haven't looked at the deck lists. Are we gonna see a Sakurabru? What are we gonna see with this
It
chocolate bar?
it has to be right. You just need to buy some time here. You're behind still on mana, just a little bit. And you need to find a way to stabilize. It's going to be difficult to do that right now, but maybe you can still get there. That Kaibara, I think, was really well played, by the way, because the opponent only had 7 mana remaining, which means you know there's no hunger coming down, which would be the big punish for that play. And yeah,
Ooh.
the best you can do with the Halua to give it fleeting is just not quite as impressive. And now we see the next unique come down, which is again a double ramp at dusk with this council.
Oh my god. This sequence right here.
That's beautiful. Though honestly,
Oh,
it's not as necessary as it looks like because if you would play the Sakurabu into the companion expedition even before the Eat Me Energy bar, it would be in both expeditions because it is gigantic, so
yeah.
the effect still wouldn't go off due to the council.
Uh,
But but it is a really funny sequence.
what the heck? What is Lord Judah gonna do here now?
I mean, the best thing you could do would be learn Nidra, but I don't know if they run it.
The oh my god.
They play a Veilmon, which just has gigantic anyway.
This is so weird.
Oh
I don't know.
no,
Okay, so let's run through this real quick. Eat Me Any
that's
Bars says
incredible.
if there's only one character in my expedition, it is gigantic.
Yeah,
When you have a gigantic character, it is in both expeditions,
yeah,
which is fine for now. But then there's another Eat Me Energy bar that says if there's only one character in my expedition, it is gigantic. But in this case, it's a gigantic Veilmon, which is in both, which means there's no chocolate bars.
yeah. Effectively, there's no chocolate bars right here. The best, actually, Lord Judah will be able to 1-0. They lose a chocolate bar for not kind of, but at least they're winning on the expeditions, which really is the more important thing here.
What a wild turn.
This is a crazy setup. Hunger gets put into reserve in order to ramp some. Interesting that the hunger isn't kept in hand. There might just be another hunger in hand though. And now I mean there was no advancement for Krizzy on the Itzadi last turn or last day, but now they get to start their day by just playing this council from reserve, denying any enters abilities of any kind from Lord Judah, which is very tough to deal with if you don't run any removal outside of hunger, because the hunger is itself turned off this way.
Yeah, this is another turn where a very funny mistake could be made. Uh, I mean, essentially by either player. So you play out the council, as you said. It is now gigantic. It is present in both expeditions, so it's shutting off all of these abilities. But if they play out the hunger, it will shut off that effect.
Yep, it will eat nothing. It will be the most hungry hunger you've ever seen.
So I'm very very interested to see what happens here. Also, I get Yikes is saying they did play on paper. That is a very interesting thing. I
That
guess
is
that's all I
interesting.
can say.
That's very bizarre for the online tournament. It's actually wow, that is so hilarious that the person playing the Sakuraba in this situation is the top Itzadi. That's incredible. Because it's so clear Lord Judah really, really wants to play their Sakurabu, but they just have been denied the chance here for the last day and this one. So they're instead forced to play these characters and uh, find alternative ways of getting up on the expeditions front.
Yeah,
Wow.
this is
This is some Itzadi magic happening in the Itzadi mirror.
imagine a twinkle twinkle on the council right now. Can you twinkle? Yeah, because it has no limitation. We see-
Oh, Veilmon on Veilmon action. That does
Ooh.
turn off the council, so you could
Hmm.
now hunger, except there's not enough mana to hunger remaining.
How much mana do you need for mana flare hunger? Is it just one less, 7?
Sorry, I'm flabbergasted by that play. How many? Yeah, mana flare. Yeah, it's mana flare saves you one mana,
Okay.
so it would not have been enough there. And actually, Lord Judah bouncing the Eat Me Energy bar, which was already turned off by the Veilmon, and then they get to boost their Veilmon up to make sure no expeditions progress. And apparently, time is called.
Yeah, so based on this being a manual top 32 bracket in a tournament setting, we are best of 3 75-minute rounds. So we are actually going to do official end of time rules. Cedric is already on it in the table chat. Time is over. You finish this day and play an additional one. So this end of round will be super easy if it continues in this regard. It means that Crazy will win unless there's some kind of Atsadi nonsense to where they become equal. Okay, you know what's crazy though when you have a Sakurabru in play?
Yeah,
The end of like
that's what I was going to
time.
ask. What is the end of turn sequence or the end of overtime sequence
Yeah, so
here?
it doesn't come into play very often, but technically the rule is whoever progressed like the most wins. And 99% of the games, that's, like, super obvious to see. You know, either you're tied up
Oh,
and you've
I
moved
see.
the same amount of spaces, or one person is ahead of the other.
Mhm.
In this kind of matchup, I don't even know how I would start to count the progressions.
I mean, it's not that hard, right? We know one Sakurabu effect has gone off for
Yeah.
the top Atsadi and 0 for the bottom Atsadi. So the bottom Atsadi has like one extra progression. So they're only one advancement behind for the overtime rules, if I understand that correctly.
Yeah, so as I mean, I don't think it's going to come down to that because I think there will be a clear like winner on the tumult at the end of this next round. But we'll have to see. I don't think I've ever seen it with my own eyes where counting the amount of progressions actually mattered. But
I mean, if Lord Judah, like, I don't know, if they have Hunger Rage in hand right now, there is a chance that they 2-0, in which case they would then be on equal amount of progression on the board, but because then Crazy Curex has played a Sakuraba in this game, they'd actually have fewer advancements made, right? So I
yeah,
think that's the main potential there.
yeah.
And
Uh,
the other Sakuraba gets played.
Watch Wolf, you are correct in some regard, but I am pretty sure the rules also state it's who progressed like the most spaces. It's just like it doesn't really happen that way. I don't know. I could be talking crazy talk and there's actually no way for it to matter, but we see it not have to come to that. Because
Yeah, I also thought
technically,
it was closer to winning. I didn't know about the progressions, but I wouldn't be too surprised. I'm not
yeah,
super
well, if
familiar.
you're tied on the expedition, you know,
Yeah.
if there's no clear winner on the expeditions, it technically goes to who progressed the most, which I don't know if that even makes sense. Maybe I'm misremembering the
Ah, okay.
rules, but I am
Yeah.
pretty sure somewhere in the rules it does state it that way.
Isn't gonna come up here. It turns out having 19 mana is better than having 13 mana. Not a situation too many of us finds ourselves in, but relevant in this case, I suppose. And the Hunger will take the game due to the overtime rules. They don't need to make their expeditions meet, and they just have the advantage on board here. So GG's here for round one. Not too bad. I wonder what the hero setup is now. Maybe we can swap to the Weekly Aces website to. Is that updated already? Yeah.
It should be updating. Um, yeah, I'm as Blue said, I'm making up rules. I will pull it up when I'm no longer casting and provide the wording. Um, I just don't think it comes up very often, but I remember it was in the rules in some way. But that doesn't matter anymore.
It
We
looks like we still have a Traced Mirror playing,
Oh my gosh, there's another
according
game still.
to uh according to the website at least. Let's see if it's still running or if we are being baited with false information. Nah, it doesn't look like it's on still. So I think the results just haven't quite come in for that yet. It's between I don't see the winner between Romomo and Trufino.
Yeah. I think I am just talking nonsense, so just disregard everything I said.
Perfect.
I think it honestly maybe has been clarified and updated because I remember when we in the first couple seasons, a lot of us were doing end of time and tiebreakers wrong, and then there's been a lot of clarification since then. Instead of, rules point 0.5 or 1.0, we're up to 1.3 or 1.4. I don't know where exactly. What does it say? This is 1.0. 1.0 isn't even the correct rules. I should have it on my desktop.
I mean, I know that for last year's WCQs, they were always like it wasn't quite constant, the rulings for how
Yeah.
overtime was handled.
Yeah, and there's
Yeah,
also, like, different rules with overtime versus end of round versus tiebreaker,
yeah, yeah.
so,
Couple nuances going on.
some
And
of
it
the
turns
top
out
16.
Trufino was the winner. I just don't see it on the website for some reason. So we are ready for round 2.
All right. Well, we are going to rotate out and get some new blood in here. Freeloader, thank you for joining me. I think
No worries.
I'm
It's fun.
going to pick the game that they have to cast because I'm going to pick Navenka. I think a lot of people are excited
Based.
to see a Navenka in top 16. And I control the stream, so I control what goes on the screen. But
It's good power to have.
is there anything you would like to tell the people or say before I yeet you?
I mean, there was once a time where I would have shouted out my YouTube, but honestly, I'm a bit too busy for that at the moment. Come play the NUC. I do a couple tournaments there. It's a good time. NUC being the no unique format, which can also get you qualified for these types of events. And yeah, other than that, have a good time playing the game. I'm happy it's still somewhat alive and happy to be able to play against all of you.
All
That's it.
right. Thank you so much for joining. We're going to hit a quick be right back screen as I'm going to get these new casters in place and rotate myself to the director and gain some brain cells back that I just lost too early in the morning. So we will
Amazing.
be right back.
Farewell, everyone.
Bye.
Awesome, everyone. I don't know if even people know me, but if you don't know me, name's Argon. I will be jumping on to cast this round of 16, which I'm extremely excited to cast. A guy trying will be joining shortly. And we have the game that everyone wanted to see, which is the Navenka game with Yikes versus Trofino. So we have Trace versus Navenka, which could be pretty interesting. I haven't looked at their decks yet, so I'm trying to just see what they have in terms of uniques and stuff like that. But yeah, I've been watching some of the games yesterday and the top 32 earlier. It's really good to sort of see a wide variety of decks, and a little sad about the showing of Viscera, which as most people know is sort of the deck that I play the most, with pretty terrible conversion rate. But yeah, we'll sort of jump into the game. So seems like starting off here just in turn one, they each advance 1-1. The Navenka player has the Snowball Commando sitting as anchor right now, which pretty great considering if they move forward, yeah, they're still going to be in Mountain as well. So great card to have. Traced is trying to get those activations, but still sitting on one at the moment. So they get a 1-1.
All right.
Yikes is
Hey,
sitting in a
Argon,
good
can you hear
position.
me?
I can hear you.
Great.
Welcome.
Sorry, some technical issues real quick.
All good.
Um, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, and you?
I'm doing all right. Uh,
Glad to hear it.
I just really want to quick shout out again to the commentators who came right before us, Cole and Freeloader. They both host tournaments. So if you are enjoying competitive altered, find their tournaments, Aces and NUC No Unique Championship. They run them every week. Or not the Ace tournament, not the weekly Aces. Sorry.
Yeah,
Very confusing.
good call out.
Ooh. Okay, Argon, I have a question for you.
Yeah,
We've seen uh since Worlds, Traced has been running very little removal. At Worlds, Traced was running very little removal. We started to see the inclusion of a little more, mainly in Rare Avalanche or Puff's Challenge. What do you think about the what do you think of those two?
like I personally like Rare Avalanche. I think it's really, really impactful on the game. I've had it sort of wreck my gameplay quite a few times. So I think just playing that is helpful. Obviously, you're taking up rare slots, but obviously Trace has a lot of great commons, so it's not as big of an impact as like some other decks in terms of taking up those slots. So I think overall, I think it's pretty good, and prefer it over the puffs.
Yeah, I guess the only thing that the Puffs challenge I think works a bit better for is that hunger.
Yeah,
But at as traced, the I feel like you're not as worried about the hunger a lot of times because you get so much card advantage
true.
through your hero ability that you can kind of make it up. Not to say that the hunger can't ruin a trace day, but
Yeah.
it's not as devastating as against some other heroes.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think Trace generally, like once you get the hero activation going, it is very like it is in a very good spot on card advantage. So you are right that it's probably not as impactful a hunger as against some other decks which are running a bit leaner on the card situation.
And we see Navenka hitting the six for the anchor, which is actually what they wanted. A lot of times, you're hoping for the boost as Navenka, uh, because you are trying to either outstat or tie. But in this instance, heavily winning the companion expedition, so that anchor was the only thing that benefited the Navenka at that moment. There was no loss to it. If they got a one and the Ouroboros Trickster went to reserve, you're already winning that day. So they got the only actual positive outcome in that
Yeah.
die roll.
No, and I think it's kind of perfect because you have the even stats on that side now. You're already one ahead, so getting an anchor is perfect to help you still be ahead on that side. And they
Ooh.
dropped the unique. I haven't looked at their uniques yet, but we have the Confederal Command, which says I gain anchored when I go to reserve from the exposition zone. Sabotage. When you roll one or more dice, if I have one or more boost, draw a card.
So this
Pretty
is one
cool.
of those instances where it kind of has a bit of protection from low rolls.
Yeah.
Yes, obviously you would want the boost, and then you put the boost on the Coniferal Cone Man. The boost is there to for the ability to trigger seeing you roll a die and then drawing a card. But I guess if you roll a one, you have the sabotage when it goes to reserve.
Yes.
Again, not the outcome you want, but silver linings on a gray cloud.
Yeah, it's kind of a great unique overall just for how synergistic it is with the deck and everything that's going on. Like you said, if you roll a one, you're still getting something out of it, which in this case sort of helps with Trace who's using that reserve in general. They don't have very impactful stuff in the reserve at the moment. Hooked is obviously a great card, but it's still great if you could get rid of that and stop them drawing, getting ahead on card advantage.
Yeah, and we do see Freeloader was talking about it in our round one coverage, but Nevenka is normally a very unique dependent hero.
Mm,
We see all of the marbles had his famous mage dancers that were able to just continuously recur value. This is more along those lines where it's all about the die rolls, but it's more about drawing than
yeah,
recurring cards. And then the other we saw, I think, two um at Worlds or the last chance qualifiers, two Nevenkas that were running Loki uniques in order to get around all the card advantage that people were amassing.
yeah. No, and I think it's like it still is the case even since Worlds, their card advantage is so massive in this game. So the Nevenka having that opportunity, yeah, in order to get some card draw. And then I'm looking at their other two uniques separately, and they seem a lot about sort of giving anchored and also drawing a card when you put a card in reserve. So it's kind of a combination of resupply or drawing, giving boosts, and then also anchored. So it's pretty good package overall.
Yeah, I mean, this is the case with pretty much any TCG. Three little words, draw a card, are
Yeah.
often the best in any situation.
Yeah, that is very true. Having more options of what to play when you get to the later turns with more mana is where it's at.
What do you think so we had three Lyra decks in the top 32, if I remember correctly, two Fens and one Nevenka. Obviously, we're seeing this Nevenka now. One Fen was Lyra Festival and was also our undefeated player from yesterday. The
Mm.
other was a more traditional Fen where they're trying to recur a lot of value. Um, do you think Nevenka has what do you think the benefit of Nevenka is over the other Lyra heroes? Is it just that die roll to activate those uniques?
Yeah, I think it's that. It's just a little more synergistic with the uniques overall. So it just works well between the hero, the uniques, being able to get the boost or the anchored. In a lot of matches, the anchored could be really great. Yeah, like we just saw on screen, the Cone Man sort of drawing out, yeah, with the working with the Mage Dancer on the other side. So it's kind of great overall. I think it works from that perspective. The festival deck, like I'm not going to say my opinions on festival and on the stream on the cast, but the festival deck is a little bit like I wouldn't say high rolly, but it's kind of more a combo deck, and you could break a little bit. So I think Navenka is just a little more consistent. Obviously, it looks like the festival deck's pretty consistent considering it was unbeaten yesterday, and is still in the running at the moment. But I think overall, generally, me as a player, I prefer a bit more consistency than combo and high rolly style of deck. So
Well, I always said in year one of Altered that Nevenka to me, kind of ironically, is the consistency hero
mm,
in Lyra. Both Fen and Arak, there's a sense of randomness to it. Fen, you don't get to control what you put into mana, so you can sometimes key cards that you might want to have go into mana. Arak, you're randomly, revealing a card off the top and either playing it or putting it into your hand. Nevenka's ability, too many people build fully around Nevenka and die roll,
Yep.
and put every die roll card in, but you don't need to. Navenka's is the starter deck hero because she's the more simplistic of the Lyra heroes, I feel like. Although Nadir can now kind of take that space, uh, although doesn't have the uniques to necessarily synergize with his marker strategy as well. Maybe next set when we get in contact.
Yeah. No, I am hoping that the next set sort of helps some of the new heroes a little more because we haven't seen a ton of representation overall. But I think a lot of folks, the building around the dice roll is a lot of this fear of rolling a one. And don't get me wrong, I've seen games that have gone terribly just because of rolling a one, and then you're automatically behind. But I think overall, the fact that 4 out of 6 of your rolls are giving you a boost and one of them is giving you anchored, like it's generally pretty consistent overall.
I want to point out a card in the trace list that we saw a lot in the first couple sets, and then we saw it lose a lot of popularity in the Izmir Stargazer. It used to be, it's just a one drop. So, and it still is just a one drop. There's nothing special about it. It's a slightly overstated one drop,
Yeah.
not as good as Rare Ordis Trooper, but we saw it leave a lot of decks in Whispers from the Maze and Beginning of Skybound Odyssey. We're starting to see it creep in again just because Trace is really looking for that low to the ground play style where they can send as many cards, shoot as many cards out of their reserve throughout the game.
Yeah, and I wonder if a lot of it has to do with just trying to deal with the Kojo Sigismund meta.
Yeah.
It's more like an answer to the meta more than a, oh, this is the perfect card for Traced, but it's more just, hey, we need to just get a bit more lower to the ground so we don't fall too far behind early.
Some people have said that X marks the spot is Lyra's greatest removal piece. Now, Lyra actually has had throughout, this first year and a bit of Altered, had some fairly good removal pieces in like Cloth Cocoon. Twinkle Twinkle's not removal, but it is a great stall piece. X
Mm.
marks the spot is unconditional character removal. Can't target permanents though, but it does put it back on the top of their deck, so your opponent can potentially play it again. So it doesn't remove it necessarily. It just delays it a couple of turns, which might still matter a great amount. In this deck, it also activates the uniques, which is great.
Mm.
So it's that dual purpose.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I think it kind of depends what you're playing it on, whether it matters that your opponent's able to play it again. Like let's say you
Yeah.
use it on a really impactful unique, you probably don't want your opponent to get again. But there's lots of cards where maybe like if think about if you're using it on something that's a bit more on the higher mana side, it can be really impactful. But you are right, like the way it activates the uniques, yeah,
Yeah.
is kind of the biggest reason why it's being played like that.
Yeah. It really, uniques, huge cards. I would say, in my mind, the best card for X marks the spot to ever hit is Hydracana. Now we don't see a lot of Hydracana
Mm. Yeah.
because it's you know hard to stick on the board and it gives up so much tempo. But if an opponent were to play a Hydracana and then you X marks the spot, that's 2 turns of tempo they're essentially giving over to establish this card. That's not going to have any value for a couple of turns, most likely. Also, sending a card to the reserve a lot of times can mean that they can just play it again, especially in these trace decks. So just removing it from the current board state can be very impactful.
Yeah, no, I think we don't see a lot of hydrocane anymore. I think there's just too much removal.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you're right
yeah.
on that. But yeah, I do agree that that would be really impactful. And just looking at the board state at the moment, I think like the Nevenka has just sort of been able to continue with this one move lead at the moment. They still have both their uniques in reserve, and they synergize so well into each other. So I feel like the Nevenka is in a good spot. But I always feel like once Traced gets to the activation, it's kind of a bit of a toss up because they could get so many different answers now.
Yeah, it's hard to ever count a traced out
Yeah.
because they can produce so much value. And in this game, for the most part, you always want to be making the last play possible because then you have the most informed decision. And Trace, as we were saying earlier, is so low to the ground and has so much card advantage that has so many cards they can play to after you while still threatening the board in some way. And then once you're tapped out, they're like, okay, now I know how to best advance. Although the Navenka being one expedition up does make it so Trace is on the back foot because Navenka at this point has to only go 1 for 1 for any remaining days. Trace has to go 2 for 1 at some point to get at parity, and 2 for 1 again or 2-0 to finally get ahead of the Navenka.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty hard to do that against Navenka at this point to get it to two movements versus their 1 or 0. Like we'll see what they're able to pull out. I think the sabotage that they just played with their unique obviously helped try and get rid of one of the uniques that's synergizing with the other one, because that the Navenka could have played both of them out with the 6 cost and the 1 cost from reserve. But the Navenka is still sitting with 6 cards in hand. So just a lot of answers at this point. And you can see already Trace down to 5 mana, but Navenka still has 7. So there's a lot of options on their side to try and figure out like which side do they need to put all their stats on, and just focus it like that.
Yeah. I will say I got a bit nervous that we were seeing a uh not not bug fix Trace because obviously that's no longer uh standard legal.
Yeah.
But there was another version of bug fix esque of infinitely spawning um brass bugs whenever a card leaves your reserve. I believe it's mainly on Inkcaster uniques,
Yes.
but I did see uh a card that says whenever a robot joins your expeditions, which made me panic for a second that we were going to see this like infinite loop, but no. That is not the case.
Yeah, I have played against that loop a few times. It is not fun. Obviously, there are ways to shut it down with hunger and the swords, but yeah, it can be very interesting to play against when they're just spamming the board with bugs.
Yeah, this Anansi seems to be one of their most powerful cards in the deck. As we've seen a lot of Trace running Anansi or Anansi-like cards in
Yeah,
their unique slots just to capitalize off of their large reserve. We've also seen Fen do that a lot, at least non-festival Fens. Um, and then the restocking station. Restocking station has been such a big add to the Traced arsenal, allowing you to recur your own uniques or just any good card. Like Dr. Frankenstein is a huge um recursion spot for it. Even Amelia Earhart, just because it gives you so much value over the course of the game. And it's at a common slot. The thing that it does do is it does kind of m- uh muck up your ratios. You have a lot more landmarks and spells now than characters, and that is something that can hurt the Trace player. We saw that against when Rinku was going up against a Trace player in the finals, and absolutely they drew nothing. And we
yeah.
do see Gigi's coming out in the chat. Navenka with one of the best cards in the game, in my opinion, Twinkle Twinkle, helping them
Mm.
shore up that end game.
Yeah, no, I feel like the nice part about the non-C uniques is because most of them are very cheap, and they sort of allow you to play them out sort of at as the last card on a turn. So you could be ahead on one side and then just blow out the other side and without your sort of opponent expecting it. So it's a great, like we were talking about earlier, on like information advantage towards the end and the last card that you play out. They're great from that perspective.
We are excuse me, we are in a quick break in between games 1 and games 2. So I do just want to take a moment to we are in top 16 and 6 out of our 16 competitors right now also competed at Worlds. So I want to give them a quick shout out. That is Pava, Tempet, Sparky, Moondust, Tautomate, and Matmatu. These 6 are hopefully are trying to qualify again for a world spot. Our top 4 competitors will be qualified for worlds this year. with top 64 being invited to the All Star Invitational that will happen as a sort of online last chance qualifier to qualify some people. So they're already all qualified for that, but the top four will go straight, will have their spot for World secured. So that's the big thing that we're hoping for. Players are hoping for from this thing. Obviously, there's prizes for first and second place. Those are also great, but the qualification spot at top four, I would say, is the biggest.
Yeah, I think that's what everyone's playing for. It's main reason. Obviously, like the first prize would be nice, but I think like once you're in top four, you can sort of breathe a sigh of relief
Yeah, you've
because you've got that
qualified.
qualification. Yeah.
You can any prizes you get after. Hey, I'm not going to say no to prizes,
Mm.
but the qualification I feel like is what most people are aiming for.
And I think it'll make the top four fun to watch as well because I think
Yes.
there's a little less pressure. You'll probably see people play a little more relaxed. It's still high stakes, but it could be pretty fun to watch overall once we've got to that point of the four qualified players.
Yeah, that was the situation with the big French qualifier
Mm.
last year is that top four also qualified for that, I believe. I believe it was top four.
Yeah, yeah, it was top
Um,
four. Yeah,
and so, you could see the sort of relaxing of the players after their top eight matches. And they're like, okay, we're still here to have fun. I'm still going to try and compete and beat you.
yeah.
But at least the four of us have already qualified.
No.
All right. We are in game two. And yikes, with I think the best start any
Yeah.
Lyra player can have. Magical training Inkcaster. The only
Then
thing that comes close is magical training Hathor.
yeah. No, it's perfect. So get the magical training back into your hand. Yeah, good start. Trace
Although
started out with the Bravos Bastion.
I was gonna
Uh,
say Trace not having a bad start themselves.
no,
Two
it's great
Bravos
from both
Bastions
sides.
turn one. At least seen turn one.
Yeah. No, I think it's good to see because you're 1-1 still, so you didn't really fall behind playing out your Bastion, which is great. You now are able to play the Salvager, which is going to give you one hero counter, plus you'll be able to resupply again and potentially play out. So I think it's a great start overall for both sides.
Yeah. This will definitely be we sometimes see games where both players are sort of struggling in the early game, waiting to get their sort of engines on, especially a hero like Traced, who does really require those 5 scrap counters to be fully functioning. But this game, it seems like a sort of small play when it happens, but just magical training is such a good card. Card draw, we were saying it earlier, is so powerful in any TCG, especially altered. When you even if you resolve like 3 magical trainings in a game, you are in such a better spot against almost every deck. Like it feels unbeatable. Traced also has 2 of their biggest landmarks in their landmark zone already, so they are ready. This is going to be both players off to the tracks. This is going to be a high power game, I feel.
Yeah, this is amazing. The Trace will be able to sort of play out the restocking station now as well, therefore getting to 3 counters and being able to take the fleeting off the Salvager if they want to do that. Just depends how quickly they want to rush to the counter. And then you have the Navenka is going to be able to bring the magical training back again and play it next turn for 1 mana as well.
Now, we were talking earlier about how impactful restocking station can be, allowing you to recur cards. Do you think it's worth it over a Bastion to keep now?
When I play Trace, and I'm not a Trace expert at all, but I have typically had it like kept it there with 1 Bastion if I've been in this sort of situation. And I think the reason why is just because you have things like the Frankenstein to sort of get to get more counters on it. If you did not have a way of getting more counters on it and you were sort of just stuck with the 2, I maybe would think think the bastions are a little more impactful. But I think just being able to still remove fleeting from the Frankenstein and loop it constantly later in the game is obviously great to have that option.
Yeah, and uh Trofino are traced. I may be saying that incorrectly. If I am, I apologize. Does decide to keep the restocking station over the second Bravos Bastion. And to me, when I see that, I think, oh, there's a higher chance they have either one of their uniques or Frankenstein in hand.
Hmm.
Maybe that's not always the case. That's just my initial read. If I was in Yikes situation, that would be just a little bell going off.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think that's such an important thing in TCGs is hand reading. And like you said now, that is really one way you can see sort of from a trace perspective. I think altered sometimes these situations can be a little difficult to hand read, but this is one of those. And I think trace sort of gives away a lot about the hand as you play out.
Yeah.
And now they're playing the jammer, getting rid of that magical training that has done so much for Yikes already.
That
Yeah.
is the third magical training resolving.
Yeah.
So uh I I think it's interesting. Um Altered in deck building, I'm assuming if you're watching this, you know the rules of Altered, but just in case you don't, you can only have 15 rares out of your 39 card deck. So which rares you choose are very impactful. A common card we see in most Lyra decks, I think pretty much all of them, is the Martingale, which two are currently in reserve, or the Navenka. Navenka will sometimes upshift that to rare, or at least one or two, because it affects dice rolls. We've seen Yikes be a little more conservative in terms of when they are rolling the dice, so maybe they felt that that wasn't the necessary. It wasn't necessary to upgrade that, but also rare slots as the card pool gets larger and larger become that much more important. And maybe just didn't feel that the +1 that the martingale gives on any dice roll to be that impactful.
Yeah, and most of the time you're doing that just because you're worried about the one, and sending your card to reserve, so
Yeah.
it helps from that perspective. I do think like you could bring up a great point about the rares and the limitation within the deck building. I think the great part about Altered as a game in general is because cards come in sort of their common and their rare version, and now you're trying to decide the ratios, and you're also limited to how many rares you have. It means that people can play a deck that, like two decks that are almost exactly the same, but are very different just because of the rare and common like ratios and which cards you choose in each form. So it adds a really, really like extra piece of depth to deck building overall in the game.
And that's even magnified by when you add in the unique cards.
Yeah.
We often will see unique archetypes that accompany decks. We've talked about, Navenka and their dice rolling card advantage uniques, or Traced and their Anansi effects uniques. But those aren't requirements. And sometimes they'll say if you have a landmark. So it's like, okay, if I have all my uniques that say if I have a landmark, I might add a couple more landmarks to my deck. That also, whatever uniques you currently have, are going to affect your deck building decisions, which, it can be both a positive and a negative. Uniques are a very contentious topic, I feel like, in the community. But I think they add such a level to deck building.
Yeah, I think it is interesting because I see both sides of the argument on uniques. Like I get the fact that there are some that are the abilities are like a bit ridiculous and they're very hard to get and stuff like that. But also, like you alluded to, it adds such an additional aspect to the game where like a deck could be specifically built around three uniques, or the uniques could just be there for card draw. The new uniques could be there for disrupting your opponent's game plan with like sabotage, or like discard a card from your hand, stuff like that. So it means that even when we had a much smaller sort of group of heroes that we could choose from in the game, we still had a wide variety of differing types of decks. And you would see something different almost every single week in these online tournaments. Like people weren't playing a lot of the same stuff. It could just be a unique that like one or two uniques that changed, but the deck is wildly different from that.
Yeah, and Equinox has also now sort of legitimized a fan made format that was the no unique format. which you can now search for on BGA, and there's tournaments every week that are playing for it. So if uniques are not your jam, you can still play in those no unique formats and also potentially earn uniques through winning that, which I do think is a great irony of those unique tournaments.
Yeah, no, those tournaments are a lot of fun. Like I hadn't played for a while originally when they were first being played, and then I tried them out, and it's kind of great how awesome the game is when you play even without the uniques. It's like really, really like there's just still a lot of options because of like we said the common array and stuff like that. And you see some great decks coming out. I know like Traced as an example, since we're watching one, is really, really great in no unique. Like there's a player who I think we had on, well, we didn't have on stream. We were talking about Insane versus Pava
Oh yeah.
playing on person. Like Insane was playing unique tournaments with no uniques with Trace, just because of how good Trace can be even without uniques.
Yeah, and that is when we start to talk about unique and unique dependent heroes and non-unique dependent heroes. Traced can obviously get powered up by specific uniques, but isn't as uh they're not as required as in a deck like Navenka, which does feel very unique dependent.
Mm.
We are seeing these decks go at parity in the expedition, still 1 for 1. The important thing though is we've seen 2 uniques. Oh no, we've only seen 1 unique gone for our Navenka, and Trace is online and is going to keep getting card advantage. Um, I think it's a bit surprising that they decided this turn to Frankenstein for a resupply instead of Frankenstein for those counters.
Yeah, that's
So
really interesting. I wonder
yeah,
why.
my initial thought might be that they have a second one in hand and they're going to use it as
Yeah.
an after you. But uh they also might just be afraid of overflowing their reserve with their hand in some way. But recurring that Frankenstein, when played from reserve, activates the from anywhere ability of a landmark, which you then spend 1 of the Keylon counters on restocking station to remove fleeting, but you're gaining 2 each time you play Frankenstein, so you can get more and more value, and then eventually you can start to resupply off of Bastion instead of using the restocking station, um, because you have enough counters amassed. That's not the way Trofino decided to go this game.
Yeah, I feel like it has to be because there's another Frankenstein in hand, like you said. I think it makes the most sense in general, and they're obviously concerned about their, like you said, overflowing the reserve. I think the rare avalanche in reserve now is interesting. Obviously, you can't play it out now because you're sitting on the 2 mana, but I think it could help, especially if Navenka sort of starts to anchor things with some of the uniques.
Yeah, this will cause a overflow of the reserve if either that or just passing on the trace side, which I think would lose them a lot of tempo.
Hmm.
Again, you're a card advantage hero, so you're not super worried about overflowing your reserve and discarding some. Obviously, you would like to avoid that as much as possible, but you will be seeing more cards than your opponent overall. So it's not as big as if you were another hero. Like Mooney
Yeah,
heroes typically struggle a lot with card advantage if they don't have the resupply wagon ready. So if you shut them off, they can't do anything. Traced will always have card advantage, kind of like Fen.
ooh, and then we have the reef coming down, which, yeah, I guess you can do it on the Incaster, and then now you would be able to be 2 versus 1, which I think, well, obviously, unless Navenka has a 1 mana card that they can play out, but I think being able to get 1 ahead with the card, like the card advantage situation with Trace, is going to be massive. Yeah.
They can play a 2-cost card now, though, because of
Oh,
the
you're right.
supportability from the Ouroboros Incaster. It's a very interesting choice about to send the Incaster or the Trickster to reserve. Both get rid of 2/2/2 in stats, one of the reasons you would want to send the Incaster to reserve now is to stop it from recurring a card going to reserve at rest. So either that
Mm.
Snowball Commando or the Aloe Vera. But at the same time, you do give them a floating mana, essentially, that they can use to play a 2-cost card.
Yeah, and I think they're probably like one of the reasons I could think to do it is you force them to have to do that. I know they now got the boost, so now you're tied up anyway. But let's say they didn't get the boost, you would they would be sort of forced to prevent the two moves by using the support ability on the incaster, playing a card, and then it sort of gets their card advantage situation even worse than it was
Oh,
before.
this is going to be
Yeah.
because this is guaranteed double advance or oh, I guess not guaranteed. But it's guaranteed double advance. I thought it
Yeah.
was going to be a 2 for 0 for a second, but no,
Mm.
it's just a 2 for 1. Still, that will put Yikes up in terms of tempo of this game.
Yeah, definitely. It puts Yikes up. Obviously, they're overflowing their reserve a lot, so the card
Yes.
situation is different. And the Traced has the Avalanche sitting in reserve at the moment. So we'll see how it plays out. I've always personally as a player like get a you you always feel like there's a point at which you push in the game to try and get this sort of lead, and you take the risk of the consequence of card advantage, and seeing the way that ultimately ends out.
We also see that currently the Daedalus has great defensive regions. The Traced is in mono water on companion and is in mountain water on the hero. Has no grass, so that Daedalus, wherever it is, can help push offensively, either through the mountain or the water in on the respective sides of the Navenka's expeditions, but also fully block whatever the Traced is trying to do. I
Yeah,
shouldn't say fully block, but provide a powerful block.
yeah, and it kind of
Oh, I think we may have just lost Argon. Maybe that's on me, but I will check real
docking
quick.
station.
Yeah,
Oh,
we'll try and get him back because you don't want to be stuck with just me. We all know that. Okay, Argon.
yep, yeah.
Great. Yeah, you just froze for a second.
Okay, all
Awesome.
good.
Uh, and let's see. Avalanche. 2 avalanches in reserve for Traced. Powerful. I mean, the
Interesting.
Trace could just use both of them, and most likely get a single advance.
So I guess, yeah, so they're just using the hooked, I guess, to ensure they get the move on one side, and then I guess they're okay with Navenka being one away just because they're in a much better card situation, I guess, and maybe
Yeah.
leaving the avalanches for later.
The it'll be really interesting to see what card the Navenka has in hand because I feel like if the Navenka passes here, or because if the Navenka plays the Ouroboros caster, you they're playing right into Avalanche.
Yeah,
You just Avalanche and send the other Inkcaster back to reserve as well, because why not? If they pass here, then Traced can just uh Avalanche the Inkcaster, but that still just pops the Inkcaster back to hand. You're not really doing anything. You
no,
could set up the restocking station. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get 9 water on 4 mana.
no, I don't think
Unless
so.
you have one of those Anansi's in hand. One of those Anansi's would go hard.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, it would help. I don't, it is a kind of a difficult decision, yeah, because it's like you could play out the restocking station, but then obviously you have to get rid of one of your landmarks at the end of the turn, and it's, I guess you could do the reef, but if you have the opportunity to use the
Oh,
reefs,
just gonna draw 2 cards.
huh, I guess, yeah, it makes
Yeah.
sense. if you can't get the move on the other side, what's better than, like, there's nothing better than getting 2 draws at least and getting a more card advantage that hopefully sort of helps you able to pull it out in the last, potentially the last round of the game.
Will still. Oh, whatever they put into reserve is probably just going to get discarded. Yeah, Haven.
Mm,
We don't really need that right now. If it was original Haven, we would want to keep it for like a final turn, anyways. But that Haven would only equate to 1 boost next turn.
yeah.
Not really, and a resupply, but not really worth the 2 mana that could go towards something else.
No, you have enough cards right now. I think you want to keep at least one of the avalanches, maybe an avalanche and your unique, but I don't know how helpful the unique is with the
Yeah,
one in
the
water with
unique.
a 2 mana cost.
Yeah, the unique for 2 mana, I don't think it's necessarily worth it. But
Yeah.
then what else do you keep? The restocking station is good. It's a 1 mana play. It's an after you, but it doesn't affect the board next turn. It helps you in future turns.
Yeah. It's not really that useful this late in the game. They keep the unique and the one rare avalanche. So we'll see. I guess the main reason for keeping the unique is because you have something in hand that's more impactful from your reserve
Yeah, we
overall.
still haven't seen that Anansi.
Yeah.
And that is going to be one of the ways that they're able to close this out, because that Anansi, the if you play the salvager, it resupplies and puts a card from your hand into reserve. So it's essentially trading 1 boost that would have been on Anansi for 2 boosts. So it's
Mm,
powering up your Anansi when playing from
that is
reserve.
true. Yeah.
But it is a 2 mana 0/0/1.
Yeah.
Not great stats in a time where your opponents, to use the term I think Rinku coined, Kaibara counter is 0.
I like that. Yeah, like it obviously helps that the companion side is in water, but still 1 for 2 mana. And when you're in a situation where you could get something in reserve anyway with Trace, I don't know how useful it is. But they play out the bouncer, being able to get the sabotage on the incaster, which sort of means that the Navenka is now sitting with only 3 real answers overall. And the Trace is already sitting on decent stats on both sides.
Yeah, another big thing about the Incaster is you don't have to, it's a 2 mana 2/2/2, so it's at rate. It's a
Mm,
cheap card to it's a obviously you want most of your after use to be 1 mana, but 2 mana isn't awful for an after you. But it also can fix mana curves. So if Yikes had 9 mana worth of cards in their hand that they were hoping to play, they were hoping to discard the Ouroboros Incaster. That option is no longer there. It might make their hand a bit clunkier.
mm. No, for sure. And we get the sleep on the unique using the Twinkle Twinkle, um, which is pretty helpful from sort of a stat perspective and a little bit of a after you for 2 mana. They play out the Incaster. So now you're sort of ahead on this hero side. And the Trace is only sitting with 4 mana left. You still have the Avalanche, but I don't know how helpful that's going to be at this point.
Yeah,
Considering,
because Yikes has the ability to, after you again with Twinkle
yeah,
Twinkle, sleep the Brass Bug,
yep.
maybe. Or I guess you'd sleep the Izmir Stargazer just so that your Ouroboros Incaster is already threatening the win, and then still 2 mana left over for whatever that card in hand is.
Yeah. No, I think they're in a pretty good spot at the moment, especially because they only need the one move. Allows them quite a few options, yeah, in terms of what to play out. And the Trace is obviously not sitting with much that's super impactful in their reserve at this point, at least. So it kind of just depends what's sitting in hand now.
Yeah, that so this tells me that this is. Oh, well, I'm forgetting about Navenka ability. That
Yeah.
Ouroboros Incaster can threaten the win by itself currently, just by giving it a boost. And any character on the companion side could threaten to win up until this Keelan Elemental is played. And Amelia Earhart is going to make it a bit more difficult, although Nevenka might still have it. D you know, again, at rate for a card, for a character for 2 mana is 2/2/2. So they would have to still use the Nevenka boost on the uh, hero side to counteract the Amelia Earhart, but they also might not have it. Ooh, okay. This will be very good because this is the one that gives a boost for each time you roll a die.
Oh, yeah, so we can roll again with the ability and get another boost.
Yeah, and then importantly, putting it on the um the Inkcaster, going to target their own excuse me, their own Mage Dancer, just in case they do hit the one, it goes to reserve. Oh no, they'll lose the 5, so I guess it doesn't really
Yeah.
matter who they target.
I
They
think this is
need
all on this roll.
whew. Wait, and that's still just a tie.
Yeah, it's still a tie. Crazy.
Oh, because they haven't used the Haven Bravos Bastion boost yet. Oh,
Yeah, no, they used it. Yeah, so that
I was completely forgetting about the Bastion. All
and they
right,
can
this is a
remove
game. This is a
it
game.
is. And they remove fleeting of the Earhart using the support ability, which I guess I forgot about the support ability for the unique. Like removing the fleeting from a character is pretty great in this
Yeah.
situation.
Is both players are overflowing their reserve Trace a bit more. Again, as we've said multiple times, Trace is a card advantage hero. Oh, and the Ouroboros Caster is going to pop that back to hand. So Nevenka not overflowing their reserve at all.
No.
Although they do have the Lyra Signet in reserve, which is going to be a little bulky to try and play next turn. And 2 cards were asleep for Trace. So Trace starting off with a strong board, going to be going second in this final day, or most likely the final day. They could tie again or go to arena.
Yeah,
But
and
Trace
Trace is
going
in,
second is going to feel very powerful.
yeah, and Trace also has obviously the Salvager 9 reserve. That's literally a 1 mana after you get another card in reserve. Great to be able to sort of, especially with you going second, sort of see what the opponent does and make Nevenka play out a lot more mana before you have to really make your big decisions.
The reason I believe the Category Mage Dancer was put into the hand as opposed to the Lyra Signet is because Category Mage Dancer says when you play it from hand, roll a die, 4+ draw a card, if not resupply. So not only is it getting a boost off its own ability, it's also giving you card advantage, which is pretty much what Lyra Signet would be doing, unless you're hoping for the Nazi effect for Lyra Signet, but we don't have enough of a reserve to really benefit off that. Hathor being very good for this hero expedition, doing nothing offensively in the companion, but doing getting value both offensively and defensively.
And I see
Although
we had a question in the YouTube chat of the Amelia Earhart, like why not keep it? Um, I suspect it's just because of their card situation and they figured they'd rather have the Salvager to resupply again and then also kept the Avalanche as a removal option. Like obviously the Earhart's amazing for the one, but I think that's kind of what it was about. I think if they had a little more cards in hand, they might have sort of kept it around rather than the Salvager.
yeah, I think my guess is that Traced is just looking to see as many cards. If they were going first, no, they probably would still kept the Salvager. They're trying to get as many cards and after use as they can for the final board state. And so if Trofino is remembering, Yikes, I guess Yikes could have managed the Category Mage Dancer, although I think that is a bit unlikely. But Yikes is kind of playing face up now.
Yeah,
Trofino should
and the
know that
Trace
last
is
card in hand is most likely the Category Mage Dancer unique.
Yeah, I think that the Trace is in a great sort of situation, yeah, where
Yeah.
they've played out only two of their mana when the Navenka's half tapped out already. Obviously, Navenka also has the ability to reduce the cost of cards in their using their reserve support abilities, but they also only have one card in hand. So it's kind of a bit rough. The Trace can just sort of slow play and then eventually just use the Avalanche for what ends up being on the board.
And is rolling the dice before their category mage dancers out, so is losing a boost, but needs to do that in order to play around the avalanche. If they didn't do
Yeah.
that, then they would be showing 6 mountain stats on the board and would be playing perfectly into the face up avalanche.
Yep, and they don't have many options left, yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. Uh
Feel like it's Traced's game, this one, which at least
yeah.
means I guess we go to a 1-1.
Yeah, that would take us to a game three, which as someone spectating and commentating, always want a game three.
Yeah,
As much games as possible. So, but obviously if you're a player, you're hoping for that 2-0.
no, for sure. Astro, you asked how many times has rolled a 1. I don't think Navenka's rolled a 1 this whole game. I also don't think they've rolled a ton in general.
Yeah, we've said earlier that Yikes is playing a bit more conservative with their dice rolling overall. And drawing and resupplying, but that is just going to be the gaining 1 boost. So that'll probably be going on. Interesting. I thought for sure that would have gone on the mage dancer, but the Hathor is just going to get avalanched away, and that will be a 2-0 to
Yep.
end the game.
You're returning a card to hand, huh? I was about to say, what? Why? What are you doing?
Might as well take game actions. Like
Yeah.
the trace doesn't need to draw a card or anything like that, but it is always, oh wow. Okay, I was gonna say, is Trofino going to send that mage dancer to reserve just to add insult to injury? But these are timed rounds, and we saw that
Yes.
we saw a game go to time last round. So while a lot of players on BGA will often play out their hand just because why not, there is a competitive advantage to ending the game earlier, so that way you have more time in game 3.
That is true. And while we wait for the next game, I'm looking at results on the Aces side. The
Mhm.
Sparky won with Kojo, Zoa won with Lindiwe, Pava won with Kojo, Ital won with Sigismar, and Matmatu won with Sigismar. So we have 2 Sigismars, 2 Kojos, and 1 Lindiwe so far in the quarterfinals.
So if Yikes is able to get this, then that will lock them in as the Lyra faction leader and get them the exclusive uh exalted promo card
Hmm.
for Seeds of Unity, because both of our fans have been knocked out.
Oh, yeah,
We
that's a good
also
point, yeah.
have seen all of our Atsadis, I believe, knocked out at this point. Uh, and we're still waiting on our Rin game to see if Rin will. Lindaway is in top 8, which is great. See if we
Yeah.
can get a Lindaway qualified. I'd also love to see Rin in top 8.
Yeah, that'll be good to watch. And I also think
And
the
we are
yeah,
in
the only
game 3.
Basira player is out as well. Lotus Scaler, who will win the best Basira.
Yeah. Oh, yep.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look like we have any Basiras left. We do have one Kojo already in top 8, and then maybe a second one. I don't know if Fred and Moondust has resolved yet.
Yeah, I don't think so. I know we had some.
Runefolk might in chat have seen it already.
Yeah,
The site doesn't update automatically, and Runefolk is watching every game at the same time,
yeah, I have
essentially.
seen that.
I believe actually after this, oh no, Runefolk will be joining commentary with Rinku in top 4. Next round, we will have Rinku and Astro commentating the top 8, which is, in my opinion, the height of excitement for this tournament because that will decide who the qualifiers are.
Yeah, the true finals for each of the people taking part.
Yeah. Uh, this is, a fairly good start for Navenka because causing Trace to overflow their reserve.
Mm.
And Trace, importantly, says when a card leaves your reserve during afternoon, cleanup happens during night, and so therefore will not get a scrap counter from discarding the Amelia Earhart. And Amelia Earhart, an incredibly powerful card, but Trace needs to get online. So deciding that the frozen delivery, which will leave reserve and then also put a card into reserve, as well as the Axiom Salvager, will help them get online quicker. So even though Amelia Earhart is the more powerful card immediately, Trace is playing as they should for the longer game.
Yeah, no, for sure. And at least if I had to choose cards to have in reserve right now, the Salvager and the Delivery, great. I also see in the chat that Moondust is through.
Moondust is through. So that means
We'll have a
we
Trace
we only
Sigismar.
have we have two Kojos left.
Yeah,
2 Kojos, 2 Sigismars, a Traced, potentially another Traced, and then Lintaway, and then possibly another Traced or a Rin.
yeah.
Or a Navenka, depending on who wins this.
Mm. Could be an interesting top 8.
Now, Trofino has the opportunity. Oh, never mind. I was going to say has the opportunity to do an interesting play, but the Axiom Salvager having 0 in water means that they could not use both Frankenstein and Axiom Salvager. That is a great draw or a great
Yeah,
resupply.
no, that is perfect. Be able to
Okay.
use it on the Frankenstein next turn.
Ooh,
Ooh,
interesting. I guess, yeah, just again, Traced is a card advantage hero. Axiom Salvager was kind of a niche pick, I feel like, in early Altered. But more and more, it's now a staple in
yeah.
Traced, rare Axiom Salvager specifically,
No, it is.
just because you're hoping to get a lot of card advantage. And what helps with your card advantage game plan is also ruining your opponent's card advantage.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more disruption over your opponents than there used to be. That so it's interesting playing around it when you play against Traced. But I think it's kind of interesting. We've had a sort of back and forth on trying to like make the opponent disrupt their reserve by overflowing it or sabotaging. So both players are not in sort of as good of a card situation as they were in the last game. But Traced is got 2 counters at this point, so getting closer. Obviously has a great reserve at the moment. You could just play out the Frankenstein and sabotage again with the jammer, and then be
Yeah,
able to play out your restocking station to keep the Frankenstein around for another turn.
uh, as said earlier, the restocking station comes in with 2 counters, so you don't need to target it right away with a Frankenstein to start building up counters. You can use it every other turn and still be able to recur your Frankenstein. So getting rid of that X marks the spot. And I just want to say, if you are playing along the Altered World Broadcast drinking game, take a shot every time I say Trace is a card advantage hero. then there's one more for you. I got called out in chat for saying it a bunch.
Just everyone watching the qualifiers getting drunk at home because of how many times you said it.
uh, this will allow so Trace very close to online. Not yet. Although we could theoretically see frozen delivery into something. But
And they just both 1-1.
yes, the aloe vera sticking around will the aloe vera did help them supposedly get some card advantage, but then that card advantage was sabotaged away. So the aloe vera getting advancements, but not necessarily the amount of card advantage you would want off of it.
Hmm.
We should just say it every single time I say card advantage in general.
I feel like in general with Altered, we would say that way too many times to defend a drinking game.
All right, for the next season finals, we'll have a list of a drinking game you can play along if you watch the A.W.O.L broadcast of commentator common phrases. For each
Yeah, we'll give
commentator
out
we have.
bingo cards. Everyone.
Yes. So we're still early on in the game, but I do feel like Trace is in a very powerful position.
Agreed. I think yeah, the Trace is a good position, even though you're sort of odd on the expeditions. You're in a situation where you have your Frankenstein, you have your restocking station that you can loop. Obviously, if there's not any sabotage or anything like that, you're close to or you're about to activate your Trace this turn, I would think. So you're in a good situation overall. Nevenka gets down the unique that we saw earlier, the Cone Man. Which
Immediately answered by the avalanche.
yeah, but they will now be able to sabotage, right?
Yes, they will, which will
Yeah.
get rid of that uh Frankenstein, unless they decide to sabotage their own aloe vera, which is a legal play.
Maybe.
Not one I would expect you to make in this stage of a qualifier, but
It also
that does
adds more
turn
to the
Traced online
chest.
though.
Yeah.
And Traced, with the amount of low cost cards that they have in their deck, has a pretty good chance of being able to go 2-0 and put themselves on potential match point next day.
Yeah, and I guess that's the thinking, yeah, is that like yes, you're gonna lose your Frankenstein, but obviously you almost guaranteed run 3 of them anyway. So try to get the two moves and get ahead. Well, they're only gonna get one ahead.
Yeah, did
Interesting.
not have 2 characters, it seems.
Hmm.
That's very telling for the hand of Trace Trofino.
Yeah, Astra, I do agree. The Trace could have started with the Frankenstein and then avalanched.
I think
Um,
the reason that the Traced avoided that is because then it would have given Nevenka a priority to use their ability,
to
and
draw, yeah.
then if they got the boost on the Coniferal Cone Man, they would draw a card.
Yeah.
We've seen in I think it was game 1 when they had the Coniferal Cone Man out, Yikes decided not to roll. It seems like they were afraid that they might hit the 1, and so they or the 6 because it needs a boost to draw a card. And just didn't roll when they had the opportunity. I believe that's what happened. So
Yeah.
maybe they wouldn't have even rolled that time, but I do think it was playing around that. And Rin, unfortunately, did not make it to top 8. We have another Traced in Tempet moving on to go against Sigismar in top 8.
We're gonna have 2 Traced Sigismar matchups. Interesting. Also, I wonder I guess the Trace being ahead is helpful now because we are sitting at 3 minutes left of the round. And apparently, according to RuneFoot, this is the last game that's running at the
Yeah.
moment. Getting ahead is obviously really helpful, yeah. And the Trace will sort of be able to stay one ahead, yeah, without really playing out much, just because of that unique that costs 6 and has used up all the Nevenka's mana. How did the French team just announce Yikes as the winner already? I don't know.
Who knows?
Better
They
sneak into the future.
I was gonna say they must know something we don't. Because as far as I know, we're watching this live.
Yeah. Astro, there are 2 Kojos in the top 8.
Yeah,
There's
so
Sparky and Pava.
we currently have a Lindaway, 2 Kojos, 2 Sigismars, and 2 Traced. Either a third Traced or Navenka will be the final in the top 8.
Trace is trying to see how many landmarks you can put on PGA before it blows up.
This is why Axiom can't have 3 landmark zones.
Yes.
So we see going one for one again. Um, does have the opportunity to sabotage by discarding the Armored Jammer. Armored Jammer rare says when
Yeah.
this leaves the landmark zone, sabotage. So that does count at during cleanup. So get rid of that Daedalus. Daedalus, which would have been very good at blocking on the hero expedition, as well as still having a meaningful water stat for advancement.
Yeah, it's difficult, yeah, for the Navenka because yes, you are sitting in a great card situation, but and obviously you have a lot of stats on the companion side, which is helpful, but you also have the trace that's pretty much able to play out like really slowly now in terms of mana and after you quite a bit.
Yeah, this Kinderfro Cone Man is going to help keep up. Is going to make Navenka a card advantage hero.
Yeah.
Drawing a card each time they roll, so will help keep them in this game. And the Kinderfro Cone Man is now at 6 Mountain, and I believe the only removal that we have in this deck is Avalanche, 3 rare
Yeah.
avalanches, and Aerolith Reef, which hits 2 characters 2 or less. We have hooks, but that won't do anything to stop the Coniferal Cone Man from impacting some lane.
Yeah, so it could be possible, yeah, for the Navenka to sort of get 2 moves. It'll be interesting to see though, because I don't think Trace is really going to bother much with that side unless you use hooked like late game, and then put it onto the hero side and just play something cheap onto your companion side. And according to Cedric in the chat, they've now
This
hit
is time.
time.
And we do see an interesting inclusion. This is one of the 2 Silent Knights in Navenka's deck. Normally more seen in Fen Festival because it gives either sleep or anchored, which you need for
Hmm.
Fire Festival. But this is just a 1 mana roll a
Yeah.
die, and you can even if the Coniferal Cone Man's being contested, you could target the Coniferal Cone Man, keep it around another turn, even if it's asleep. So it's just helping you draw cards. It's like a magical training, essentially, in this instance.
Yeah, helping draw cards also great after you 1
Yeah.
mana as well. You hit the anchored, you can keep your unique around longer. We're just rolling and drawing cards and boosting. This could be interesting because I know it's just finish out this day and play 1 additional one because we're at time. So this day, well, there's the hooked. Okay, that's kind of what I was looking for. Push the trickster to the other side because
Yeah.
if the trace if it's a 1-1, the trace is obviously in a good position to just win it out. But also with the overtime rules, you
At
want
this
to
point,
obviously stay ahead.
target the Coniferal Cone Man.
Yeah, get the anchored. There we go.
Yeah. Because the Trickster by itself could take on the 3/3/3 of the Dr. Frankenstein.
Hmm.
We do have to be afraid of, I think, one of the unique Anansi's costs 2 from reserve. Let me double check that. Oh no, it costs 2 from hand, 3 from reserve.
Okay.
So if it had hit sleep, then that Anansi could have gotten them over the hump. but then there's
Hmm.
still 2 mana left for our Navenka player to try and play around that. And it's not what ended up happening anyways.
Yeah, and I'm assuming just playing out the elemental is just being careful, and you're going to overflow your reserve anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, Hathor. Gonna pop one of those cards back to hand. Can also Daedalus to give the Coniferal Cone Man another boost and draw a
hmm.
card.
Sitting with a lot of options for the next turn. With what are they sitting with, 9 or 10 cards in hand? Yeah.
Oh, deciding not to get the Daedalus. Gonna save that for an after you for next turn. Makes sense.
Hmm.
They would have also had to discard a card from their reserve.
And I think this would now be the last day of the game. Um, so interesting to see. Because obviously Trace is one move away from winning anyway, but if the Navenka had to.
Yeah, the main thing that Hooked is going to be incredibly powerful because what
Yes.
Hook does is it helps you get a single expedition advancement. Because you move whatever big thing is on one side to the other side. Uh, and that will and because Traced is one expedition ahead, that will help Traced stay, help Traced win if they are able to go at parity, go 1 for 1.
And for anyone who's watching, who doesn't know the rules, because Cedric's typing in the chat, so this will be the last day played. If we end up in a situation where the Navenka won zeros and they are tied, then they will define a winner using arena. So whoever's leading in 2 of the 3 zones with stats.
And important distinction: this is uh this does not mean, because this happened at Worlds. This does not mean that you then go to Arena. Is that you don't have
Hmm.
an additional day in Arena. Is that this day is treated as Arena, which
Yeah.
means that starting with the Coniferal Cone Man into
Yeah.
play is putting Navenka at a higher advantage of winning that tiebreaker if they are able to make it there. But in terms of playing outside of tiebreaker, Traced is ahead because they are one expedition ahead, which means they do have a good chance to win if they go 1 for 1, which is what they are hoping to do this day. The problem is Navenka has so many after use. We already saw the data list. So they can Daedalus, scout Daedalus, sleight of hand, scout Daedalus again. That's 3 mana worth of cards and makes the opponent play 3 cards before they have to commit anything. And they're still getting value because they're putting boosts on characters
Yeah, and we could see them
and drawing
use the
cards.
sort of twinkle twinkle at the end of this. So the Traced at the moment sitting with only 1 character on the expeditions is in a sort of like at risk of that, and then then losing 2-0. So it's kind of the Trace needs to try and get more units onto the field to help with that overall. But like you were saying, the Navenka has so many after use, they could just sit in the situation now and keep the twinkle twinkle to the end and just play it twice. For if obviously if the Trace ends up with 2 units on the board.
Yeah, well, as you're saying, the Twinkle Twinkle is a threat. So you often don't want to put too much of your stats on one character. Putting both Haven boosts on this one Dr. Frankenstein shows to me that Traced feels worried that they might not hit a character off their resupply. They
Mm.
don't have an additional way to get a card into reserve. Now they did hit, but if they had hit another spell or a landmark, then those Haven boosts would not be going anywhere, most likely.
Yeah, and hitting the elemental when you're sitting in forest on that side is not amazing.
Yeah, it can work defensively against the uh Cone Man in water,
Yeah.
but again, we're going on the offensive here. We are ahead. And now each of these dice rolls is also going to give a boost because of that Katagir and Mage Dancer.
Yeah,
This is
we still
what,
have the hooked, so we can see if that comes into play. But it's
yeah.
very cool. There we
Oop,
go. So we have
oop.
the reef, which I'm assuming is
I
going to
feel
get.
like, ooh,
Yeah,
interesting.
They're worried about the stats more than they are about the looping of the boosts.
Yeah. I think it also maybe another aspect is that the category mage dancer would go to reserve and could be replayed.
Hmm, that is true.
Although you're not as worried about that because the Navenka has 12 cards in hand. I'm sure they have one more character in there.
Yeah, I
Like,
would assume so.
it would be pretty interesting if they didn't, though.
Like Navenka's gonna play a 1 mana and then double Twinkle Twinkle.
Yeah, my guess would be sleight of hand
Yeah.
to after you, and then possibly put the Daedalus back into. Oh, they're just gonna scout another Daedalus.
Yep.
This does leave them up perfectly for two uh two Twinkle Twinkles.
Yeah.
And only 2 mana left for the traced means that if they want to hook, they have to do it now. And if not, then
Because if you hook, right, and then if the Navenka has Twinkle Twinkle, they just Twinkle Twinkle both of the Frankensteins, and then you would
yeah.
win because it would go to arena.
But if you don't hooked, then they just went
Yeah,
on
you don't
board
have
with
you don't really
Daedalus.
have a choice. Yeah.
So you just have to hope. How many Twinkle Twinkles?
I think they run
There are
2.
no Twinkle Twinkles in
Are there none?
not in discard that I'm seeing.
Oh, there's none in Discord. Yeah. And then they run 2 in their deck.
Oh yeah, no Lyra hero is not playing
I was
Twinkle
about to
Twinkle.
say.
Maybe a rock if they're playing. I have like an all character rock deck, but
Oh,
it's
nice.
not good.
I was about to say. Yeah, they literally only have 5 cards left in their deck, so the chances that there's 2 Twinkle Twinkles in
The
there.
2 Twinkle Twinkles are the bottom 2 cards. It could happen.
It could.
Oh. And that would bring us to tiebreaker. And again, as we laid out the tiebreakers earlier, this would be an arena day, and the stats would go to the Navenka. This has been a great match to view. I'm glad we chose this one. Or not we
Yeah.
chose. We were forced by Kohlrabi
Yes.
against our will to commentate this match.
Ooh, they don't.
Ooh.
Wait, do they not have the Twinkle Twinkle? I guess they can
What?
boost twice there, and maybe they were hoping to draw it now, because then they only have to use it on one of the Frankensteins. I would love to know if they honestly didn't have a Twinkle Twinkle still.
I mean, one Twinkle Twinkle still gets you there because you're
Yeah,
tied,
it
as you
does now.
said.
Yeah.
But okay.
We're all waiting in anticipation.
This is, I mean, they either have it or they don't, right?
Yeah, just play it.
Is there anything else? I guess they could Silent Night. They still have one Silent Night. Aim for the sleep.
Yeah.
Because that would get you the win if you hit the sleep, but that's a 50% chance. Because you give the boost to the trickster off of the mage dancer. But that's spooky to do. I mean, if it's your only out, it's your only out. But I just can't see why they wouldn't just snap play the Twinkle Twinkle if they don't have it. If they have it.
Oh, they passed?
They pass?
Wait, what? So the Twinkle Twinkles
What?
were in the last 4 cards? I don't have what I need. They're writing in chat. Okay, I'm shocked.
Wow.
Yeah, I need to ask it in chat. I need to find out.
No, they didn't TC. They said that they had that they didn't have the
Oh my god. Okay. I didn't expect that.
oh that
Also, Board Game Arena on my side is showing maintenance. Okay, it's back.
yeah. That was such an ending.
That
Oh
was
god.
interesting. There were only 4 cards left in their deck.
All three. Silent Night was oh, they were in mana. They were in
Oh,
mana.
no.
Oh,
Oh my gosh, no. That is terrible.
that is I mean, it's rough, but it's also what a great ending to the game.
Oh, it was an incredible game. All 3 games
God,
are really good.
well played to both players. Like,
Agreed.
all right, we are, the tournament's moving on ahead. It will have to move on without us. We
Yep.
are going to be heading out soon, passing the mics off to Astro and Rinku. But Argon, is there any shout outs you want to give or anything you want to say before we head out?
No, I appreciate the opportunity to cast today. It's been a lot of fun. That was a great game. I will, and I'll probably post it on like my socials and stuff, which you should be able to find. Just Argon TCG. I am doing my first ever altered card reveal this
Oh,
coming
nice.
week. I will announce the official date, but it'll probably be Wednesday evening US time. So I'm excited to do that. It's a Bravos card. So I'm excited about that. But thanks so much for joining, everyone.
Yeah, and thank you so much to the A.W.O.L team for organizing this and letting me be a part of it. I'm a guy trying. If you want to find me on YouTube or anything, and I know I will be joining chat immediately after, and I'm sure Argon will too, because this
I
has been
will.
a great day of games. But thank you so much, and we'll be right back with top 8, which is the most exciting round in my opinion, because that is what is going for qualifiers.
Thanks all.
All right. Well, welcome back to this awesome Winter Championship qualifier. High stakes here. We're in the top 8. It's Rinku. You can tell by my shirt that my girlfriend made. Will be available in the future. And I'm casting here with Astro. Astro, would you like to introduce yourself before we get into the match?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Astronebula 2. Some of you may have seen me yesterday commentating for the same tourney. I've been casting, started really recently, so I'm really excited to be here. Keep casting, keep learning, and I'm really excited for the games. As Rinku said, we're on the top 8, and I hear it's going to be a pretty sweet lineup.
Yeah. So here we have a match between Moondust and Matmatu. So they're both competitors from Worlds last year. So 5 of our top 8 competitors are actually people who compete on Worlds last year. We have Tempet, Pava, Sparky, and these two. I did check. These two did not, cross paths at Worlds. So this is kind of like an alternate timeline of the group stage was slightly differently and it was slightly different and such. But we have kind of the classic Trace versus Sigismar match. Astro, what's kind of your opinion of this sort of matchup? Like, uniques aside, like, what do you think we're kind of looking for, or what starts do you think they want?
So one of the biggest things when it comes to both of these heroes is that they've got a pretty low mana curve when it comes to all the different things that they can do. They've got cheap characters. We can see right here, we've got for Trace, the Savagers, both of which have come in pretty early in this match. And on the side of Sig, we've got that classic rare Ortis Trooper that's been such a staple in all of those top Sig decks, along with the relatively newer card, Soar, which is a really amazing one-cost spell with amazing value for its cost. So in this matchup, one of the biggest things to look for is all of those cheap cards, their interactions, and how each player ping pongs off each other off of the high number of 1 drops and 2 drops that they'll be playing. These mana curves, as you can see, being kept really low means that these turns, usually each player always has something to do. And in this Trace versus Sigismar match, one of the there's some pretty key cards for both players that really help them in in their respective match. For the likes of Trace, we've got things like Aerolith Reef, which Trace can be confident will target pretty much anything that Sijismar has, along with Avalanche, which we've seen before is really helpful for when Trace has, like, for example, a bunch of tokens up. Then, or when Sig has a bunch of tokens up, then Trace can use cards like that. Then on the side of Sig, we've also got the cards like what's called Trooper and Ortis Attorney that you can see here, where Trooper has that advantage over Traced of having stats that can go over Traced's 1 drops. And we've got the Attorney, which is cheap enough that it can be played to whatever side Traced is trying to advance on to get a draw while still trading 1 for 0.
Yeah, I like a lot of what you mentioned there. So we see that the Sigismar has a quick expedition lead. So one thing that's actually pretty interesting is a lot of Sigismar's cards end up being a little bit more uniform in terms of its stats. While that's not completely true, especially without Baba Yaga being around anymore, that 4 stat could be a little bit of a weakness, and sometimes Mountain, depending on Legate and Jack Frost. We do end up in a spot where it's actually trace cards that need to line up a little bit better in the beginning. When you think about those Frankensteins, and Amelia Earhart's, those are the uniform stats. But the cheaper cards that you expect a little bit more in the early game has lopsided stats. So actually, when you see the first day's run out and you get a lay of the land, you can actually know if like the trace can keep up or not. So actually, the Sigismar being able to get past that mono mountain on the hero side was actually a big achievement unlocked. Another thing that you brought up with the Ortis Attorney that I think is very important is that so we know that the Ortis recruit token can kind of turn into an expedition just by that native power that Sigismar has. But then you can then give up that sort of advantage and turn it into a card or a sabotage or both through these bureaucrats, which is very interesting. So the token kind of not necessarily snowballs into just them being steamrolled, but it can translate into other sorts of cards.
Yeah, and in a situation like we have here, where we've got an attorney on each side, unless Traced has a way to double advance this day, which they most likely do not. Oh, or of course we've got the classic hooked. With an attorney on each side, Trace can threaten to get that guaranteed card draw, depending on which side advances. Of course, here we've got the hooked coming out from Trace, which both helps with his card advantage and nullifies the draw that either attorney would have by putting them both on the advancing expedition. Another thing that I like that you mentioned with the lower stats in the cards that we mentioned for Traced with the Sap Sniffer, Salvager, and also the Viking that we've seen here means that Traced, of course, has to think a lot more about the biomes and regions that each player is in compared to SIG, which, as you said, with the more uniform stats, doesn't have to put as much of a worry towards those. I am interested to see if they have other cards like this Common Ortus Crier that they've played here. Because there are, of course, some cards on Ortus, like you mentioned, the Baba Yaga, that do have those uneven stat lines.
Yeah, so one card that would really help Matmatu here is Gargoyle, which they're playing 3 of. So that lines up very well on both sides for getting expedition advantage. So if you were to play it on the companion side, you can block and attack. Whereas on the other side, even trading one for one or even going down to expedition is fine. It's really a race at this point, and I think this is the pivotal turn. Trace online, just starting out. So we're going to see some Frankenstein, some very brawly sort of stats. And if you actually play the Frankenstein without boosting, it can't get license withdrawal, but sometimes getting license withdrawal is still fine in terms of overall card advantage. You get a resupply, you did through trace ability, and they paid 3 mana versus your 2. So I think this is the spot that if we see a 2-1 here, I think that is kind of a signal that Trace is actually like getting out of this expedition deficit.
Yeah. Another thing to notice here is that, of course, with Trace having his hero power up and the 5 cards he has in hand right now, Sigismar has to be really, really careful in monitoring what's in Trace's discard pile and assuming, and monitoring, at least in his head, trying to predict what Trace could have in hand because the options here are plentiful, as you can see. Another thing of note is that with Sig being in the lead like this, he has to. Oh, we have an Anansi unique coming in, and that's one of the things I wanted to mention is that Sigismar has to be really, really careful of the stat outputs that Trace can put here with things like that overstated Frankenstein you mentioned, Anansi uniques like the one he's putting here, and the Amelia I was going to mention as well. So with all of these cards now available for Traced, along with his ability, Sigismar is going to be on the back foot, especially if he starts running out of resources here.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting. So the spread that Moondust has of all Anansi uniques, there's like 2 1-statted, 2 1-statted ones, or sorry, cost ones, and one that's 4-2. The 1-statted one is a little bit better here from the standpoint that you might be able to after you enough time. So you can play this Anansi, Amelia, Sap Sniffer, the Grems, and even use its ability, and even play another one from your hand. So even a 2-0 might be possible. Especially because the hero biome lines up a little bit better for cards like Axiom Salvager, so that's a possibility. But ironically, might have also wanted the 4-2 Anansi. That way it's harder to teamwork training, for instance, and given that it's fleeting, won't be able to do more with that.
Mm-hmm. Waiting on seeing. Oh, okay. Trace does go with the Amelia Earhart just for another after you. It's now Sigismar's turn, which means it's likely that Sigismar is going to be spending more of his mana earlier than Trace this day, despite Trace being first. So that's actually a really good way for Trace to not sort of counter, but is the way that Trace has all of these cheap cards to almost match Sig's I guess after use with Sig's also cheap cards basically enables that's what makes the Trace Sig matchup so different from other things like when Sigismar's up versus Bravos or versus Muna is that this low mana curves that we mentioned earlier allows Trace to really almost force Sigismar to show his hand, show his strategy before Trace does. And so he can play more reactively towards that. Whereas the Sigismar here is forced to be more proactive, wondering what Trace has in his hand, wondering what Trace's plan is. And now that Trace's all set up here, trying to formulate a plan himself to try and think ahead of what Trace is doing in order to somewhat gain an advantage that way.
Yeah, so it is pretty tough to, and we see the extra 1 cost there. So one thing that you'll see sometimes in the Sigismar Trace matchup is that Sigismar will also sometimes pass a lot earlier than you might expect and say, well, Trace, like I actually need these cards in my hand to actually win the next day. and then we're gonna kind of take it from there. Like I'll accept that you just have more cards and overall resources, but neither of us have tiny gins or like ways of ramping, and we're still like at mana parity, and that's where I'm gonna beat you by having these quality of cards. But the Trooper being a little bit nice here from the standpoint that Moondust would still have to commit to both sides. But I think really just trying to get rid of the Haven as like a small because Sap Sniffer with Haven's very good. So trying to force Moondust into losing the Haven, I think is really what Matmatu is trying to accomplish today.
Yeah, I think he's really trying to keep in mind the biomes here because playing out this Grems is looking like that. Yep. Okay. So Trace decides to play out that Grems, and it looks like he's going to be using that Haven Bastion with the Sap Sniffer combo, as you mentioned, in order to get the stats that he needs in order to double advance over Sigismar's cards, as you can see here. That's another thing about Ascension is that, especially when it comes to like the Ascended Trooper, what it adds in the Ascension, unfortunately, it's either or. It either extends the expedition, or if it's already ascended, it boosts it. So that's why it's so good in combination with Gargoyle. But without the expedition already being ascended, it is a bit easier to go over it as a 3/3/3. Compared to, for example, the regular rare Ortis Trooper, which of course is just a 1 mana 1/2/2 stat line on its own to get that guaranteed value, whether instead of slightly gambling with the Ascension.
Mhm. So here we see the open of the Gargoyle in Perfect Expeditions. One thing that ends up being a little bit hard, if you're, say, Sigismar or Kojo, like these ones where your stats aren't always uniform, is specifically that Hooked can be very hard to play around in the late game. But we're kind of just brawling for stats for a little. But Sigismar kind of loses some amount of optionality in that sort of way, where Sigismar kind of has to be like, I need to end the game. I don't have much card selection or much velocity, like ability to see more cards. Where Trace gets to be like, oh, I think I can make this into a hook turn. We're going to 1-for-1, but I'm going to draw 2 by playing hook twice or something like that. So here we see, so we talked about Moondust's uniques. Matmatu has 2 Ortis Spies that are very similar. You might have seen them at the World Championship in Popeye's deck. So they're both 3/3 cost, and they have 5 total stats with no zeros, which is good. And they both leave Sabotage, and they arrow draw a card, which is obviously very good. And the last unique for Matmatu is just an Ozma that's 2/2 cost, 1/1/2 that pretty much arrow draws a card. These things have token restrictions and stuff, but it's Sigismar.
Okay, we're seeing Sig stack all of his stuff onto that hero side. He's really playing for the lead that he's gained with that first play of the Gargoyle on the mountain-only region that Trace is finding himself stuck in. So at this point, Trace has a couple options that he can try. One is that knowing that Sigismar's tapped out here, he can, of course, try to use his ability, maybe hooked if he has, like, say, another hooked, or if he has another character that can go over whatever he hooks, like, for example, the Ortis Recruit, and try to basically draw as much as he can and set up his resources, perhaps put up some permanents, something like a restocking station. He could use what's called Frankenstein to try and search through with the Haven Bastion, resupply some more. So he's got a lot of stuff. He's basically got an open-ended plate for him now that Sigismar's tapped out on mana.
Yeah, what I think they're looking for is, like you mentioned, setup, and some of the best setup is either drawing cards through the hooked, which you might be able to just play 2 hooks or something like that. But I think setting up a second Haven or an Aerolith Reef can both be good. So they're playing 2 Gibbles, so you can actually kind of cheat on mana. And I kind of mentioned there wasn't much way to get a mana advantage. The easiest way is actually through Gibble and Trace hero power. But the problem is when you have Frankensteins that aren't already in your reserve, and then you're also trying to Gibble, it's like hard to actually line up activating Trace that many times. So what Moondust might be thinking is, well, maybe I do play the Gibble, and you do have this leave Sabotage, but maybe I can like get Gibble, play a Haven also, like from hand, instead of like trying to get that card advantage, trying to get a mana advantage. We see a different permanent here. Not often seeing the keel and cylinder, but also pretty good with Gibble and just really screwing up some of the math in a very Nevenka sort of way.
Yeah. On top of that, being able to have that kill on cylinder come in on a day where it's not necessarily needed, though this is the rare, which means that you're usually going to be tapping it for 2 kill encounters on the first day anyway. The fact that you're starting with 2 counters this day and then basically almost as if you have 2 extra counters since you didn't need it this day, and you can extend that lead in order to build up those counters on the kill on cylinder, and with the few days that are left, we could be seeing this just get the 2 boost value that it needs for these perhaps final 2 days.
Hmm. Yeah. So where these order spies are the most potent are really just on the first day. You kind of just play it, and you know you're getting your card advantage, and you can ride that off into the sunset. So we might see that in later games. Coming out later, it's not too good in terms of stats, and we're in a stat battle at this point. And once Trace Hero Power is online, the actual card advantage isn't what matters as much as the card quality and the overall like mana it takes to play those sorts of cards. So we have seen 0 Frankensteins from our Trace player, and there's still 2 more Anansi uniques. So I'm giving the edge to Trace at this point. But we can still see some slow play on cards like Rallying Call. The second Soar can be very good, especially with more Ascended Troopers. So it's still anyone's game.
True, true. I agree with you in that Trace might have the edge here because, of course, he's got his setup. We've got the 2 guaranteed boosts from the Cylinder, the Haven Bastion. As you mentioned, we haven't seen any Frankensteins yet, and it's highly unlikely that they're in. So knowing that the Trace has all of this available to him and has milled through more of his deck than Sigismar with 12 cards left versus Sigismar's 20, it means that Trace not only has more stats visibly available to him, but also he likely has more stats hidden away that we can't see right now, but can assume that are there based on the fact that he has only 12 cards left in his deck.
Yeah, so this is an opening that makes a lot of sense to me. So instead of using the Trace Hero power, actually committing something with the Keelan elemental, and it's ironic, like the Frankenstein's probably good enough, but you can still use Trace Hero power with an Anansi that would then put another card from hand to your reserve. So you want to build up the reserve size when you can, which is also interesting because so Matu only has one traditional Order Spy, given that they have these really good unique ones. So it's actually not too
Oh,
threatening. Yeah, so this makes sense too. So might not have an announce yet, or maybe just playing around teamwork training. But the other point I wanted to make was that if you do have an announce already in your hand, or you're trying to play to draw it and play it to reserve, a card like Jack Frost actually still doesn't get rid of the boost, the additional boost that the announce would get from reserve.
yeah, yeah. Not to mention over here, we've got. I like how you mentioned the kill elemental starting play versus using traced ability. Most likely because knowing what traced has in hand. Sorry, not knowing what traced has in hand. Um, uh, Moondust might be thinking, okay, I've got this kill elemental. I know I want to use its ability. Looking at the biomes, he's pretty confident that he can play it onto that hero side and get full value out of it. He most likely wants to take advantage of the mountain and water stats in being really good defensively and offensively on that hero side versus on that companion side being slightly weaker with that plant stat. And of course, with him being first, he wants to see where Sigismar wants to play and stuff. And playing onto that token gets rid of that immediate threat of like, oh, he's currently taking this expedition for free. For 2 mana, he's put himself to above that Ortus recruit while putting that Frank in reserve without using his ability. So as you said, he's not committing too much while setting up a good possible 2-0.
Yeah. One thing that's really subtle I would like to point out here is the activation of the Keelan cylinder, and
into
then
Sap Sniffer.
actually just not using it. So either that could be, well, like maybe they were going to use Snap Sniffer from reserve. Maybe like they're not actually worried about the Keelan cylinder going away. So you might question why that might be there. It can also just be bait. It's like if you want to play license withdrawal, I actually have the win. So I actually
Mhm.
want to like see if I can induce that sort of thing. So it's interesting where you can make plays like, of course, you would wait until the end for your Keelan cylinder. Why would someone do it earlier? And given that Matu is, was top ranked of the leaderboard last season on Board Game Arena, and has played in Worlds, probably not falling for that sort of thing. There's little cool trapping plays that you could do at the lower levels, and it's not literally free to do, but if you know you're 100% to win if they play license withdrawal, you might as well give them a chance to just lose the game.
Yeah. On top of that, thinking about removal in general, you also have another removal that I don't have the deck open, but I don't know if you could confirm for me if he has Tiny Jail in this deck.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he has
Okay,
two.
yeah.
So he has one rare tiny jail. So you're right. It does play around that too.
Yeah, as well. That's just another thing to keep in mind is all of these mind games when it comes to removal and inciting removal, inciting a reaction from the opposing player when it comes to essentially baiting them into. Unfortunately, as you can see here, Traced, it looks like Sigismar did not really have, even the license withdrawal, as you said, wouldn't have saved him, but Sigismar does not really have the stats as he needed to go over, of course, the 3 boosts from the Cylinder, the Haven Bastion, you had the Frankenstein that we saw come up, and of course, finally, the Anansi Unique as the nail in the coffin for this quick end to this game.
Yep, and one thing that we see in chat, which I know you don't see on the overlay, is that Matmatu is choosing to go second in the next game. I think in a lot of situations you'll see people with going second preference. It depends on like the run out and like what you're going to expect, but not a surprise there.
Mhm.
So we need some time. So just as a reminder for how this is set up, it's using just direct one-on-one battles in Board Game Arena. Board Game Arena currently doesn't have the capability, even in friendly mode, to be able to choose who goes first. So unfortunately, we could be here for a near infinite amount of time, but we're going to have to just keep on flipping. hope, hope that the outcome of our Sigismard player going second, which is what they desire from having lost the first game. So for the first game, it was based on seed ranking. So we had the tournament yesterday, top 32. So that's how that was decided there. But now we just have to wait until a proper game is.
Yep.
Okay, so let's see. All right, still waiting for the game to start, I believe. Okay. Yeah. So one thing that happens on Board Game Arena is you know there's different windows in which you could join before a game has like officially started, and like when you're manning, sometimes you can sneak in a little bit early, which our producer here was able to do very well. On my side, it just gets an error saying you did not make it within that window, so sorry. So, but yeah, so that's why you're able to see this on the screen, and we can't see the hands, and people always wonder, oh, can't people just like listen to the stream and stuff? It's like, well, there has to be some sort of happy medium between competitive integrity along with just people like we don't even know what's best, we're not there, like it's
Yeah.
it's a high level event, they should really just be focusing on their stuff. So yeah, but we don't know what's in the hands, we're doing the best with speculation and just trying to read into the situation. It's also good, like I've always gone back and watched any match that I've played that has had commentary on it, and I've learned a lot from it. So it's a learning lesson for everyone too. So
Yeah.
we're into the game. So yeah, would you like to tell me about the sort of day one run out?
All right. So beginning with Trace going first, we had the Rare Salvager come out once again. Salvagers, of course, are really important cards for Trace to have early. It really helps with him building his ability. And on the side of Sigismar, we had the Ortus Trooper being played for 1 mana as well. As I said, that 1 mana bounce. And so Trace responded with a Hooked, which unfortunately, having to play that before with Trace having 2 mana left meant that Trace was able to use the second card in their hand, Ortus Attorney, to essentially double advance over Trace. Now, of course, this isn't highly unexpected. We know that, of course, with the 0 stats, as we mentioned and stuff, Trace does have a weaker early game start. And his goal right now is to just build up the counters to his ability as fast as he possibly can. So Sigismar 2-0ing him here isn't as big of a deal.
Yeah, and the 2-0 is also something that we saw in the previous game, right? And it ultimately didn't matter. 2-0 is kind of like what you're expecting. It's this day that you're hoping to at least go 1-1. And so taking out the Salvager, that's kind of a nod to making the Trace Hero Power not be able to come online as soon, because you can just go Salvager into whatever you resupply into. Whereas the Hook gives you back a full card, but that's not like the axis that Trace is inherently fighting on. Also, if you allow yourself to get 2-0'd as Trace, it's actually easier to contest expeditions the next day because you see what biomes you're fighting over and you can move forward on anything.
Yep. Another thing of note here is that Sigismar just went for the common Ortus Spy play to Sabo the Salvager coming out from Trace. He most likely didn't want the Trace to get the resupply off of that, but one thing of note is that any form of sabotage during the afternoon will always give Trace that counter anyway. So rather than that Salvager being potentially 2 counters for Trace, it became still 1 counter. So the Sabo wasn't as much of a hit as it would be in any other matchup.
Hmm. Yeah, so it's usually day 3 that, if Trace has a good draw, that they're able to start activating the hero power. So this is kind of a very pivotal turn for Matu. Just so did not open with any of their uniques again, which is obviously not ideal. It's going to be harder to keep Trace hero power off. But if you could sneak in another, even a 2-1, like it's really the rate at which
Yeah,
we're meeting, it's not so much like the actual quantity that you're ahead, because there's a point of no return, which we saw like last game. So
yeah.
there's a spot where you need a lead and you want it to be faster than slower. So 1-0 is actually still probably net good for Moondust, but you just want to move 2. Like even a 2 for 2 might also be fine.
Yeah, honestly, I always notice that especially when it comes to Sigs, Kojos, any hero that's really, really aggressive, one of the best things that they can do is double advance over you without really caring how much you advance. As you said, even though a 2-2 technically seems neutral, it of course, when you already have a 2 expedition lead, a 2-2 doesn't even sound that bad because all of a sudden you're only a couple expeditions away from winning the entire game, while their opponent is still like 3 or 4 expeditions from winning the game. And getting that lead early puts a lot of pressure on the opponent because Sigismar doesn't really care as much about playing defensively. He really is just the definition of aggro. I want to advance, advance, advance. I just want to win the game via the win condition that everyone else is trying to win.
Yeah, so I like that you brought that up. And one thing that I guess it's a very me thing to like really read into, but one thing I try to do as the Sigismar player in this sort of matchup is try to figure out how I'm trying to line up the actual biomes. So the one that's actually really scary is that the middle contains the mono forest biome. And the reason why that's scary is because you want to set up a play where you can Sandman and not get hooked into your Sandman doing nothing. And the
Yeah.
next turn is the turn that you would typically want to do it, if not the turn after. But you need to they need to hope that the mono forest is closer to the hero side. That way,
Yeah.
when they're advancing into it, they can actually try to double into the forest, and they
And
don't want
because
the
they don't
forest.
want to deal with that 0 stat, especially. Sandman, as you said, is a really powerful finisher for Sigismar, and unfortunately for them, they end up moving straight into that 0 on that side.
Yeah.
Of course, one thing of note is the Frog Prince coming in here will still have decent stats for advancing on either side, and it could be that Sigismar might, if they do have Sandman or are planning on using one later, they may just have to save that for maybe one more day ahead of this. As you said, though, just like in the previous game, we had a very similar setup to this, where Sigismar was many expeditions ahead of Trace, but once Trace gets his ability online, he's going to start outputting stats like crazy with things like the Frankenstein, as we saw earlier, and this same Anansi unit.
Yeah, one thing that is nice and is kind of a saving grace is at least the Frog Prince fights on both sides. So
Mhm.
kind of maybe a win-win situation there if they have Sandman in their hand. The other thing is by being able to lead first, you can play your Frog Prince, and the Anansi unique is not just massive, right? Like these uniques care about both reserves. So given that your reserve's empty, you might actually be able to stave off the Anansi for one turn and really force the Trace to play from hand. But if they're playing from hand, do they overload their reserve? Are they developing landmarks? So I feel like Matu is good for a single advance and really trying to
Oh,
make that the next day. It is so yeah. So the reason why this might exist is just being able to push through with just more stats, getting the Trace hero power online sooner. But I am honestly a little bit surprised. So the Frog Prince being on the hero side makes sense in a very traditional matchup, say against Kojo when you're just fighting tit for tat. But I think I would have liked to see the Frog Prince on the companion side, even with the Mountain being able to poke through that 0, because your Sandmans are so much worse now against Hook.
yeah. Not to mention, you really, really just care about advancing, as we mentioned earlier. And so that 0 stat in Mountain, like you're not caring as much about if Trace moves into that water region. And if they do, we are, of course, thinking about Sandman. It's perfectly fine if the Trace moves into the water region at the same time that you move into the water mountain.
Mhm.
And of course, the last card we see here from the Sigismar side is the Gargoyle. Interesting that they played that to the companion side, but it makes sense given that they were playing for that ascension to
Mhm.
simply go over Trace possibly weaker plant stats, as we know, with things like Vikey, Sap Sniffer. So as we did see here, a Vikey, it looks to be like Sigismar is going to be stuck in that plant stat for a bit longer.
Yeah, one thing I really like that Matsu did though is by using this relentless aggression, really prevented good landmarks from being developed. Now, don't get me wrong, the Airlift Wreath is good if you can combo it with Gibble, but it's not actually like how you want to be developing your landmarks. You want to get that restocking station, keel on cylinder, those types of things, and leading off with the frozen delivery. So, hey, I know what it's like to hit the Gibble that you need. I get it. That's obviously really good.
But you shouldn't
But
be relying on that.
right, exactly. That was actually a really scary point, but that might be the turning point of this game. The fact that a Gibble was hit off of it in particular.
Yeah.
There might be some awkwardness with that Grems though. I think we might see Trace Hero Power here just to really inform your decisions as to what this Grems needs to do. Do you need to use the Gibble before using the Grems? So Trace Hero Power is probably on the agenda.
There we go. Let's see what we've got here. We could be seeing something like Frankenstein into Gibble, into Grems. We've got a lot of options here. And given that possibly actually seeing the mana here for Matu, we've got 2 reserve cards, both of which cost 2 from reserve, and 1 card in hand. But with only 4 mana left, it's pretty unlikely that he'll be able to get away with a Sandman here. Especially with the biomes not being as favorable for him, and the double advance, of course, not really being on the table now that the recruit is gone from
Mhm.
due to the reef.
Yep. So once again, okay, so Soar is actually one of the best cards that you have here. And one thing I want to remind people about Soar is that when you play Soar the second time, you can target the Hero Expedition here, but you can still pump the Orta Spy. So that's not,
Yeah,
a lot of cards will be like, oh, it has to be in that expedition or something like that. It's just any Ascendant expedition. Also pretty cool in 2v2 if you end up playing that. But
yeah,
so Sword being a really cool after you, but now everything's face up on the table. Moondust has perfect information and should be able to navigate this the way they want, but delaying, okay, cool. So by having another smaller after you, and maybe another 1-drop is really ideal from Moondust side. That way you can gibble Grems if you have to, in terms
yeah.
of getting rid of your reef.
Yeah, exactly. That reef gonna be really powerful if the Trace, as you mentioned, has another one drop to stall with. Of course, it can doesn't seem like Trace is gonna have that much to target or to spy with right now, but knowing that he is gonna go for the Grems out first. It looks like he doesn't have the one drop needed to after you one more time, and most likely he could be stacking the reef, or he could just be using the Grums itself as an after you to kind of yes, yeah, I see what he did there. He just wanted to use the Grums without using either of its abilities, for that after you, knowing that, that Gibble is easily gonna take care of whatever Sigismar has in his reserve. As you said, the perfect information coming really in handy here, because he can confidently, go over Sigismar's spy, knowing that his mechanic is just gonna take the advance on the other side.
Yeah. A saving grace is at least 2 cards are going to the reserve this turn, and you're getting rid of one of them with your unique Order Spy, so that's not bad, but you're gonna have to start fighting through Frankenstein's, Anansi's. So it's gonna be an uphill battle, but it's not insurmountable, but that was not the way that Matmatu wanted that turn to go. Really wanted a single advance at any cost. A 1-2 would have been fine, but getting
Yeah.
2 arrows it's getting tough. I mean, this is like the last pivotal turn, in my opinion. And we see the decision to mana from Sigismar. Sigismar sometimes stops a little bit earlier, but given that you're probably going to lead on this Orta Spy, especially with the Reef still out there, you're going to draw a card. Your average card costs 1.5 or something, maybe 2. But we see a quick after you there.
Yeah. On top of that, you've also got the Trace now setting up his landmarks. And of course, It's a little scary knowing that Sig has the potential to win this day to set up the landmarks here, but knowing that you're now on like 8 total mana for 6 mana left, I think setting up the Haven Bastion is a good choice from the Trace, knowing that if he can just force a trade this day, which is pretty likely given he most likely has access to Frankenstein, Uniques. Again, we're seeing Trace being able to mill through his deck faster than Sigismar because Trace is a card advantage hero. And so we know that Trace is going to be getting his powerful cards, and setting up the landmarks isn't going to hurt as much, knowing that Sig is playing. He's first. He's played his Spy first for 3 mana. He's now played this Crier, and so being able to after you means that Trace can just put his stats up on whatever side Trace has the least stats on, forcing that trade.
I do think this is probably one of the best possible situations for Matmatu in terms of just like, yes, a development turn isn't great, but if they have, say, a rallying call or one more one cost, like this could be a spot where Moondust can actually whiff, even though they've seen so many cards that if they just have, I'm trying to think of the most mild situation, like Amelia Earhart is just like fine, like one cost 3/3/3, but so it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
As you said,
given that they're thinking, it's probably just not a trivial play, which is some saving
yeah.
grace.
And given what you said about the one drop possibly being in here for the Sigismar with something like the rallying call, that might be the make or break when it comes to that companion side, which it looks like Trace might be eyeing, given that all he has to do on this side is possibly just tie the foreign plant and just get any number greater than 2 for that mountain to advance and force that 1/1 trade. With the Anansi coming into reserve here, as you said, it does gain 1 boost for each card in its reserve, as well as the secondary effect played from anywhere. You may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, I gain 1 boost for each card in your reserve. So that double Anansi effect is going to be really useful for possibly getting up to 4 boosts on this Anansi if he chooses to put that card from his hand in reserve. But without, I really think that restocking station, as you said, was really helpful to be able to keep his resources up and recur this Anansi or possibly whatever he puts in reserve. I think what's highly likely to come out here, given that he's putting the Anansi, there's the Frankenstein, as I mentioned. Earlier, we did see Trace, before using his ability, was left on 1 card in his hand. I assumed that it was either going to be one of his Anansi uniques or the Frankenstein, because usually you don't want to just have 1 card in your hand and still be after viewing and using Trace ability so late. So knowing that he did have either that Frankenstein or that Anansi as that 1 card in his hand makes sense for why he made the decision that he did.
Yeah, and your eyes don't deceive you on the Anansi unique. It's actually one that has text that gives you 1 boost for each card in your reserve twice. So it has that as the reserve ability and the arrow ability. But one thing I want to highlight, just taking a step back from the game, there's other games, and this is the highest stakes. Like, sure, it's great afterwards to win, monetary, stuff, but really people just want to qualify for Worlds. And we have our first person that re-punched their ticket to Worlds. So Sparky defeated Zoa. So Sparky on Kojo will be in our top 4 and will be visiting Worlds again this year.
Wow, that's really good to hear. Nice to see. I actually think that the competitive scene in Altered is really tumultuous, to use a pun. And it's nice to see both new recurring players and players from last year make it up to the highest levels of play once again. Over here on the coming back to the game that we're on, the restocking station, while it was used to make the Anansi lose fleeting, because of that unique that you mentioned, the Order Spy, it was actually able to get sabotaged by the Sigismar. And now with the Jack Frost coming in to possibly exhaust the Foundry mechanic, but given that Trace first, he might just use it as an after you. We're looking at Trace having to decide between. Oh wait, no. Never mind, I miscounted. Trace has 2 cards in hand to Sigismar's 3. And so when counting Trace's ability, both players are relatively even when it comes to card advantage.
Yeah, so it's interesting that Order Spy, it's like as good as it's gonna be in terms of lining up the forest stat, but in terms of like mana to stats ratio, not
Yeah.
ideal. I think a card that Matmatu is really looking for is the second Soar. The
Yeah.
second Soar can really just present both after use, but also like it's kind of 1.5 on both sides.
Yeah, not to mention, if you don't need the after use, that support ability coming in for free can also possibly be a game changer. In addition to the Ascended, you could possibly get 3 mana worth of value for one, with the 2 boosts plus the Ascension, which can be really handy given that he has other characters and cards that he can play to get the stats that he need. Looking like with that mechanic one drop and the Haven Bastion and Frozen Delivery, and now resupply into another Anunci unique, Trace is going to be really handy with all of the one cost after use that he's getting. I think one of the things that we've seen all three over Despise, so Trace can be confident knowing that he's not that vulnerable to sabotage right now. I think the exhaust is probably something that Trace was planning on, and I'm partially wondering if Trace has a Vikey in hand. We've seen one rare Vikey. It's in the discard pile. I was just wondering if you could confirm for me if he has more than one.
Yeah, they're playing one common as well.
Okay.
So okay, we finally see the Jack Frost. So it was interesting. So the Nunci might have been a card too early, if they don't have the Viking, because the Jack Frost was able to exhaust it in the reserve. But Sap Sniffer like really punches above its weight class with the Haven, and it's gonna.
Mm-hmm.
So Matu saying the GGs, because pretty much any card in the Trace deck can be played and will win. So even hooked. I think the only blank would be another restocking station or something like that. But alas, we have Moondust, going back to Worlds as well. So our second competitor that repunched their ticket. So So I forget. I think Moondust might have won an LCQ. I got confused after a while which ones all other events or which one won LCQs. But minimally punching your ticket this early is really nice. You can lend your uniques to other people and just try to get more friends on board. But also like you can keep that period of time at the end of the year a little bit more open. Keep your travel plans open. So it's so awesome to see people be able to do that. And it's super impressive. Like these are not easy events, and Altered is not an easy game. So to be able to do that is actually amazing. All right, so the next match we're going to go is the Pava versus Trufino. So Trufino, we saw last round playing Trace, was able to beat the Navenka player. And then Pava's playing, I guess you could call it Big Kojo. I think that's what they've been calling it. So it's a Kojo list that will also play cards like Veilmon. It really advantage of the fact that they have, it's interesting. At Worlds, they actually played 2 ramp uniques. This time they only have 1. And it's a Haven Warrior that when it leaves ramps you, single ramps you. So being able to play cards like Veilmon and Halua a little bit faster or in their optimal form sooner.
Yeah. Okay, we've got the gameplay up and running. So we've have the this is Kojo versus Trace. And we have, of course, that unique that you mentioned, the Haven Warrior, already in the discard pile for Kojo. It looks like he was able to get that up really, really early. On the side of Traced, we have Frankenstein, Salvagers, Stargazer as notable rares, along with Hooked just now coming into the discard pile. So, just an introduction into this game, and I'll let you take us off from here.
Yeah, as someone that plays a lot of Kojo and has thought about it quite a bit, one of the reasons to actually play Big Kojo is specifically the Trace matchup. So if you don't play Big Kojo against Trace, you kind of wind up in the Sigmar sort of spot where even like a Hunger might not do enough if you don't have Rage to pair with it, or if they have the restocking station to make it loose bleeding. But when you can do things so ahead of schedule, or even just playing Veilmon with physical training can just be so much that Hook doesn't do anything. So in this game 3 sort of situation, it means that there's one time where Pavo is really able to go over top with all this with all this ramp and stuff. But there's another one where it's ironic, but like the Trace deck actually wants to be a little bit more aggressive when they know that the opponent's playing a bigger version of Kojo.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we've got the day starting. Trace with 8 mana, Kojo with 11. With the Sap Sniffer in reserve, it looks like Trace is going to be starting off with his ability early. I don't think he's as worried about possible hunger right now, and it looks like he's wanting to take advantage of the Haven Bowser unique. for that sabotage on the Priya, because as you said, these big cards are a little bit more difficult for Trace to get rid of. Even something like an Avalanche with the tough one on this Priya would just be a 4 mana trade. And so I think he most likely wants to keep cards like that, for example, Avalanche, for, as you said, things like Valimon, which at this point is gigantic and, of course, a defender. So it's a really, really big threat.
Yeah, one thing to note in the matchup is that our Trace player here does not actually play Boom or Blizzard like any way to get rid of a Hunger or something really big. It is just the two Avalanches, which do line up against Valmon, but Hunger will still be a very potent card. And we see the Trickster, which has been in their deck since the very beginning of time. So just a very efficient card advantage card. But allows you kind of after you into just being able to play the Hunger this turn, or even just trying to draw it, but doesn't have to be that good. It could still be Valmon, and if that gets avalanched, you can still just play from reserve, and then that should also be pretty reasonable in terms of being able to find the one advance. But we see another after you here in the Skater. So it can still go a lot of different ways, but it looks like it's very Kojo favored.
Yeah, I think you might be right. We could be just seeing the after use for a Hunger here. Since Trace doesn't really have any ways to deal with it properly, knowing that rather than each player being one away from winning, both players, Trace being at the disadvantage here by one means that it doesn't matter for Kojo to make the Hunger gigantic at all, because even a trade here would be nice. Instead, we see a common Tengu coming out on perfectly lining up with the stats of the Haven Bouncer. And currently, with Kojo having 6 mana left and Trace most likely playing out either the Salvager or something else from his hand here, it's looking like Kojo's going to be able to respond appropriately to whatever Trace pulls out.
Yeah, I will say that the decision to not pop this Aerolith, or sorry, Aerolith. I get confused
Yeah,
with
it is,
all
yeah.
of them sometimes.
No, yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna say Aerolith and Reef, and I'm like, I know it's not popping that
Yeah.
one. So this Aerolith implies that there is a 3 cost in hand, because if not, you would pop it and then consider playing the card, like get more information sooner. Sometimes it's worth concealing that information from both you and your opponent, but I think it implies that there might be, for instance, Pava has a really good Trailblazer unique that can kind of just put a bunch of stats on both sides, and that costs 3. Just really thinking about other 3 cost cards. Could be trying to line up something like a Haven Bouncer, but right now, just okay. So Armored Jammer. So I do like the Jammer here. It allows, you might need a little bit more variance. Like, okay, you play the Skater, you probably have this plan. You didn't pop the Reef. What if you just have a Bouncer? Can I beat that? But Physical Training is not going to be able to beat. That's 6 of stats for 6 mana, which is kind of the
not
most
to mention the draw.
Yep. So it looks like Pava. So Pava also played in Worlds last year, but they won the LCQ to do it, so didn't get much sleep that night, but able to punch their ticket at the first possible event too. So it's a whole season of just being able to get ample amount of sleep and practice ahead of time.
Yeah, it's also good to see here. It's also worthy of note here that Trace coming in here. So far, we've seen I believe we saw the Trace win versus the Sigismar in the previous matchup, and we see the Trace lose here versus kind of completing that trifecta almost of we've got that Kojo, Sig, and Traced in those like top 3 heroes. We can see almost their like matchups within the 3, kind of like a rock paper scissors almost.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we're 3 for 3, and it could be 4 for 4. So Tempet against Tituo. So Tempet also played in in Worlds last year. So we'll see if it'll be 4 for 4, which would honestly be wild. Like this game, the skill cap is so high, and these people really just putting up performance after performance, and there's still plenty of prize to be won after you make in the top 4, but
Yeah.
to play in Worlds is something that you can't really quantify with money. Where, sure, if you win the overall thing, you get a bunch of uniques, you get an expert pack, like you get, hundreds of dollars worth of stuff. But I could also go work a job. I can't just like work a job that then qualifies for Worlds. So, this is why we play the game, and it's so awesome to see these sorts of things happening.
Yeah. really inspiring and honestly really exciting too. I honestly, being in the altered community since the very beginning, I've had a chance to see myself grow, see myself explore this game and find my place. I'm still learning, I'm still finding my place, but I have loved both playing the game online physically. I've loved watching the game, and now like starting casting and doing this for the past a couple months has been really, really nice to experience. I've never really done anything like this before, but it's been really, really fun. I've been having a lot of good times with the team and interacting with so many people in the community, in the Discord, here live through the chat with you guys as well. It's been a mind blowing experience, that's for sure. And getting to cast these high level games, seeing these players move up in tournaments, it's really, really exciting. It reminds me of my time when I was at the Dallas WCQ. It was honestly the first of its experience for me. I had never been to a convention or anything like that before, and I had never really been in a room with so many people with the same goal as me. And it was such an exciting experience. It was exhilarating, really. And so I'm almost getting to experience that again by having these live games with you, having these conversations with other casters, and I honestly I could go on and on. I love this.
Yep. So we have the last table. So Tempet played on Worlds last year. They actually qualified for Worlds playing Trace in the European WCQ online, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
And their unique suite is a little bit different this time. So last year they only had one machine in the ice that was really good in Trace. This year they have three, and all of them are very brawly. They're both enablers. It's interesting because by playing these machine in the ice ones, like the Nancy style ones, don't always facilitate like Trace Hero Power coming online. They're a lot better when Trace Hero Power is online. But the machine and the ice that they have just kind of do it all, even though it's not as big when Hero Power is online. TCG, on the other hand, so TCG is the inspiration for why we even have Clay Kakoba. But there's these alchemists and Ortis cadets that they're playing that all do very similar things in the unique spot, which is they make more tokens and they charge. So what you're able to do in some cases is you can like act like you're playing towards one side and then you actually win both sides, or you can split it up, and if they also split it up, then you get to like you can think about how Fire Rabbit can ruin someone's day. Well, these uniques are like Mega Fire Rabbit.
Good to know. I think. Oh, interesting. We've got a Sandman coming out early from Sigma. I always wondered what do Sidismars do when they draw Sandman really, really early. I guess this is one thing that they can choose to do.
Yeah, the only thing that's like terrifying there is if there's a hooked, then it would just be a 0 for 0, which is kind of wild. But Tempet being able to 1 for 0 with one of these machine in the ice uniques. So this one is really interesting, where pretty much it has arrow if you have 2 or more permanents. The next card you play this afternoon costs. Sorry, it was a 2-0. Yeah, I was getting to that point, but yeah. So pretty much an arrow, and the next card you play costs 1 less. So when you play the one from hand, it's kind of like 0, and when you play from the reserve, it's kind of like 1. And then they have this other one. So they were able to just for 2 costs do all these after use, but really just 2-0, which is something that the machine and the ice can do that Anansi can't.
Yeah. Now, one thing that's I'm a bit worried about here is seeing this traced mana. I wonder what could be in their hand right now. Maybe something like a frozen delivery. They're probably going to be relying on this airlift as well this day to probably get maybe it's possible they could be getting 2 trace counters this day and starting to fire up their ability. Frozen delivery card I mentioned. Yep, one of the best things that they can do here for that after you see the card that they get in the reserve, so they can decide whether or not they want to pay the 1 for the airlift resupply. Looks like they
Yeah.
shall be getting their ability this day.
Yeah, so one thing that could be backbreaking from Tituo's side is to have a Jack Frost here to actually prevent that from happening, unless if you get like this chain of like Axiom Salvagers or more frozen deliveries off of the airlift. But opening up with the Sandman means that it is pretty likely you get Hero Power online. So yeah, definitely very interesting situation, and we're gonna see if the decision to sleep the token pays off from the previous day in terms of just having more stats on this day.
Yep.
So we see this after you and makes us so that way, okay, let's see what your Aerolith Reef does, and then we could decide if we need to commit more resources. Because, okay, yeah, so
Mm.
gonna end up giving up a 2-0 unless if the Trace Hero power can help in a meaningful way, but it would have to be exactly Amelia, so we might still see the Rallying Call to play around the Amelia, but valuing that half a card still.
Okay, instead we've got the Kill on Elemental coming in, so the Trace comes back with his own 2-0. It's looking like I might have to do something real quick, so I'll just hop off for maybe like 30 seconds if you'll give me one moment.
Yeah, you can just mute or whatnot. Okay, cool. So yeah, so with the Sigismar 2.0, but now they trace hero power online. So we have this sort of back and forward nature. But if past sort of games that we've watched so far in this top 8 or just history, people say that in general, Trace has the edge over Sigismar because it can just get to this point and then just have brawlier stats that are harder to interact with, such that the actual like the cost to power ratio is just so much better for the traced. So this is really a pivotal turn. It's also one that one of Titua's uniques will really turn up pretty well because Tempet went down to virtually 0 cards. Okay, well having the Frankenstein with restocking station might have been a bit much. I mean, it was a lot interesting earlier, but yeah, so that makes it slightly less interesting. Because now you just get that 2 costs, and then you can also Aerolith Reef. So pretty much you get to clear this board, and you still have the restocking station to get that Frankenstein again, and you'll be first player. So minimally you can play from the reserve if you really need to. So it looks like this looks to be pretty good, but I think I'm trying to. Hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to think what's the best situation for Tituo because despite the expedition lead, it seems like with that Frankenstein resupply, they might actually be behind here.
Yeah, honestly, I think what's highly likely is given that they went for the one cost after use with Rallying Call and Templar, they're going to be looking to play possibly. I'm thinking the bottoms are pretty good for a Gargoyle here.
Hmm.
A Gargoyle could be possible, and then we could be doing that into something like an Attorney. And another reef coming out from Tempet here is looking pretty scary because they'll be able to not only after you if they want to by playing that reef and getting rid of the recruit, but it also means that they can oh, okay. I was gonna say it means they can remove possibly all of Sigismar's characters, including the attorney, but instead it's looking like Trace is going to be doing a more defensive play with the overstats in Mountain and Water on that hero side, rather than the utilizing it on the companion side. I think most likely he's going to be playing for that Frankenstein, as you mentioned, to get rid of that 2/2 recruit. And so that makes that kill on Elemental just a bit more scary because it doesn't have a 0 stat implant, it has a 1. So it still threatens to advance there if there's no characters.
Yeah, it's so interesting in this game that like 1 is like so much more than 0, and 2 is just a little bit more than 1.
Yeah.
But yeah, so one thing, yeah, so it's definitely interesting to kind of approach it that way, but the amount of commitment that it causes Tituo to need to do to be able to actually contest. So what we're probably going to see from here is Frankenstein on the companion side, and then use Aerolith Reef on the token.
Yeah.
And this way, and then still being able to use the restocking station to get the Frankenstein back. So
Yeah.
when we saw Matsu play with all these leaves sabotage, where you want to get them really early, Tituos are actually the other way around. They're a lot better when you go late, being able to try to fight for both sides. So I actually think in this board state, the Tituo like configuration is a lot better at actually trying to beat Trace because those uniques can be like 2 or 3 costs like 6 or 8 like total like power in each terrain, which is
Wow. Yeah.
really weird.
That sounds really, really good, especially when it comes to the scaling, because just using a term from like other games, when it comes to altered, heroes typically have a kind of scale. I refer to it as scaling, where they have they have early game power, or they're mid range, or they could have they could be late game scalers. And Trace is one of those mid range slash late game scalers where he just gets stronger and stronger the longer the game goes on, especially when it comes to an opponent like Sigismar that tends to run out of resources faster. And so Trace can not only set up with his landmarks, but also set up his resources with his hero power. And so in this, in a situation like this, the difference between like the make or break between between Tito and the other match that we saw with Matu is that these uniques, as you're mentioning, are going to be really helping the Sigismar maintain a consistent scaling throughout the game, keeping that early power with the regular Sigismar cards like Ortis Trooper, a Rallying Call, Aegis Templar, while using those uniques as a sort of late game, I guess, like a banking. Like you're using them as a sort of protection for when the game does go longer, or when you are in a matchup such as this with Trace, then you can really make use of those uniques to keep some power in that late game and fight with these Trace and like Lyra heroes with their NFCs and powerful stats in that way.
Yeah. So just for you, I kind of set it from a higher level, but for all of you at home that might not be looking at the deck list, so the uniques we're talking about, there's a 2-cost one that can pretty much make a recruit and boost your team. It has some extra conditions, and then there's 3-cost ones that make 2 recruits and boost your team. So when you're trying to play along and try to figure out like, oh, what would I do here, or like, is this enough? Does that unique do it? That's what we're working with here. So
Yeah,
it's that
yeah,
3-cost ones make 2 recruits. So here's one of them. Makes 2 recruits and then also boosts your team. Whereas the
yeah.
2-cost one makes 1 recruit and boosts your team.
Yeah, and for those of you, just for a reminder for the previous, the one I was mentioning with Matmatu's Sigismar, in his deck, he had more early game strong uniques that you're more wanting to play on day one, with especially with those couple or spies that drew cards when they were played and sabotaged when they left.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly. So we see in the chat, so there's about 9 minutes left in the round. It looks like 8 now. Hopefully this game has a very natural conclusion. And I honestly don't really like thinking about that. I like to think that both people are just trying their best to win in the traditional way. So we're going to focus on that for now. But if you hear us abruptly saying, well, now we care about this other stuff, it's because of the overtime proceedings, which would happen in 7 minutes. But it looks like this has enough time to finish in a very natural way.
Mhm. We're seeing another machine in the ice unique coming out from Trace. It is another 1-cost, 2-cost with 3/3/2 stat lines, and from hand, send me to reserve, and played from anywhere actually resupply. So rather than using essentially 0 cost or 1 cost after use, like from the other machine in the ice, this one is more geared towards resources. And so while it is a tiny bit more expensive, that play from anywhere resupply can potentially give you almost like a spell 2 resupplies in a day, sort of like a frozen delivery with stats attached.
Right. And once it's in your reserve, it's actually like a Frankenstein that doesn't need the Haven in play, and it just has one less stat
Mm.
of resupplying. So you don't get to like Aerolith 3 for a restock or restocking station with it, but you are pretty much like resupplying off of it like you would if you Frankenstein for a Haven.
Yeah, and it's nice to see the duality between the 2 Machine and the Ice uniques that we've seen, where, as if you recall, on that earlier day when he played the Machine and the Ice into that Izmir Stargazer, he ended that day with no cards in his reserve and no cards in his hand, topped the deck the next day with 1 card in his hand. So he was, of course, had no information on what cards he would be drawing the next day. And so it's that nice duality. If you've got this unique that's insane at putting out stats, it's insane for advancing your expeditions, and then you've got this machine in the ice that's less geared towards advancing in stats, and it's more geared towards resources. And so it has slightly less aggro power, but still holds up consistently on its own, because overall you could be playing 3 mana for a 3/3/2, and after you and 2 supplies, which is still very, very decent. And now, as we're seeing with the Trace Hero power coming up, he's not really having to worry about card advantage anymore, given that he's got 4 cards in hand, along with the Trace ability coming up. The
Mhm.
restocking station being at 0 counters, I did want to mention, means that he's no longer going to be able to use it anymore for stuff like unless he has something like Frankenstein. But Grems, of course, and other sacrifice permanent synergies still make the restocking stations or cylinders with zero counters valuable.
Wow. So as you mentioned, and we got a resupply into the Frankenstein, which can restock the restocking station. I don't think that's why the game was like that, but yeah. So, but we also saw T2O leading on the Gift of Self, which is actually typically a sign of weakness. Like that is not your ideal sort of start.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is a way to kind of be a pseudo conjuring seal where you're kind of saying, well, this token doesn't innately matter that much, and then I can like draw two. But when
Yeah.
you're behind on Tumult and going to be behind on cards, you really just want stats that do things. So really just trying to dig for the other uniques. One other update that we have is we kind of mentioned that this is the last decider for who makes top four, but there was another set of matches that we're playing, or just one other one, and it was for faction champion because we
Yeah,
had
I was wondering when to mention that.
so we had all the Liras, kind of lose in the same part of the bracket. So instead of just using tiebreakers, we wanted to actually have them play to see who would get the champion. And would you like to reveal who won?
See, we've got in the faction match, the Yikes or Yates. I'm not completely sure how to pronounce it, but actually winning the faction match. And so I'm actually really proud of him because watching his game earlier, that a guy trying was casting along with Argon. It was really fun to watch the Nevenka almost beat the Traced, and I was really a little sad that they lost in the end, despite having like 30 cards left in their hand. But it was really nice to watch them play, and I'm really excited and glad for them that they've won the faction champion.
Yeah, it's definitely a good consolation prize. I mean, I'm someone that has won some of these like valuable cards in person or like very individualized, and it is really cool. Like it's like another trophy, but like trophies that you like hold in a case have a very different value than the trophy that you can like bring to the table and play with. And it's like
Yeah.
cool to be able to play with that stamped card, being like, I earned this.
Yeah, not to mention, okay, and then going back to the game, I'm seeing we're seeing here with the Trace and Sig. I'm actually really surprised. Not only did he play the Gift of Self that you mentioned to start, he played a second Gift of Self on top of that to sacrifice the unique that he played to draw an additional 2 cards and ended the day with an Attorney, basically completely conceding the double advance to Trace while getting essentially 5 draws in a single day.
Yeah, so it's kind of the situation where the game is like statistically over. It's like the way I like putting it. Like, sure, people can make mistakes,
Mhm.
but from a
When it
higher
comes
level,
to the top.
you are just so far behind that you need to be like, okay, if you have all bricks, like this is what I need, and just the hand composition that they had in the time was not good enough to even beat a fistful of bricks.
Yeah. I mean, I've been in situations like that before, especially when it comes to my recent game versus you in Ace a while ago on Monday. I was breaking up a lot and basically just had to just lost the game from there. Over here, though, I do think that Sigismar taking that turn to completely replenish his resources maybe an investment depending on what he has in hand and what he was planning around. Because what's going to start ending up what's pretty likely here is that he's got at least one of his 2 uniques left, and as you said, those guys are pretty good at putting stats on the board, especially with those charges attached to them. So, it could be that he's got, we've already seen one of the 3-cost ones, so he could have, a 2-cost unique left, and with 9 mana up, and this a lot of cards left in his hand, he could be putting up, many stats, especially with I saw recently the Blizzard go to the discard pile, Trace Overflow is reserved, and just decided to get rid of Blizzard. So it could be here that, yeah, and as we're seeing the Jack Frost, I wouldn't count 2-2-0 out of this game yet.
Yeah. So the Jack Frost a really good opening there, forcing the Trace Hero Power to give, minimally Tempest more information. But Amelia is actually not the lead that you would typically want. It could be possible that you can also just hooked enough times, and that would help. So I think a 1-cost here is very pivotal for Tituo to not just lose here.
Yeah.
We do see a 2-cost, which conceals a little bit what's in the hand. But yeah, it ends up being a very large card which gets hooked. So we see that here. Pretty hard to play around, admittedly. But if we still see unique plus most cards in Sigismar, we can still see a 2-0 here. So we'll see how this lines up.
Mm-hmm. As of yet, we've seen pretty much just one rallying call in the discard pile, and so I believe he's got 2 swords. You said?
No, so that was Matu.
Oh, my
Tutu,
bad.
it's okay. Tutu is playing 3 rallying calls, so can still play a rallying call here. They also have cards like teamwork training, which not the best sort of after you, but especially since you see a restocking station there, and you know Trace can delay the hooked by 1 activation if they need to. So I think the leading on the Ordis Attorney kind of already implies that 220 doesn't have a 1 cost in hand, because you would usually lead with the 1 cost, but it could be that kind of like bait and switch sort of thing. So okay, so here we do actually have a rallying call. So we'll see if it ends up being enough. It's going to be hard though, because I think it has to be the Alchemist at some point. We'll see. So it looks like time was hit, which means that, if I understand, well, yeah. So when time is hit, just to explain it for everyone, you just play another day, and then you get to the end of that day and progress normally. And if someone is closer to winning in terms of Kaibara count, then that person wins. If they're equal, then it's an instantaneous arena, which with what is already out there, which we would evaluate manually, because that is not how it works in Board Game Arena. But we'll see if it gets to that point. So we do see one of these uniques. So this is the 2-cost one, so that makes 1, and then we'll boost the team. But I think that implies a teamwork training, or here we have a second rallying call. But the hooked is going to be able to hooked over the bigger one, so that would be the token in this case. So
Teamwork training won't save him here.
yeah, exactly. It won't save him, and it looks like it's probably just good enough for Tempet to win this day.
Yep. Of course, I think you did mention that he's got 2 of the uniques. I'm wondering if it's possible that he has yet another one of his uniques, but looking here, I think that's probably not going to save him, given that Tembit goes with another final after you in the form of Sap Sniffer, and the what's it called? I was
Hooked.
going to say hooked is going to be detrimental here. Okay, gargoyle is an okay try, but unfortunately is not gonna. There's no real defense here for hooked. It's one of the most powerful cards Axiom has when they're ahead and 1 away from winning.
Yep. So like that, all 4 spots were taken by World's competitors from last year. So Tempet also going on through with Trace, which he qualified with last time. So already a star-studded Worlds, and it's just the first 4 slots that have been taken. There's still the other 20 whatever that we need to go through. So, but yeah, keep in mind there's still plenty of stakes that people are fighting for. That first place prize looks super juicy, so it's not it's not, the tournament's not over, but there's definitely a big, like, if you ask any of the competitors, at the start of day 1 yesterday, would you take top 4 and then losing? All of them would say yes. So you're really just playing with house money here.
Mm-hmm. I think it's still going to be an exciting rest of the games. I believe I think I'm coming off after the top 8's finished. So I think this is something that I'm on. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think looking back at this tournament from yesterday and today, the stakes, of course, rose very, very rapidly. And seeing today the 4 people, all who were in Worlds last year, make it again make it again this year with these first slots, really, really interesting to see, because on the one hand, it signals that in my head at least, I'm a little bit more ready for a change. It also makes me a little bit more excited for the newer sets that are coming out, like Seeds. I'm really excited to see the meta shift. I'm also really excited for some of the new heroes that are coming out. And so I think, as you said, there's still 28 spots left. There's going to be plenty of time throughout the rest of the year, especially with these new sets, to have new up and comers make it toward these high levels of play and qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely gonna be great, and like we don't even know yet how like WCQs are gonna work, similar to like when we met at Dallas. We do know that there's gonna be LCQs still, so there's still so much that's already there that's worth looking forward to, and
Yeah.
there's unknown stuff that are still really awesome that we're kind of waiting for as well. So yeah, lots of really cool things on the roadmap. So just to kind of recap what we're going to be going back into is that we actually have a Kojo mirror on one side of the top four and a Trace mirror on the other side of the top four. So will this inform, the watch list conversions? Who knows? But it will still be really fun to watch. So we're gonna cut to a break, and thanks everyone for tuning in.
See ya.
All right. Well, welcome back. So, it was great seeing Astro again from yesterday, but we actually have a competitor from yesterday and a fellow teammate that will be joining me today.
Yes, hello,
So
hello.
yeah, yeah.
I'm
So,
Runeford.
yeah. How about yeah? Sorry. We
I'm
have a
going
lot
for
of
the
good
introduction.
energy here. We never talk over each other.
Yeah, that's never gonna happen. So yeah, I've played yesterday as well. I've barely missed the top cut. Got 37th, and yeah. So I'm now here for you to guess this amazing top 4 match. And I've heard we're watching the Bravos Mirror with Pava against Sparky.
Yeah, so I know you don't have the deck list in front of you, but they're actually both big Kojo lists. But even more interesting, Sparky is playing bigger Kojo, which I was not expecting. So Pava's playing a list very similar to a list that they and Tempet played at Worlds, and that Pava qualified with, which plays like this sort of Veilmon with physical training. They're not playing mana channeling this time, so a little bit lighter on the mana ramp. But still playing this Haven warrior that can double ramp, as in over 2 turns it ramps. Where
I
Sparky,
really love these types of uniques that are just 4 costs, good stats, and ramping 2 times. That is pretty sweet.
yeah, and then on Sparky's side, it's actually closer to like a makeshift Atsadi list, which is really interesting. So, when we were on break, Rune Blue and I were talking, and I was kind of saying it's like if Kojo, Atsadi, and Basira had like a really weird baby is like is Sparky's list. But Sparky's playing Colorful Cuckoo, which is kind of a Basira style card, but is also playing Mana Flare, Mana Channeling, Kairi's Intervention, and these unique Haluas and Kaibaras that are 6 and 7 costs respectively that are just massive. So I actually think the edge will go to Sparky for just having bigger things. And by like it's this weird circle that happens in card games. If you're a little bit slower and a little bit bigger, it's usually better for you. And at some point, if you're too big, then you want to be super fast. So I think Sparky's list is not as good against a list like that I would run, which is like 3 Ishimbushi and like 2 or 3 rare mana eruptions because I would punish those big cards. But being just a little bit bigger than Pava, I think I give the edge to Sparky.
Okay, yeah. I think it might also just come down a bit to who's ramping faster or who gets more mana and then can just utilize maybe more of the hunger style where you can just out after you the big cards from your opponent and then play a hunger afterwards. So that might also be a dynamic to watch out for on this one. But yeah, it's those are definitely similar lists, but different enough to not be the same list at all.
Yeah. So yeah, and then since we're not going to watch it first, at least, would you like to kind of give a rundown of the other side of the bracket?
Yeah, the other side is Tempet against. I think you also already made a great rundown, but I think the games might be starting. I think the first game that they just got up. It's okay. They also started the timer by now, and they're setting up and probably are now checking if the correct player is going first. Are they still doing the same thing that the higher seeded players choosing the first round?
Yeah.
Then they might need to to remake the lobby, but I'm not sure who was chosen, and yeah.
Yeah,
But it seems like they are selecting heroes, and we're gonna see that Kojo versus Kojo.
Yeah, so traditionally in the Kojo mirror, in normal Kojo mirrors, you actually want to go second. So even though the advantage of having the Buddha potentially an extra turn, if you have an odd number of days, feels better. But you can actually end up getting 1-for-1s pretty easy as the second player, and then you have the Buddha to then like actually be able to 2-1. It's easier 2-1 the second day if you have Buddha, because then you play to the other side and then you just match whatever they play.
So I'm not that much of a Kojo player, but by the time I used to play Kojo, the mirror started off usually by each player just 2-0ing on their own Buddha turn. Is that still something that is happening nowadays, or is the Kojo dynamic a little bit different by now?
Yeah, it's a bit different. So the problem is when you're the first player, you commit to the other side just to force them to do something. But you have cards like Tengu and Leviathan Spotter where it doesn't line up as well with your 1-cost cards all the time. So for instance, in my list, like if I went first and I have like Tengu Ishimbushi, like I don't even know if I'm necessarily going to be able to get everything I want on the first day because they could play Tengu on like the other side. But Here, both of them being slightly more ramp oriented, I could see that changing the dynamic. I don't have as much experience in that sort of way. There are times where people on the first turn want to play physical training just to get the card draw and then say, I'm okay trading 1-for-1. And there's less sabotage in. Actually, they both play 3 bouncers, but that's not your ideal play on 4 mana. Your ideal play on 4 mana is actually Pava's unique here. Would you be able to give a rundown of what that card does?
Yeah, it is a when I leave the expedition zone, puts the top card of your deck in the mana zone, and yeah, that is pretty sweet, simple ramp, and yeah, also very good stats. But it seems like we are trading. Maybe there's a shot for Sparky here. I think that they're not running cards like the Pathfinder anymore, so I think it's
Right.
again just a trade unless Sparky has cards to set up. But I'm not sure if there are permanents in the list.
Well, so the best card here is actually the 1 mana channeling. If they could play that this turn,
Oh,
then they
yeah.
will keep up with the unique.
And what did they just show? It was a hunger?
The
Or?
Hunger.
Okay, yeah. So we already know that card is there, but Pava is ahead in mana. Not current, so yeah, pretty much currently. It's as soon as the warrior leaves, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that, like, the tough part of the dynamic, though, is, like, so Pava has access to cards like Fire Rabbit and slightly more smaller, like, after you sort of oriented things. But what Sparky wants to be able to do is even better on Pava's Buddha turn, be able to set up a Mana Flare or one of these Haluas to, like, stop the Buddha and, like, at worst trade 1-for-1, but maybe overflow or reserve or, like, get many resources out there, and then just play the Halua again, because these are unique Haluas. Unique Haluas, they don't off themselves at the end. You can just play them again the next day.
Yeah. These you can look at these uniques kind of as they're a big threat, and also they're very easy for your own card advantage because you're just playing 1 card a day and playing that same card again the next day. So you're basically over the turn of over 2 turns, you're kind of going even or up on cards even. And yeah, so therefore in that regard they're pretty good, and they're threatening your opponent a lot as well.
Yeah, it reminds me of, like, I ran like a thought experiment one time. I'm just like, how obviously this card's good, but 3 costs like infinite, 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 and it's just like that you can't play in the arena. But like, how good would that card be? And you start off with just being like, oh, you play it and then you win the expedition, but then they trade 1-for-1. It's just like, well, it's actually better if you play it when they play a card. And it's like, actually, it's better if, like, then you have this gigantic sort of thing, like you're mentioning with these Haluas, where they realize, oh my god, I can trade 1-for-1, but I got to throw all these things to do it.
Yeah, that is very true. Yeah, yeah, not just the Halua skill, just make you play 1 card. They make your opponent play more cards than you
Yeah,
have. So
yeah.
you're going card positive into your opponent.
Right, it's better than a 3-cost infinite, infinite, infinite because they, like, can't just trade 1-for-1, which is, like, yeah, the main part of the thought experiment. But yeah, the fact that it's, like, not infinite, but is big enough to be gigantic is just, like, it's, like, tantalizing enough to then just cost you
Yeah.
either you get a 2-0, or it's like, okay, I'll spend 3 cards and trade 1-for-1.
And getting a bit back to the game here, Sparky is threatening the first advantage here in the game with playing that prayer into an expedition where it is kind of for the warrior play would be kind of a bad trade for Pava because it wouldn't trade 1-for-1 and it would always give Sparky a lead here. So it goes for a different line, still gets a 1-for-1 with Tiny Jin and physical training, getting draw in and ramping even more. So up 2 mana now. But also Sparky has that Tiny Jin in reserve, so will ramp next turn most likely, unless there's maybe sabotage here. But not sure how good it actually is into Sparky's list.
So I think you would Haven Bouncer if you could, and you would play it on the Buddha side,
Yeah.
just because the Priya stats are, like, lining up to block you pretty well. It depends on what you want to do with this physical training. So if you can, like, you might just say, fine, I'll just play my my Haven Warrior. That way, then I can, like, also just, like, still stay ahead in terms of mana. But there's definitely reason to pause on both sides on this turn. But you're right that it was actually Tiny Gym plus physical training was the only way for, like, Pava to not only feel good about that turn, but to even feel great about that turn, pulling ahead in mana.
Yeah.
One thing
now
that
gets to
oh, sorry, you go.
now gets to play the warrior, so looking to ramp even more. Maybe with another 1 cost here from hand alongside that physical training, it would be a pretty good day. But yeah, I think also just having the warrior alongside the physical training should be a pretty good setup nonetheless. And Pava's looking pretty good here mana-wise in this game.
Yeah, and the Priya is kind of awkward. If you play the Priya on the hero side, you're not going to advance just with the Priya because it's stats. And then if you play it on the Buddha side, on the companion side, well, then you're not stopping force very well. So it's kind of the drawback of needing to use rare spots on things like Colorful Cuckoo and Carrie's intervention. You have this common Priya, and common Priya can still be plenty good, but you know, if it was instead of 5/5/5, could just line up a little bit better stat wise.
Yeah. And here is the mentioned 1 cost from Pava, just playing that Tellurian Skater. Now it's also a bit more flexible on what side Sparky is playing on. If Sparky is trying to contest both expeditions, that Tellurian Skater could be played on one side and boost the other side, or just leave open the option to just physical training here onto the Buddha, and that should get a 2-for-1 trade for Pava here, which is what you want in this. You want to get ahead, and you're ahead in kind of card advantage and mana as well then. But Sparky does get 2 ramps probably here if that Mighty Jin is going into mana here. And yeah,
Yeah, we're gonna end up
both
in the
doing
spot.
pretty good job.
Yeah, so we're gonna end up in the spot where I think it's gonna come down to whether or not Pava finds a mana eruption and is able to line it up with one of these unique, or like a hunger that's like force plate or something like that.
Yeah. Was someone having hungers are now active for both players here, but probably a bit better for whoever gets to play it last or gets to play around it. And also it's a bit more risky for Sparky, since being behind is not optimal, because you're oftentimes just trading then, and you're trading when you actually want to find a way back into the game, and Hunger doesn't really enable that. So Hunger is more active for Pava at this point, I feel like, and yeah.
You also typically want a hunger when it's not your Buddha turn. Like this hero power is great,
Yeah.
and you really want to utilize it, and like you don't even get the boost from it. It's a token. You know, it doesn't go to this card.
That's true, yeah.
So yeah, what's Sparky's best turn here? I think it might just be leading on something small and then just trying to line up a Halua. Like I think that's like you play something small on the other side, so you have
Yeah.
symmetric stats, and then you try to Halua and get card advantage back that way. But we did hit 10 mana for Pava, which is Veilmon territory. So Veilmon actually does tussle pretty well with these Haluas. So it could be possible that the window might have already closed on Halua getting an easy double advance.
Yeah, and also technically there could be a way that Pava just plays a slow play and then Hunger into an Halua, but also that is pretty bad. That is rather bad card advantage wise, because you're just losing that Skater plus the card you play from hand, and are just left with that Hunger in reserve and 1 more card, 2 more cards in hand. So that's also not the optimal setup for you. And we instead see Sparky here just playing that Priya into the companion side, saying, well, I most likely want to trade here, and you can do whatever you want, but I'm looking to trade.
Yeah, which is I guess that Sparky's last hope kind of is like with me going second, I want to get a double such that I win, like a 2-0. And just saying we will just trade this day and this will be a setup turn. Like I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw a card like mana channeling or like something really small. But the problem is you might just lose to Pava's hunger. Like you might just get one
Yeah.
for out if you like slow play inefficiently, and leading on the Tiny Jin is like I don't say it's an ambiguous play because the Tiny Jin doesn't advance anywhere, and it might just be another physical training. It might be the Tellurian Skater just to get ready for the next turn to have enough after use then. But we see the Tengu fighting back.
Is there here a possible? Yeah, you mentioned the physical training. I was thinking about Mighty Jin here potentially to get more card draw, but yeah,
It could
this
be.
physical training, card draw, and ramping the Tiny Jin, that's looking pretty good.
Yeah, so you're right that this is a day that's very destined to go 1-for-1. And yeah,
Interesting.
I think we're just gonna see fireworks on the last day. Maybe some slow plays with. I guess one saving grace is Sparky does play Kyrie's intervention, so typically an Atsadi card, but you can slow play pretty well with a Kyrie's intervention. You just play it twice. Like the first time I read it, I didn't realize it didn't have fleeting. So like I didn't know that you could just play it twice, but it's just like I was just like, oh, tough 5. Like I might be able to get through that. I'm like, wait, no, it's like tough 10. Like I can't get through that.
Yeah, the common in Muna has fleeting, but the rare that doesn't. So
Yeah.
that is
so,
indeed tough 10.
right. So like I think Sparky's ideal
Oh,
situation.
another draw. That is very good.
Yeah. So I think Sparky's ideal situation is Kyrie's intervention, like milk or something, and then like mana flare, like hunger. Like just the most after use. Like we're gonna have an after you battle on this turn.
And
I'm like pretty sure that's how this one ends. But with only 2 cards in hand, like Sparky doesn't have the most resources to make all this happen, so might need a top deck here. But the
And
whole
for
game
anyone
kind
who
of ended up here. Yeah.
and for anyone who doesn't know what the Trickster is doing, it is a one-play draw a card, and from reserve, it's the usual Trickster, roll a die to gain a boost, or 2 boost if you roll 4 or more.
Mhm.
But
All
it's
right.
just about that draw card, I feel like. That
Yeah.
is the thing that Koja that you like the most in general, not
Yeah.
just Koja.
I'm excited to see if Sparky does something this day. I mean, it could just be possible that they just didn't draw like intervention or milk or like any of these things that they need, but
Yeah.
yeah. So starting with the Trickster, even though it's 2 mana, like it draws the card and it like lines you up pretty well. And the times where Sparky like fights fair just has normal like the unique Halua without anything else, you're just gonna one side shove here. And water tends to be a stat or like a biome that's a little bit harder for Kojo to sort of play in. So since you have semi-symmetric stats in this Trickster and Skater, you just want to play on that side. But we do see the first slow play. All right.
Yeah, but it's not a milk and not Curry's intervention. So if there are still milk and hunger left, you are down to get removed here. So
Well,
I feel like that was a 3-card combo you could have played for here, and that would maybe have been optimal here. And
well,
now it's getting trickier and trickier, I feel like.
yeah, so if I were like inject cards into Sparky's hand, it would be you play the Saringer, then you play Mana Flare, Hunger. So they play 3
Okay,
Hunger,
yeah.
2 Mana Flare. So it's still
Yeah.
on the table. It's funny. The other day I was actually testing a list with 1 Mana Flare. So you know, Sparky's just leagues ahead of me. But
Yeah.
yeah, so
I've seen you're watching Bravos play, or you're testing Mana Flare yourself in Bravos. I'm watching players play Mana Flare in Ysmir and doing interesting things with it.
Oh
Did
my
you know that you could technically, if you have an Acolyte Disciple on board, the Mana Flare is reduced to 3 and then reduces the next card by, I think, 6 itself. So it's it's even a higher discount than you would expect.
Wait, did you see the one of the uniques I posted yesterday? That's like a 1 cost disciple that reduces by 2. So it actually like
Not that one. It needs to be the 4 cards cost 4 cost spells cost 1 less. That one that reduces the mana flare as well.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
That is a Chocobar combo, of course. And there's that milk that we were mentioning so much. And yeah, let's see if there's also the hunger as well.
I will say it's interesting to. Oh, it's because they want it to go to discard. Okay. I was trying to figure out why they play Tiny Gin then Milk versus Milk then Tiny Gin. But if you play Milk then Tiny Gin, you would have to play the Gin on the other side, which doesn't matter that much. But then what you would do is you would like if this is the last day, every stat matters. So then you would like want the Tiny Gin not to go to mana, but to go to discard.
Okay, I see. Yeah.
And so Sparky did reveal hunger in the beginning of the game, and it's
yeah, true.
To be the play here. So Pava knows all of this when they're playing cards.
And there it is. Now is there that mana eruption?
Right. So it's just mana eruption or bust. So we'll see if there's a GG in the chat. I'm kind of funny with this. Like if I were Pava, I would say GG either way, and it's just like that.
Either you have it or you don't.
Yeah, exactly.
And both players should know this.
All right.
So let's find out.
I mean, with 15 cards left in your deck, unless if Mana Eruption was in your opening hand, you could probably save it for this type of thing. Pava's typing in chat. Right. I feel like if it's typing this much, it's saying like, man, I went through all these cards and don't have a Mana Eruption.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Yeah. That is... Yeah.
Like, Bottom decking your mana eruptions does feel bad. You're like, I don't even love playing this card in my deck. Let's see. I need to translate.
I think she's
Oh,
mentioning that
Hunger got a boost from
that
the second gen. Yeah, that doesn't sound right to me, but I don't think the stat point matters. But if you can go over top of 10, 10, 10 here, I mean, do they even have a way to? Like Priya, no. Mighty, no. Like your cards aren't efficient enough to play 10, 10, 10, I'm pretty sure. So I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything in the chat. We should definitely just leave it to Cedric and those two, and that's it. But
yeah.
I don't think it affects anything on Pava's side.
But there's that GG, so probably does not have that mana option.
Yeah, so the second message, thank goodness for Google Translate, but the second message says like, but anyway, he would have 10 stats regardless, which is too much for. So it's a GG. So no mana.
That was.
I'm gonna have to watch it back to see if mana eruption was in the opening hand or if it just wasn't found. But Sparky doing what I kind of said it would be. Like it's funny because like
that was pretty good called out.
Yeah, like some Kojo games do feel like it's like, oh yeah, this person just ran away with a game that had 3 expeditions. But especially when they're both big Kojo, it's literally the last turn that matters, and everything else is just leading up to that. Like it's like a really fun like jockeying for position. But then it almost reminds me of, have you ever seen like races, like biking races or whatever around a track, and like because of like being in people's tailwind or like car racing and stuff, like you want to stay behind someone until you can like pull ahead of them. That's what it feels like here.
Okay, yeah, I see. And just to update a bit on the other match, that is still on game 1, but currently Moondust is leading by 1 expedition, but it's still 3 expeditions to go for Moondust and therefore 4 to go for Tempest. So that game is not quite as close to finishing up, and we'll probably have the second game of the Kojo Mirror before that one ends.
Yeah, so one last thing in the chat, courtesy of Google Translate, is Pava also said that they are choosing to go first, which I think is more of a dynamic of the fact that they're both the ramp decks. Whereas I know when I play the Kojo Mirror, I want to go second with like just how Tengu and Spotter line up. But I could see it going either way, honestly. And I think it's something that as this game gets more developed and there's more high stakes, like best of 3 matches, I think there's more development in terms of that. Like one that Keelan guy and I talked about before Dallas, independently, then we both realized, was that old Afanis against Kojo, Afanis like needs to go first. Needs to go second. That way they could tap out for Conjuring Seal, and then it's like fine, because like then the Buddha like that's your best first turn anyways. But then like not everyone has played best of 3, so not everyone knows that, because like I also have the standpoint that I don't try to answer questions that are not useful. I rather spend my time on questions that are useful. So in Board Game Arena, I never have to choose if I go first or second. So why does it matter if I feel like this is better when I go first or second? It doesn't. But if you're playing best of 3 for the first time and you haven't thought about this, it like does matter a lot. But both Sparky and Pava are people that have played best of 3 matches, so I trust, you know, their decisions in this sort of matchup.
Yeah, I'm looking at the players setting up already. We do have the game, and we're just there's the demanding, and we should hopefully get the game on stream soon as well. Yeah, I see it already there, and
So I'm sure you've been in the situation, and I have been as well in both this and other games, which is you lose that game due to not having mana eruption. You see mana eruption in your opening hand, and you know, like in a typical game, you would not, even with open deck list, you would not keep it. You're just like, man, I like literally lost that game because I didn't have mana eruption. But like, it also could just be so important that you do have to keep in the opener, even if you're not as efficient. But it really stinks to just have common mana eruption and to get aggroed out.
Yeah. And here's that Kojo 2-0 on day 1, because Pava just has those 1 costs in the deck that Sparky doesn't. And good start.
Yeah, so that is a point that I kind of glossed over. So the fact that Sparky doesn't have as many 1-drops, like is not playing 9 1-drops like Freeloader and I do, it actually does make Pava going first make more sense if they have the 1-drops and they know that they can 2-1 or 2-0 on the first day. I think Sparky might just have to respond by going first. Because I don't know. I would have to think about it more. I don't think it's that good for Sparky to go first still, though. I don't know. Hopefully we find out. Because watching more games is better than watching less games. So both. Oh, sorry.
You said your and probably a lot of other Kojo lists are running up to 9 one costs, and I think Spark is just running 3 tiny gins and nothing else. There are no fire rabbits. I didn't even check for the fire rabbits, and you just told us before the match, and they are not running fire rabbit is kind of crazy to me, and there we do see that Halua for the first time in this matchup.
Yeah, they do have 2 skaters. Oh, wait. I figured it out. Pava has to go first regardless because Sparky plays Cuckoo.
Okay.
Because if Sparky goes first and Sparky Cuckoo's the Kojo Buddha, that's like actually a really bad start for Pava. Okay, I figured it out. I think if Cuckoo wasn't in the list, I think Pava would have chose second, but not 100%. Because when you choose second, you can like play spotter and know that you can play the spotter without them bouncering it, or in your bad cases, you can bouncer them before. So it ends up being a little bit better.
Everything's getting spotted here.
Build your own Baba, you know?
Yeah. And these spotters are, they're not always strong, but I feel like just that they are 2 costs, same stats as Baba Yaga, and still drawing a card most of the times, kind of makes that card very, very good.
Well, so one thing I will say, so when you look at like the heavy 1-drop versions that Freeloader and I like, we usually go somewhere between 6. We really try for 7 or 8 things to reveal to spotter. And so Pava and Tempet at Worlds both played 10 things that reveal, and Sparky is actually playing 11 things that reveal. So these spotters are revealing.
Yeah. But we just got confirmation from Blue that Pava just never saw Eruption at all. It wasn't even in the mana, it just wasn't there at all, and that's unfortunate.
It makes a lot of sense. I think it might even be a matchup, like knowing that it's like big ramp like Kojo on Sparky's side. I think you actually do keep the common man Eruption in your opening hand, because I think a lot of the time it's going to be exactly what you see here. You're playing Fire Rabbit, you're playing this more lean stuff. You just need to knock it 2 out on the final day. So I think like all of your cards are very fungible or like interchangeable. Like they're just stats that are kind of efficient. Some of them ramp, some of them draw cards, but they're all like fairly like similar. But Mana Eruption is like the unique card. You can mana all the Duel of Grits and stuff, but like I think Mana Eruption against Sparky is like the way that you can just win out of nowhere, but like both sides know. Like Sparky's trying to do everything to not make the game about a single Mana Eruption. And like you could just see, next turn just I'm playing Halua again. Because then at least like if you're behind on expeditions, you could go like Halua, like Kaibara, like Mana Flare, like Hunger. But like if you have like the gigantic thing be literally the last thing you ever do, then you never like get the Mana Eruption out of there, and it might not even be big enough against a one-side shove.
Okay, yeah.
Surprise!
And there's the Mana Flare.
It's Halua, and this one doesn't have anything particularly good from hand. The other one like has some cool stuff, but this one so this one from reserve would be a lot bigger, but really
but
just
also couldn't be played next turn because you need another Mana Flare. So
it
gaining fleeting seems fine.
Yeah, I guess we don't get to create an Aerolith, but that's fine.
I forgot that Mana Flare is giving fleeting to the cards as well. That makes it even better with Hunger. I completely forgot about that, but yeah, of course.
Yeah. Wait, I thought you were practicing some Hostage Asadi the other day, or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not playing Hunger or Mana Flare on that list.
Oh, Hostage Life, I get it.
Exactly.
Okay, so in terms of the actual like, so we discussed how playing your one gigantic card might actually net you cards because they have to shove on the one side. But having the boost with the tiny gen and still being able to advance 1 for 1 is actually the perfect situation for Pava. In terms of you're not even really down cards, you still got to ramp. So yeah, pretty good situation.
Yeah, but it was this time kind of 3 cards committed to 2 cards committed, but both of them were from hand from Sparky, and both of them got fleeting. So it wasn't really card positive this time around for Sparky, I feel like, and yeah. And didn't he? Yeah, but at least both are now rather low on cards. You could say, but yeah, still 3 cards left in hand for either one. So yeah.
Yeah, so we don't see the same sort of situation. So Pava's like Haven Warrior is like peak unique for them. Like that, they want to play turn 4 literally every game, and their Veilmons and their physical trainings are way worse when they don't literally draw that unique. At
Okay.
Worlds, both Tempet and Pava played 2 uniques that cost 4 that ramped twice over 2 turns, or once, twice, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
But here, Pava's only playing the 1, and instead is playing a Bravos Trailblazer that produces like infinite stats. But it's kind of like it's almost like the T2O or Clay Koba like sort of thing, where it's just like a lot of stats. Some situations aren't about the stats, but that concession was probably just something about like wanting to have that sort of dynamic against Sigismar or like the expected metagame. But we might actually see the night and day of seeing that Haven Warrior in this sort of game.
Yeah. And this time changed which card was revealed. I think the last time it was that Halua, and this time it's the Priya that's getting revealed by Sparky to draw another card. And is now up 4 cards in hand to just 2 by Pava, but also hasn't played any cards yet, hasn't played that Serengar yet. And the first play from Sparky looks like just trying to trade the expeditions and not utilizing the weak water stats from that Serengar, but there's that Priya that was just shown, and that is now a bit more difficult to deal with.
I do gotta tell you, I love with Spotter showing my second best like high card. It just feels like so dirty. It's just like, oh yeah, I'll show you this common Priya, but I have the hunger already. Like it's just kind of
yeah. And those are some mind games that you can definitely do with the list. And with the Fire Rabbit, you now
only
get
getting the
to block, but you don't advance. So it's now
Ooh.
an even game again for Sparky. And yeah,
I'm trying to
pretty
think if I have another Fire Rabbit or Skater, do I run it out just for the expedition? You probably have to, and you're like recouping from the Saringer, and you have like physical training lining up, but probably just doesn't have that. Last card might be the Mana Eruption. I mean, it's costly to hold as the one card in these sorts of lower resource games where you don't just have like easy ramp uniques and stuff. So I'm really curious if they can even afford to have Mana Eruption at this point. I give edge to Sparky at this point.
Yeah, very fair. Also, just having so many cards, there's already again potential for that hunger coming down with fleeting and just taking a double advance here at any point if there's no eruption. And yeah, that is just threatening at any point. And it feels like you really can't just play 3 cost cards without any backup, because you're just always scared now to just face that hunger. But also just playing that physical training first play onto the Buddha. That seems like such a good line to me, but I'm not that coder brained that I would just do it. But I'm not sure about other coder players if they would actually also do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's that slam of the physical training.
Well, it also helps that Sparky literally doesn't have removal in his deck. He doesn't have Duel of Grit. He doesn't have Mana Eruption. You're like safe to do.
Okay.
Yeah. So some people are asking like, what are the stakes now that everyone's qualified for Worlds besides Faction Champion? If you win this event, you get an expert pack of set 6, which is really cool. So that's like 500 euros worth of value. You also get like 200 euro or dollars or whatever in print on demand credit. You also get like 20 uniques. You get the title. I don't think you get a trophy shipped to you or anything like that, but it's pretty. It's a lot of stakes, honestly. Like especially for a tournament that was like for a lot of people just free to enter. You just had to qualify. So like that's a big chunk of change.
Yeah, that is true. And wait, yeah, I don't have in my mind what are all the prizes, but you can definitely find them on the altered page for the winter finals announcements. There you should find all the prizings.
I have it up. It's
Okay.
50 uniques for first, all from set 4. 200 euro in print on demand, and you get an expert pack. If you make the finals, you get 30 uniques from set 4 and 100 in print on demand credit. and all these competitors have all top 4 has the qualification and 15 uniques from set 4. And don't forget that everyone that made top 32 also got the brass bug token and is qualified for the All Stars, which I'm sure they won't be able to play in because they are qualified for Worlds.
Yeah. And I'm also now invited to the All Stars, whatever, because I did get top 64.
You actually got top 37, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I'm a bit sad I didn't get further up. I'm personally blaming bigger because that is currently number 1 Elo player and number 2 ladder player on BGA, and I'd say he didn't have the greatest run and did win loss against me and then dropped the tournament, and therefore I got 1 opponent point for beating number 1 and number 2 player on BJ currently, and yeah, that's a bit unfortunate for the tiebreakers, and I personally blame just that for me passing on the top 32. Yeah.
Don't worry, there's still more opportunity to play Waru. They're not
Yeah.
going to touch that hero, It's not on the watch list, so you're fine.
And I'm even getting more bureaucrats. I'm getting mana seeds now. That is those are gonna replace my legates.
Yeah, that's
You're not gonna see that legate in my Varu decks anymore.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about that later. Let's go back to the game. So once again, we're in the
Okay.
position, but Pava's advantage is that flexibility of having Mana Eruption and more Fire Rabbits and be able to get that Expedition lead. We saw that lead a lot earlier, but then Sparky was able to barely break back, still giving small edge to Sparky, and we saw another quick setup turn. I can develop this physical training, draw another card, let me just try to set up these like combos. Unfortunately, you can't just play Hunger here on either side, really. I mean, it could be possible that Pava might be able to if Sparky commits enough mana, but I think it's really next turn you're going to see the biggest fireworks.
Yeah, also both players have a lot of cards here in hand, so they are definitely not committed to playing that Hunger here, because you just have enough to play here anyway. And slight edge to Pava for being up mana, but also there's still other edges for Sparky just having the Buddha this turn and a bit more cards in hand, also that physical training. So it's really not decided yet, and yeah.
Also, just having the Expedition Tide is better for Sparky.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could agree with that. And yeah, especially if it goes down to that tiebreaker, I feel like just having those Haluas, having the potential Kaibara in a tiebreaker, I feel like Sparky is definitely favored.
Right. So one thing that's hard is that there's a kind of I know you know sort of thing. So like Sparky knows that Pava's very incentivized to just keep Mana Eruptions in their hand.
Yeah.
And then also Duel of Grit isn't that good. If Duel of Grit's not that good, maybe you get to play your physical training here, draw your card, get ready for the fireworks next turn. But if Duel of Grit is in the hand, then you might just get 2-0 this turn if you play the physical training here. So it's actually really funny.
That's true, yeah. And I didn't pay attention. What was actually revealed of that spotter here by Pava?
It was a rare Priya.
Okay.
So the Halua was pretty good to develop into that. Once again, just demanding a bunch of resources. Plus, unlike Sparky, Pava doesn't have mana flare, so you don't have to worry about that.
That is true, yeah.
But if it's Mana Eruption, Fire Rabbit, Tengu, Mana Eruption's for Mana Eruption, Fire Rabbit, Tengu wins you.
Okay, yeah.
So that's something to look out for. I'm assuming we have saw it already, but yeah. So this Halua is really cool. Where on your opponent's turn it's a 5/5/6, on your turn it's a 6/6/7. Honestly, just kind of wild.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. Have you seen? So some of the Haluas that I really like, unfortunately, I think most of them are understated, and they're also Moon factions. But there are some Halua uniques that just self-anchor them.
I think
just
you got
one play, I gain anchored.
Didn't you get yours at like your pre-release or something like that?
No. Wesh showed us one in Paris. He got one in Paris and then showed it to us, and yeah, that was a pretty cool card.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
maybe you can actually build decks around it with the
Harry.
what is it? The Nadir cards that you give boosts for and give more boosts if you have 3 or more single terrain expeditions.
Oh, map makers.
Oh, Map Maker's Boom, yeah. Boom, yeah. Exactly. With
Alright,
cards
so
like that it could work. But yeah, we are already drifting away from this game, and it's now
we're good
about
at that,
does
though.
yeah, that for sure. It's now about does Pava have a way? Maybe you said there's a way to win, but also
Yeah,
maybe
but
at first is
they
there a
would
way
have done
to
it
trade?
already. Yes. So you win if you have Mana Eruption, most of your 2-drops, and Fire Rabbit, because you just like the spotters would be facing off against each other. Then you played something bigger than the Buddha, so then you can boost.
Yeah, but also having this spending this much time to think about it
Yeah, it's not
kind
there.
of feels like it's not there. So now it's the question: what's the best way to trade or not fall behind, or not, or even how do you not lose at this spot? And there's a Priya, be good.
Yeah.
Now you still need 3 more stats in water, and that might sometimes be difficult for current Kojo decks. I feel like
Yeah, so physical training and Tolarian Skater are like the obvious ones. But
it's not
okay.
there. Do you
All right.
still have something to ramp the Tiny Jin with?
They play one Boshi, so it could be like Boshi Fire Rabbit, but that's a tough way to go. Okay.
Yeah.
So I said it before, I'll say it again. Edge to Sparky at this point.
Yeah, that is true.
Wow. Yeah, so yeah,
Do you
Pava in a tough spot here.
now also does Sparky now keep that Leviathan because it's just smaller this turn, and Pava might actually draw the removal this turn, but no, does keep it and probably wants to then play for Spotter into Leviathan, or
Well,
let's see.
so one thing that's cool about this is if Pava can't beat Halua, you get Pava to play quote suboptimally by like getting them to play bouncer on the Halua, but then that like gives you the green light to like do stuff from your hand or like after you
Yeah.
enough to like be able to play the big thing.
And this
So
could also be a bait that you have Kaibara this turn. That's even bigger stats than the Halua.
yeah, exactly. And it's just tough. Like Mana Flare really like just changes the equation, and Kyrie's
Yeah.
Intervention. Like both those cards, I've been highlighting it a lot because if he has them, like the Mana Eruption doesn't then do anything, which
That's
is
true, yeah.
like you might be able after you enough time to be able to Mana Flare and do all this stuff, or you just Kyrie's Intervention and they just know you're good.
That's true, yeah. So Kari's Intervention Hunger is probably just winning if there are enough cards in play for Sparky here, and with 4 cards in reserve, it seems like the Hunger is gonna at least have 5 boosts, because if there's Kari's Intervention, it is 5 cards in play in
Well,
reserve.
so I will say that one counter is that Veilmon's online, which has happened a lot. But so Veilmon being so cheap works well with cards like Pava's like Trailblazer unique, physical training, skater.
Okay, yeah.
So you might be able to set up a spot where you actually after you enough times and then play Veilmon and then pump it. And you know Sparky
see.
plays no removal, so you just need to get past hunger mana, which isn't that hard. You just need to get lower than 7 mana. So you know Spotter is going to be 2 of the mana, so that goes down to 7. So you just need to after you twice.
But
Or
there's that Veilmon already.
okay, so if you lead on the Veilmon, you're a little bit cold to hunger.
Yeah.
But you can still have Mana Eruption plus 2 small things. But the after
There's
you
the
is
Tiny Jin.
yeah.
It's
Minimally in the worst case where you do get hungered by Sparky, if you do have Mana Eruption, you can 1-0.
yeah. It's now the Fireworks turn. Let's
Yeah.
see. There's physical training, and now is there Hunger maybe.
It like
And
has
if there's a Hunger, there's no getting there is still Mana Eruption possible, but
they're
other than that,
they're common, so
yeah.
it would just be a 0 for 0.
Yeah. And there it is.
All right.
There's that Hunger. It's not fleeting, but everything is gone. Now, do you have that Eruption?
Oh, and then we'll go into Buddha turn. Even with the eruption, it would be like mana parity, card parity, but then it's Buddha turn. That's just good old fashioned Kojo.
Yeah. But it's crazy how the spark. Oh, it's not there once again.
All right.
And Hunger just ends this game twice in a row, which is crazy.
Yeah. So it's the same adage: a little bit smaller, a little bit bigger, or sorry, a little bit bigger and a little bit slower usually beats the other deck. So
Yeah.
yes, Sparky making it to the finals. So I think that's better than, I think it was Lil or wherever was the one that Sparky qualified with. That was the 4-seat one. If I recall correctly, Sparky lost in the top 4 of that one.
Yeah, I
Because the
think so
final
too.
was Aponis versus, it was like Kenton versus, I forgot who on Trace, but yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so we did get now the information from Blue that the other table is also still running. There are still games to be played, and it should get up soon, or it is up already. And currently, the game score is 1-0 for Moondust here, and yeah, getting the lead. And you should now see the game. Tempet currently leading on this game with 2x2 expeditions and having really sweet salvager set up on turn 2 already, but we also see a Anansi on turn 2 already here for Moondust.
Yeah, I know it's said already, but who won the first game?
Moondust.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so Tempet ahead on the expeditions, behind in the counter that matters the most.
Yeah.
So, all right. So these, I'm obviously a great like trace expert and have played many hours.
Absolutely, yeah.
I know the intricacies, but the part that I want to kind of identify here is the differences in their builds, specifically in the uniques. So the Moondust uniques are kind of those traditional Anansis, some of the best ones I've ever seen, honestly.
Yeah.
But they're all Anansis that allow you to put from hand to reserve, and then they get boosts. The cheaper ones get it for both the reserves, which is pretty good in the Trace Mirror, but one of them gets double for your reserve. Okay. Now
I
look
think
at
the one cost only get them for each card in your reserve.
Oh, yes. Sorry about that. Thank you. So they're all your reserve. Okay, way
Yeah.
more balanced. And then Tempet's uniques are. I don't want to go into the intricacies. I don't want to take away from the game, but they're all machine in the ice that allow you to very cheaply go from hand to reserve, and they either discount your future cards, they resupply, and they're still pretty brawly in terms of stats. So they're kind of like this weird frozen delivery Frankenstein fusion card is
Yeah.
kind of how I think of it.
And they do look amazing.
Mhm.
Probably this Vi card is maybe one of the tech cards against decks like Basira to just, if there's that Aklut, you just play the Viking and you can replay your unexhausted cards. And also synergizes fine with cards like Frozen Delivery that are in your own decks where you can play Vike and then twice the Frozen Delivery in a turn.
Mhm. Yeah, so we saw that expeditions evened out. So one thing that's really interesting in the trace mirror is there's this combination of like many after use. One metric I like to look for is the landmarks. So if one person has a haven, things like sap sniffer and like just the overall like texture of how the boosts are lining up, it breaks the symmetry of the mirror. But also hooked ends up being an all-star, especially against the Nancy style uniques, because you can just force spots where they like quote unquote wasted their unique, and then you just like, because you hooked it, and then you like got card advantage out of it. So there's like really, I think this matchup feels a little bit more chess like to me, where there's like everyone knows everything that is possible, but you're trying to be exactly like the right amount of levels ahead, but it's all very face up for the most part, minus the cards in hand.
Yeah, and playing one of the other Frozen Delivery here from reserve. I feel like this might go to this day might be positive here for Moondust, because the reserve here for both of these pairs is kind of rough. These Frankensteins you really want to play together with permanents. Also the Grumps you really want either have to have permanents yourself or your opponent to have permanents to get value out of the cards. But yeah, in this case, you can't really get value out of either of these cards, and that feels very bad. But Moondust also saying, well, I just rather draw cards here instead of committing my Frankenstein because that card is better later on. So gives over an easy trade after this. And both players, Tempest should be a bit happier with it because the Frankenstein in reserve looked a bit rough to deal with, and it now gets that easy 1-for-1.
Yeah, and also just like the Trace hero power is going to end up being a little bit better on Moondust side because the reserve was just going to have one card, might as well just have a second card, whereas like Tempest is actually not really profiting cards, just profiting the actual velocity component or just like being able to kind of churn through cards a little bit faster. Would love to find a restocking station or just a one cost that you can actually play that you maintain some of the card advantage.
Yeah, something like a restocking station here would just be great. And per player, you can maintain 2 counters on it, and that is pretty much a mirrored reserve, but just 2 extra cards for Tempest available. So very, very even game at this point.
Yeah, but I think I give small edge to Moondust. Was that the second you? No, it's the first Anansi. I think I give like small edge to Moondust. Like you're going second. The expeditions, if you can get through these expeditions, it's pretty good for you. Like they're both like the forest expeditions are a little bit harder. And you're going second this day. So it's very similar. Like I don't think it's like a huge edge or anything, but I think it's a little bit better for Moondust.
This is an interesting point here for both of these players. Both of these players now kind of really want to play a permanent and also really don't want to play a permanent because you want to make your Frankenstein as useful as possible, but also you don't want to give your opponent value for the grams and then again not get value out of your grams. So yeah, these cards might just sit there now for a short moment, and both players just gonna after you and see whoever gonna play something first that makes you be able to play permanents again.
Yep. So Tempest's lead is this Machine on the Ice that goes straight to the reserve, but makes the next card you play cost 1 less. It's a little bit different than one we saw in the top 8. This one always does it. You don't need permanents to do it. And then when it goes to reserve from the expedition zone, you would also activate. So it's kind of like a mechanical training because it's like 1 cost and would activate something. And then it's like Frankenstein-esque on the way back, especially if you have restocking station. So probably the worst of their uniques, and really just getting the after you out there. So yeah, not like an ideal play. I think like Frozen Delivery might be more desirable, but we actually see Moondust leading on the Frankenstein. I feel like sometimes that could be an indicator that you already have access to restocking station and you want to play it last to be able to restock. Then you know as first player you get to play the Frankenstein again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see it either way, but one thing that's also like pretty interesting, especially as a deck building note, is the difference between common Grems and rare Grems. But when the reserves were like the same, I was thinking to myself, well, they're not like exactly the same in terms of that 1/4 stat difference.
That is true, yeah. Bro, Kojo players, right?
Yeah.
Every stat point matters.
Well, I just imagine like the Equinox testing team, and then they're like, "Oh no, we can't have the common and rare both be like this. We need to nerf this slightly. It's gonna be this one stat." Like, I don't even know. Or like Vikey is like also really good. Like, wow, let's like. I guess the 2/2/2 on the rare one was just way too good, so they had to make it like a little bit worse.
Oh, and there's that first permanent here for that we can at least see in the game that is looking to be grammed away. But yeah, is that gonna be played now as well? I kind of doubt it for now.
Yeah, I mean, Tempest really needs a 1-drop here to feel good about the situation.
I mean, the next card that they play costs one less as well. So
Oh yeah, yeah.
kind of the machine in the ice was the 1 cost.
Yes, you're right. Thank you. Yeah, so being able to tussle, I mean, it is a little bit tough though. So like, I'm sure you do this with like hostage variants too. When I play Trace all those times, I I usually think about actually the total amounts of resources in my deck. Like for me to go down to the last card in my deck, what do I have total access to? And
Yeah.
if you get like Tempest to play both Frankensteins and Machine in the Ice, like the restocking stations are just not very scary until they find the last one. So like when you think on the scale of like the whole game and the whole deck, you know you'll have to go through all of them. But it's actually like pretty good here that that Moondust was able to do this much with a single Frankenstein.
Yeah, and it's still a very even game, but this time around, Moondust is up one card in hand over Tempest here, and therefore slight edge that way, but also goes first now. So does have to commit first to a play and can be answered more easily from Tempest's side.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a huge like jockeying game, and honestly, I kind of like these games. Like, I'm not as experienced specifically in the Trace Mirror, but like where is like the spot that's like, oh, I like turned the corner, I got like the small lead. Like even like the first day opening with a 2-0 into a 2-0 the other way is like still kind of wild to me.
Yeah. Yeah, just for in these games, just finding these small edges to get an advantage over your opponent. That's the hard part, and also probably it's at least for me, it's always what I keep track of. What's my advantage? What's my opponent's advantage? How do I neutralize that advantage? Or going into next turn, how does that advantage look like then? And that's oftentimes what you have to calculate in these spots and figure out a way on how to get ahead of your opponent.
I
Or,
will say,
yeah,
oh, you go.
and it's also important if when you have a lead, how to translate that to the expeditions and get a lead on there or close out the game with the small edges that you have in a game.
I will say that I do like how Moondust has used their hooks. Like they have a small card advantage here, and hooked like ends up being pretty good in some spots. But you can end up in certain late game situations where hooked like actually does nothing, and you like can't actually extract out the draw card value out of it. So and against like Tempest's specific unique suite, it's like not as good as it is in like the Anansi style mirror. So it's kind of the spot where um, Moondust kind of knows that they can go over top with more stats through their Anansi uniques, like, and it has to be in a very key sort of situation.
Yeah. And Moondust just 2 mana after you resupplied to just get Grammed immediately. But the positive is immediately resupplied another Haven, so can 2 cost resupply again. But at least knows there are now 2 grams out and only one is left, and the likelihood of that already being there from Tempest is pretty low. So you can feel rather safe, and also hits that 1 cost resupply in that Amelia. So really good stats-wise off still here for Moondust, and there's that beautiful resupplying machine on the ice. That's on play, resupply, and from hand, send me to reserve. What a beautiful card.
Yep, same one they used last year when they qualified for Worlds. They found 2 more machine in the ice, but this is the one that's the same as last year's list. Yeah,
Such a
so
clean one.
yeah, it's pretty much just frozen delivery. It's actually frozen delivery like Cross Frankenstein. So,
Yeah.
but still better. It doesn't even exhaust itself. Like it's wild to me that like I think this game's like kind of funny. Like sometimes I look at uniques, and if like the text is like plentiful and very small, I think the card might be really good. And then if the like card text is like very like simplistic, I also think the card might be good, like this. And then and then you just like end up somewhere in between where I'm just like, yeah, that card probably just like has a condition that I don't want or something.
Yeah. And I feel like this day is looking heavily favored for Tempest at the moment, just because Moondust had to spend 4 mana on resupplies and now ended up with a reserve where you kind of want to sacrifice your Haven again just to get board presence. And then you just end up on a day spending so much mana, just having no advantage again, except of maybe card advantage, because well, Moondust is still up 2 cards here in hand.
Oh wow.
Does
Okay.
find restocking station here as well. That is pretty good.
Okay. Yeah. So
Oh, and
one thing
used
oh, you go.
And also, Moondust just used that trace ability to put a Foundry mechanic into reserve, immediately use its discount, so didn't even spend any mana and just kind of 0 mana after Ute with that restocking station. Pretty good play.
Yeah, so one thing we highlighted earlier in the top 8 in the Trace versus Sigismar matchup is that in this matchup, neither person's ramping. It's like pretty hard to get ahead on mana, but Foundry Mechanic is actually one of those exceptions. And we've seen some people be like, okay, should I play more Sap Sniffer or more Foundry Mechanic? And it's like, it ends up being a harder call than you would think. Sap Sniffer is like massive with a Haven, but Foundry Mechanic allows you to get ahead 1 mana, and we could see it coming up big here.
Yeah. And oh, we do see that commitment of the Grams here. well, yeah, just getting rid of the Haven makes a lot of sense. Not sacrificing any of your own permanents, because well, now your opponent doesn't have permanents, but you have, and they probably don't have Grams anymore. You can just remove fleeting from the Grams, so infinite Grams, right?
Yeah, or not until you find Frankenstein, but it's good. I mean, Grems is also one of the mirror breakers where like Frankenstein's great because 2 costs for 3/3/3, like Bravo's Tracer and stats, along with like whatever bonus ability you want. But Grems is like it's card advantage or it's like a 3/4/4 for 2. Like it's bigger than Frankenstein. Like Grems is actually one of the best cards in the matchup if you can like successfully like line it up. And it looks like Moondust has been able to finagle that.
Yeah, and yeah, Moondust now played 3 permanents in 1 turn, so definitely now has that edge on the permanents, gets to use the Grams on the following turns so more effectively than Tempet, gets to kind of shut down the Frankensteins, kind of shut down more Grams. Also, we know there are probably not many more Grams to be played this game from Tempet's side, and yeah, great advantage that Moondust found here, in my opinion, and yeah, it's looking very, very good for him at this point.
Yeah, I think my only small criticism is I think I would have played Amelia on the other side. I understand why they played on this side because of their 1 stat on the Grems, but I think I would have played on the other side because, like, if the middle card was swapped the other way, it's a little bit better for you, and, like, you can still block efficiently if they end up in mono water and you're in mono force, but it's those types of things. I mean, the small things matter sometimes, but like here, trace can be pretty brawly in terms of just like things are big or things are small or things are symmetric. So I'm not like going to split hairs, and I'm not even like 100% that I'm right. I think it's just something worth thinking about in spots like that for the viewers at home when they find themselves like quote unquote like indifferent to which one you like advance on. You're probably not actually indifferent. It's just a lot of like thought and legwork. And let's be clear, like these people played, okay, I don't know what time zone you're in, but yesterday they had to play about 3.5 hours, 4 hours of altered. Then today we're in let's see, we started at that time that's not your time zone. So like it's like 5.5 hours.
Six and a half, I think, by now.
Uh
Oh yeah, for 5.5. Yeah, I can't do math. Yeah, 5.5. Yeah, you're correct. You're correct.
Yeah. But like, I know when I played multiple days at Worlds, and like, I'm sure you felt this way too. It's like Altered has so many components that like, if someone just said, I just accept I'm losing 2% and I don't know how, like, just do it, right? Like, if you're macro doing everything else well, that is a good outcome.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, I also don't usually get that far in my runs. So yeah, no, at least not in my in-person runs. So yeah, not too used to long tournaments yet.
Yeah, so I think with those permanents permanently remaining in play for Moondust, I think it's interesting. I almost view permanents sometimes as like an extra hero power because they have like an effect on the game, and not every hero can remove permanents. So like when a Kojo player develops like a Haven or a Parliament, or here in Trace when you get to develop a Haven or a restocking station, it's like it's almost like other games like Magic have something like Planeswalkers, like an ability that you can get every turn. Here, you like have your normal hero power and you're doing these things every turn. So I think the edge still goes to Moondust here in terms of just being able to do more on their turn for the same amount of mana.
Yeah, and we're just seeing a hooked trade here from both of these players, which looked pretty funny. That Emilia is switching sides left and right.
Yeah, that's how Amelia Earhart disappeared. Now I get it. Just got hooked all over the place.
Yeah. Moondust is looking to after you even more potentially with potentially 2 more 1 costs and then a commitment of the last 2 cost card here. If that Salvager is being played here, but could also just be Frankenstein into Grems. But no, it's actually just the Salvager.
Oh, one.
Finding a great card here. Okay, yeah. This might be game pretty quickly with that Anansi resupply here.
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard for Tempet here. You can, let's see, you can't hook to pile up on one side. So yeah, you're best off just literally playing a thing. So we see the bug out bag in reserve. if you play that, then Nancy goes on top of that. It's we see GGs.
Yeah,
in
I think either way, it's just kind of over because either the Grams are overtaking or the Anansi is overtaking, and yeah, that resupply was great here by Moondust, and yeah, these Anansis show why they are so strong.
Yeah. All right. So so we're gonna have Moondust and Sparky in the finals. So those are both
Yeah,
Fugase.
Team Fugasus. Let's go.
Yeah. Wow. So Fugase beat the Aces this time, but
Yeah.
but they both have 2 and 2 in Worlds. So
And
yeah.
they didn't beat you yet, so yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. But yeah, we'll need to get Rune to Worlds too.
Yeah. I need to play more meme decks for that.
Yeah, more Waru.
Yeah, exactly. That will get me there.
You see, I joined at a time, I started in set 2. So for me, Waru has always been a meme of that it's just not good. Whereas like everyone else has like these like horror stories and these memories that I'm just like, yeah, that hero's never done anything except in Cube Draft. So
So I actually started playing competitive after the Robin Hood nerf. So I also didn't really experience the Robin Hood terror too much, and just started playing him to hostage people.
That's funny. All right. So yeah, I guess we'll go back to the casters, but I think that's going to be it for you and me today. And I think for
Yeah.
the last one, it's going to be Blue and Chili, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. From the notes that I remember, it should be that. Yeah.
Yeah. So Rune, would you like to say anything before we sign off?
I'm always terrible at this, and just gonna repeat what Frida said. So yeah, go play NUC, and yeah, I hope you also just enjoy now the finals, the last show, the Team Fugasus showdown. Whoever gets to be the best of their team, and whoever gets to take home more uniques and more POD credits. So yeah, I think that's pretty much what we're playing for at this point. And yeah, it was a blast to be here and to watch the games. And yeah, hope you all still have more fun on the last game.
Yeah, and for me, thank you for everyone for tuning in. We have a great cast for the finals, and we've had a great cast throughout the whole weekend. So very excited to hear from everyone, see everyone, and see some great matches. And super excited for Seeds of Unity and even Roots of Corruption. I feel like I didn't even have my cake, and there's another cake in front of me. So super exciting, and yeah, so go grab a beverage, use the bathroom, but you don't want to miss this finals.
Yeah. And then see you then next stream, and have fun on the finals. I think that's it.
Hello, hello, everyone, and welcome back. I am Blue. Good to be back here on the stream, and I am joined today, fresh from church. Chili, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Look, I'm wearing my blue shirt because I haven't seen you in so long. It's great to be back, especially with the finals. And this is so good to be able to see some really high level tournament, right? 4 slots up for grabs. They have already been claimed, but there's plenty to be claimed for in the final, including close to $700 worth of product, which isn't bad.
Yeah, I mean, always good to get free money is what I always say. So I'll take it. But either way, like you mentioned, and like they've mentioned previously, we do have our people that have qualified for the World Championship at this point, and we will not see another mirror matchup like we saw in the semifinals. It will be Moondust being on the Traced
Yes,
and
Trace.
Sparky on the Kojo, and we'll see who's able to take the entire thing. Any opinions before we jump into the game?
Yeah, I think Moondust using a very traditional trace build, the way that I call it traditional, because it's so Anansi focused. The boost that you get from there, the 3 uniques they play are incredibly strong and also very, very cheap, which gives you benefits without having to pay the cost that some other players may have to do. On the other side, though, how much ramp do we think that that Sparky can bring? Because if you can get that ramp up, it doesn't matter how much you can play top deck and play from your reserve, they may be able to get the win. I actually think Kojo is more suited for this win personally, but once again, I could be surprised because both players are undefeated in day two,
Correct.
undefeated going in, strong competition.
Correct. And we did hear from our previous caster, Rinku in particular, that he feels like this big Kojo list is typically more suited to playing against these trace players. So we'll have to see if that is the case. Either way, it should be a good game. We should be starting here fairly shortly. The players haven't quite started the game yet. And then we'll get straight into it. But yeah, should be a good finals here at the winter finals. And another interesting point that you mentioned, both players are undefeated at this point, but both of them are on the same team, so maybe they've played each other quite a bit already and done a little practicing prior to this, and now it's just going to be rinse and repeat, and we're going to be done with this finals in about 15 minutes.
You know what? I didn't know that. I didn't know because Moondust doesn't put his team name on the cast as well. One thing that's interesting, if you think about Moondust deck, it doesn't really have much interaction. Aerolith Reef is the only really thing that they've got that can get rid of a character. You've got everything else doesn't. So are they really going to find a way of being able to just really get going quickly, like activate Traced? And on the other side, and I really like the Haluas that are in play for the unique. So this is going to be a fascinating match because one extends the game through ramp, the other one extends the game to make sure they have the last say by playing so low to the ground. So see which one comes up on top.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, just the big Kojos as a whole have been a fun thing to watch and see progress in this meta. I mean, I know we still had Skybound and Worlds, but seeing a little bit of progression as far as what the top decks are and a little bit of changes here or there should be even more exciting once we get Seeds of Unity out here quite shortly, see how the meta changes up, and maybe even get to see some new players pop up in those Worlds qualification spots and not just all these old heads that are just making it again. And we're gonna have to watch them again come the end of the year or something like that. But in the meantime, either way, glad to see a lot of these players back at it, and
Yeah,
we'll see which one of these teammates is going to take it here shortly.
absolutely. And for sure, it'd be great to see you at Worlds. I know you half made it. You
Yeah.
were on your way, right? So hopefully this will be a better experience and we can have you there. I'm actually planning on going myself to Worlds if I can. Once again, there is family commitments that we have to work on, but that is the plan.
Just bring the whole family. Easy.
Yeah, go to Paris and not see the wifey.
Yeah, make it easy. Get everyone there. But either way, we'll get here. I think we should be starting here shortly. Make a quick check here to see what the potential delay is. Maybe the players are just holding off. There's really no rush. This is the last game of the or the last match, if you will, of the night slash afternoon slash late afternoon, depending where you're at. And we'll see what happens here. Past that, we've seen a lot of different decks move forward. We did get to see that the Lyra champion was decided in a game off stream.
Mhm.
Anything in particular that's caught your eye in the last 2 days?
Lindaway. Like, to
Mm.
be honest, having a Lindaway make it into top 8 was very, very surprising. So ALR's Zoa, fantastic work on building that deck. It is a very unique deck in that they're using the Izmi and Ursus in how they actually build theirs to be able to draw cards, sacrifice that way. Really, really good. Like, I always think Lindaway hasn't received the support it needs to actually be competitive, and someone took it to top 8. So that was great. I was surprised on the other side, none of the Siggy players made it to basically they made it to the semifinals, to the quarterfinals, and all of them have lost. So that was the highest represented. Basically, 25% of the field coming into day 2 was Sigismar, and none of them made it through.
Yep. And we do have the game starting up here. Players are getting their mana sorted, and then we'll get straight to it. It looks like the Traced will be the first player here, and Kojo will be going second as far as Sparky and Moondust are concerned. And we'll get straight into the game. I'm going to switch over to the gameplay screen so everyone can watch them do their mana, even though we don't know which mana that they are taking apart until later. We can go back and take a look at it. But for now, this is all we got. We do have the Kojo player here on the bottom, piloted by Sparky, Moondust piloting the Traced on the top, both part of the Fugaces, also known as Team Fleeting. And yeah, we're gonna get started here shortly. Anything that you're looking for as the Traced player going first, typically a disadvantage when it comes to.
Yeah, I guess it's can they get a trigger on day 1? That would be my wonder for them. If they can, then that would really start them well. And also hoping that they can get to 5 by the end of day 2. That if they can do that, I think they do have a game in hand. But I do believe again they are coming from behind personally. Um, but we'll see. There's a lot of one cost cards that they've got available to them, so they will make sure that they get those triggers up quickly. But they do want to get some level of benefit. And then how do they use the restocking stations would be the other part.
Indeed, and they are running 3 of those fun, Anansi uniques. They do get a nice little setup here when it comes to that Keelan Elemental and throwing down the Amelia Earhart, potentially getting that first counter that you were talking about. So not a bad start at all for the Trace. But yeah, 3 of the Anansi uniques that we've seen quite a few times here on stream. So should be interesting to see how those come into play. We've seen a lot of really nice resupplies into those uniques on occasion when it comes to these
Yeah,
players. So we'll see what's going to happen. And it's just a response here. We'll get a 1-for-1, but we get that counter on the Trace.
absolutely. I actually thought that this was almost going to be the perfect start for both players to be able to get a trigger for Moondust. And on the other side with Sparky, if he was able to ramp that Nijin from day 1, would have been fantastic for them. They would have still got the progression, but unfortunately wasn't. Tengu still very, very strong for 2 cost, getting that additional stat in Mountain, which will give them, in many cases, the win, or at least the progression they need.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of worked out there a little bit, moving on to the individual mountain terrain on that initial start on the companion zone. Looking pretty good for the Kojo player of Sparky to be able to lock that one down fairly easily with just a 2 cost play, whether it be the Tengu or the Tiny Jin, in addition to the Buddha that'll be coming here shortly. Now the question is do they think they can get that double advance that is quite popular on your Buddha turn? We'll have to see how that it works out. Not looking too good potentially because I feel like Trace has a good amount of stats ready to advance on their own, but we'll see how it turns out for both these players.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The stats, while they are great to have Mountain on the companion side, that's not the area you want to try to pressure because you already have the Buddha there. You really wanted that to be switched between where the water stats are and the mountain stats, but that's not what we've got. So let's see what they can do. I think the Tengu can still help a fair bit in being able to put some level of pressure, but depending on where the Keelan Elemental goes, it may be very hard for them to progress. The double progression, anyway.
Yep. So we're going to start off here. A little bit of thought being put into the play here from Sparky on the Kojo. A lot of options to figure out. You would think that they may just want to try to keep on starting with the ramp early here with the Tiny Jin, but seems to be there's a little bit more thought on how they want to play this. Potentially something in hand that they want to do. Either way, multiple plans here, and they are going to just go ahead and throw down that Tiny Jin opposite of their Buddha, which is something you see a lot of, but kind of hard to pass up seeing that individual mount terrain on occasion.
Yeah, so you've got to do that. I think yeah, if you have Tiny Jin in your reserve, you've got to play it out as early as possible, purely because if it gets removed, you get your ramp, right? And that's the aim of the game, especially as we've called this kind of deck. What do we call it? Not the top heavy deck, the um, more costly one. You had a name for it before, Blue.
Are you talking about the Kojo?
Yeah,
I mean, it's just big Kojo.
big
Mhm.
Kojo. Thank you. Now, this an interesting play here. Is like what does like what will you play? Like you can get one. You're going to get the progression. It's going to be another one for one day,
Yeah, yeah.
but also very economical. This could be very economical.
Could also call it what the Riga was calling it Big Kojo too, but it was like an amalgamation of all the different Bravos heroes, at least the original three, as far as Basira, Atsadi, and Kojo all having a baby
Oh,
together,
that's
kind of
so
thing.
funny. So I'm,
Yeah.
I'm interested to see how much ramp then they have to see the Basira element of it as well. So
Yeah.
very, very interesting. Well, Moondust really isn't in the best position right now. He's only been able to get the second trigger at day 2, not necessarily what they wanted. But the progressions are still pretty even outside of the ramp that's already occurred.
Yeah, and we're getting into the spot here when it comes for the Kojo player where they're at the 6 mana turn, where we could potentially start seeing some bigger things, especially as the turn 2 player, and maybe get moving a little bit more as far as potential ramp, and getting things going. We do see a little bit of a slow play coming from Moondust on the trace, and sure enough, we do see a big character coming out right away. One of those Haluas that you had mentioned earlier. This one has gigantic and tough, and from reserve, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, I gain 2 boosts.
Yeah, knowing that they're probably going to lose the 2 progressions, just probably going to get the double use of hooked, what I expect. Yeah. Now this is a hard position though for Moondust to be in though. 2 progressions behind, knowing that the majority of their cards are understated per se for the cost. Yes, you can play lots of cards with your resupply, but can you get enough to overcome the 5/6/6 that's available? And when this does come from reserve, you may put a card from your hand in reserve, and it gains 2 additional boosts, so you can play that out next day. And knowing that there is very little removal, so you're almost forcing the win, to be honest, by the way that Sparky plays.
Yeah, it's interesting. If I remember correctly, and I also could just verify this on the deck list too, but if Mundus was running certain types of removal, like a Blizzard or not, um, but it's an interesting one because a lot of these big Kojo lists obviously put big characters out, especially with the Haluas that have tough, Kaori's intervention, and a variety of things where it makes it difficult to target. Not that a lot of these trace decks decide that they want to run something as far as bigger removal these days, but either way, it should be interesting, especially if it comes to things like a Blizzard, since it would just target an expedition opposed to an individual character.
Hmm. And looking here, no, so the permanents that they've got in play, they've got Keel on Cylinder, Haven, Barvel's Bastion, Restocking Station, and Aerolith Reef. So very much more focused on speed than it would be about intervention or control.
Focused on speed, but not that speedy at the moment.
Not at all. This has been it's a tough day for Moondust at the moment. It may be a very quick first game in the final, but it does not mean they're out at all. Once again, like Kojo got their unique very in the perfect place, going second to play it out. And they were able to wait until they lost some level of card control, played it out, and then they're basically getting the double progression both sides. Maybe not. I am absolutely wrong. It looks like we may be able to get a 1-for-1.
It looks like they're at least tying at the moment, and they are able to hit the 5th counter, so they can initiate the trace draw here. Maybe hit something at 2. Maybe they already had something in hand. Maybe that's what they were hoping for. Either way, it could be a 1-for-1. Um, Still not that bad of a spot, obviously, for Sparky on the Kojo being
Mhm.
already head on the expedition. Anything additional would have just been bonus points for them. But we do see another Sap Sniffer hit the board, so that will be enough. it will cause the Trace player to use a lot of those resources in order to get that advance, and they're down to 1 card in hand. They'll get the Keelan Elemental over to the reserve, but past that, not looking too bad for the Kojo player. They're on an individual grass terrain with that Haven Sarengar. Feels pretty good. And maybe even another big character coming out soon between their other Halua and I believe the Kaibara.
Yes, the Kaibara. Don't get to see that. The 7-8 Kaibara, 878 in stats, also gigantic, and it's tough X. And it's the tough X just based on how many regions you're a part. So not bad at all. But it does gain fleeting when it's played because it's so strong.
Yep. So we'll see how the Trace player is going to handle it. Big mana decision. This is probably one of those big turns or game breaking turns as a whole. For especially for the Trace player at this moment, because they're more than likely going to want to prevent even a single advance from the Kojo player if they can, because they're going to be dealing with the Buddha next turn, and then realistically, if this Koja player gets adjacent, especially with gigantic characters, it's going to be hard to stop it, at least individually, one spot. So we'll see how this one works out. The Kellen Elemental, not that great in defending the individual grass, but okay over there on the hero side. Just doesn't help them out too much in advancing on their own. But if I'm Traced, I'm just happy taking a 1-0 and try to deal with things on the following turn.
Absolutely. But on the other side, like if Spiky draws up into a hunger, there's nothing that they can do. Like even if you just get the 1-0, then you are adjacent, and then your Neeks will come out and play. Didn't have the hunger this time round, so looking to try to get a different kind of progression.
So we will see the Reef come out, going to knock out that Haven Surrender, and we will get a draw because of it. See if there's any response here coming from the Kojo player. And sure enough, there is a second unique, one of those beautiful Haluas, nice and bright. This one's gigantic and tough. And when you play it, if you are the first player, I gain 2 boosts. Otherwise, I gain 1 boost. So it gets that individual boost, and it will be able to be played again on the following turn, especially as the turn player for the Kojo with a Buddha. No matter how you look at it, it's going to be pretty rough for the Trace to have to deal with. We'll see what they're able to find here with the hero ability and sending to reserve.
That's right. Going to play out the Grems just to make sure that they can get a single progression and block out one of the sides. You can't give up. That's the thing. You just got to keep on trying. You may be able to get some level of benefit, but this is not looking good, knowing that the Halua can be played from reserve quite easily.
And they are able to edge it out here with the 1 cost Axiom Salvager and get the individual advance themselves. They are still behind on the Tumult. The Kojo player and Sparky is able to get an individual advance that they needed. And they will be the turn player here. For the Trace, it's going to be rough either way, because the Kojo player will get 2 boosts based off of that arrow ability from the Halua, and will also have the Buddha out themselves, and realistically 2 more mana to deal something else if they want to.
Yeah. 667 plus the Buddha plus another card for 2. Rough, gigantic, not to mention as well on that that Halua.
Yeah, and
Wow.
not a bad spot to be in either, as far as the individual water terrain for the hero side, with that additional stat in the water for the Halua. So immediately played, not going to mess around either way, and we'll see if the Trace can find a way to stop both sides here.
Yeah. So one thing that I'd like to ask you here is, so Equinox has made the decision that for day 2 it was an open deck list, so people had access to each other's deck.
Mhm.
What are your thoughts on this for day 2? Because I'm still in 2 minds. I actually don't like it, because then you know how to play against your opponent. But once again, the moment things get cast, it's out in public anyway. You've got a teammate that will help you. You know all these things, but it's a little bit rough because I think Sparky, if he knows Moondust Desk, he knows they have a very strong chance of winning purely because of the less interaction that will occur.
I mean, I think it's pretty standard a lot of the times when it comes to high level events to have a open deck list. I mean, obviously there's situations where TOs decide not to do that as we switch back to the caster screen. And like you mentioned, this is BGA. You know the person's deck list as soon as they start playing it. Well,
Mhm.
unless you find a fun way to hide your deck lists.
Which we know some people have. Oh my word.
That was a good game there by Sparky, hitting 2 of their big uniques and just kinda overriding the trace there before they're able to do anything. But yeah, I don't know. I'm fine with it. It doesn't bother me that much, and plus, um, it's already set the precedent what we saw in Worlds where, Altered is gonna use open deck lists, and, I'm fine with it, especially when it comes to, these high level events. It just adds that much more detail and less surprise and more for these top level players to think about, having to think about their outs as well as their opponent's outs, and just what they have and like Runefolk mentioned before, being able to neutralize whatever that they were playing. So, either way, uh, I wouldn't be upset, but, I think where we're at now is it makes the most sense.
Yeah, I actually like it from a perspective of you're removing a little bit of the variance that uniques give you. The uniques give you a variance because you're completely surprised in terms of what they can bring to the game. But knowing what you have, you're like, okay, if this comes out, I can play a little bit different. You're preparing a little bit more, especially for these players that are just absolutely amazing at the game. To be able to be more prepared, it allows them then to counter the counter, then counter the counter back again, back and forth. We didn't get to see a single one of Moondust uniques though in this game, and that's the other thing. Like we'll say from Sparky's perspective, he got 2 of his uniques. That really changed the game as soon as we hit 6 mana. On the other side, what is Moondust going to do now so we can get to see them in action and make this a 1-for-1 and then see what happens on the third and final game? That's my hope.
Well, I imagine we're definitely gonna be seeing Moondust going second here, which although is not always the most ideal situation when going up against a Kojo, maybe they decide not to, but it also lets them kinda interact with the board just as well. I feel like they can put a good amount of stats on the board regardless of the Buddha being out on turn 1. We'll see if does end up being the case. I didn't see anything in the chat as far as determining who would go first or second. But we'll see how that starts out. And I mean, I think we saw them initiate the traceability twice, maybe 3 times. So just getting that on the board and being able to cycle through their deck and being able to use that card advantage is gonna be a big thing for them. And then just cross your fingers and hope that, Sparky doesn't hit the perfect mana curve
That's
for
right.
the Haluas again. So
And not just that, the hungers, there's a whole bunch of other cards that they've got that can actually be quite big. Now, in terms of Sparky's journey, so Kojo player, Sparky's journey into the final, he was 17th seed coming in from yesterday with a 5-2 record. And then in the round of 32, he played against SP Roscat 95, who was on Siggy. Then round of 16 against Popayet 2v0 on Fen. Then ALR Zoa, Lindaway in the quarters, and the semifinals we saw was a mirror match against Pavina's Kojo. So has really seen a huge spread, but has not lost a game yet. This was the first time on the other side that we've seen Moondust take a loss, at least in second day. Their journey was 14th seed, 5-2 with their record yesterday. In the round of 32, they beat Claudius's Siggy, course, the most famous Sigismund player out there. Fred's Kojo, Matu Sigi again, and then Tepa Delaneige, which we saw in Trace, once again going undefeated in that journey today as well. So both these players are in unfamiliar, well, I'll say this, Moondust is in unfamiliar territory today, having seen the first loss of the day for them.
So we did end up seeing Moondust opt to go first, not wanting to give the Kojo player that Buddha from the start. A bit of an awkward turn for both players there, where it looked like we had a frozen delivery into an Axiom Salvager, as well as an individual Tiny Gen, and nothing to play for the 2 costs for Sparky on the Kojo. So just a 1-for-1. But looking pretty good at the moment here, being able to ramp and set themselves up for a potential double advance turn as far as the Kojo's concerned. But they will have to deal with the Dr. Frankenstein, and looks like we may just see a Frankenstein and restocking station turn to get up to 4 counters. But
Nice.
we'll see how this one turns out. It's still 2 costs, 2 mana left here for the Kojo player to put enough stats on the board to at least get the single advance on one side. Has to deal with the 3/3/3 stats of the Dr. Frankenstein.
Nice. Sorry, if you could just send me the link, I'm trying to find it where it was
Oh,
posted,
sure.
and I
Yeah, I
cannot
didn't.
see it.
Yeah, no worries.
Looking at the wrong pages. I appreciate that, my friend.
There you go. Yeah, we do see the restocking station played. More than likely going to be seeing the Dr. Frankenstein come out here. Going to go ahead and block that tiny Jin and advance themselves. Tengu was played before here by the Kojo player. So, bit of an unlimited setup here for the Dr. Frankenstein at the moment. And we will see a day 3 setup of the Trace hitting the hero ability, which is probably what they want to do. We will be getting into that 6 mana turn, though, for the Kojo, which was where all the headaches started for the Trace player prior to this when hitting those Haluas. Um, as a Trace player, is there anything in particular that you're doing here now that you're the turn player? You just cross your fingers and hope the Halua doesn't show up like we mentioned before, or what are you doing?
You know, to be honest, even if the Halua does show up, you're doing pretty well because of the cost curve for the Dr. Frankenstein to be able to get the ability of just keep on coming out for 3 with just the 2 resources. But once again, your hope is that those uniques don't come out. Those gigantic cards don't come out till very late. Can you get ahead? Because if you can get ahead and then the gigantic cards come out, you're okay because all you need to do is win one side and just focus completely on that side. Now, you could slow play it enough that they have to play all the costs associated to that gigantic card, and then hopefully you've got enough for the other side to continue. But to say it's not an uphill battle is doing a disservice to Sparky's style of gameplay because it is going to be very difficult for Trace to be victorious. It doesn't mean they can't though.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be a big tell here to see what the first card is played from Sparky on the Kojo. If they're going to opt for some lower cost plays and just play around what the Trace is playing, or if they start with something big immediately. So we'll find out what that is shortly. We have Moondust on the Trace doing a little bit of thoughts in their head of do they worry about the big costs, and if not, how are they going to play these other cards? Do you immediately throw out the Dr. Frankenstein to avoid any type of interaction? All these different things going on in your head this early in the game. Game 2, we are at the winter finals. The winner of this, lots of prizes wait for them. Both of them have the faction leads themselves at this point already. And we will see a unique, the first one in the finals here from Moondust in the Anansi.
That's nice. You may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, I gain 1 boost for each card in your reserve. Lovely play. Very, very cheap to play as well, especially when it comes to reserve. My word. Now, I'm just getting some things up and running so we can talk about the prize structure a little bit later on in terms of what
Yeah.
everyone gets. We do know that all top 64 players that have made it through, so not just that made it to day 2, but 64 players have been invited to what I call the best of the best, the Champions Cup of the top 64 players from each invitational. And in that tournament, just like we saw today, there's going to be 4 additional spots up for grab. There's 4 per season, so 4, 8, 12, and then an additional 4 for the All-Stars game. That will happen just before Worlds as well. So then that means, to be honest, well, while it hasn't been confirmed, there's more than likely going to be around 8 face-to-face World qualifiers globally. I assume if most of them would be in Europe, but I'm looking forward to there being at least 1 or 2 in the Americas.
Yeah, so it should be I mean, just a fun idea as far as like how this organized play is happening this year, and I'm excited to see where everything's end at the end of the year for Worlds and see how things go. We do see the Salvager played here from the Trace. It's interesting because they can still use that restocking station, but with a lot of card with the Anansi being played already, they would be overloading here if they decide to use the restocking station on anything. So it's quite interesting to see how this one's going to play out. We do just see a simple physical training follow up here from Sparky. Going to get that card draw. Going to make a fairly big Tengu and make that uh, hooked not quite as relevant here
Yeah,
and pushing
yeah,
it over.
I guess if Moondust was playing, you'd probably want to play the hooked out. That way, you know you can at least get the card draw and not flood the board. Oh no. Is there potential here to get the victory?
Yeah, so that
Nice.
that second Anansi here, I believe this is the one that has the reserve effect as well that lets you activate the Anansi effect twice, pretty much. And so
Oh my goodness, this is insane.
yeah, able to get that double advance. We see a quick pass from Sparky. Had to use a lot to get there, but I mean, you're traced, you have a hero ability online, who cares? And we will more than likely see the fleeting removed from the Anansi, and we sure do. Sad that we get to see all those other cards in reserve be gone here, but not so sad for Moondust because they finally have a lead here in the finals. They were behind all of game one, but game two, they get a double advance and now just 3 spots away from taking this game two.
Absolutely. This is going to be fantastic for them. So the gigantic cards no longer cause as much trouble as they did previously. And the good thing is they're still, I guess, 2 days away from hunger. They can still potentially get the double advance again, and then really have this gripped, this ability of going to a third game, which is what we're hoping for as I guess people watching the game, keeping the Dr. Frankenstein around, so that way the restocking station can get ramped up one more time and continue to have some level of card advantage. And I think that is the way that Moondust can make this game be prolonged and win, is keep as many cards as you can from in hand, play from a reserve as much as you can, and build up that reserve. But when the hunger or these gigantic cards do come, you can play a lot more.
Yeah, and now it's the perfect reaction here for Moondust on the Traced is being able to at least get over on one side as one of those gigantic cards um, with that Anansi. And having that advantage on the board is really big and allowing you to do that. They're essentially able to do exactly the same thing that Sparky did in game one, get those individual advances once you get 2 up and just maintain a hold on the game to the point where your opponent can't do anything about it. We do get to see one of those Haluas pop here on the 7-mana turn. It is the one where if you are the first player, I gain 2 boosts, otherwise I gain 1. So we'll get those 2 boosts. We'll see what the Trace player can do here to just go over the top of it, potentially here with just that Anansi in the reserve, and then see what the hero ability activates and throw down.
Yeah, no problem. And just from the things that Moondust needs to be wary of is anything in reserve. We've got 3 Haven Bouncers that are in the deck. We've also got on the other side, we have the ability of mana channeling, getting rid of any cards. There's only one of them in the deck, though. So once it's used, you should know that now you have free game. And I would expect if the Anansi gets played out and the channeling is in hand, that will get played out immediately.
Yep. So a little bit of
Sorry, won't be played out today though,
yeah.
because they doesn't have enough mana.
Yeah, little bit of thought process here for the Trace player and deciding what they want to throw down there, and decide to go with the Keelan Elemental, as we have an argument in the chat as far as if they can post the deck list. Just do it. Uh, see what happens. Ask for forgiveness later.
Who's asking for the deck list?
Oh, someone was asking if the deck lists were available, and someone was going to post the link for what's existing, but they aren't sure if they should or not. And I just do it.
Yeah, I to be honest, I think it is in a public forum in terms of the Altered Aces website. So if you go to the Altered Aces Discord site, I do believe a link to it is found there if you're not willing to do it yourself. That actually shows basically the stats on the entire tournament, and also the Altered Aces tournaments that were done.
And so we do get an interesting play here of the Hooked throwing over the Halua to the not the Halua, the Buddha rather, to the hero side. So this pretty much guarantees that the Anansi is going to be able to stat over here.
Jeez
And
Louise.
get things set up. So they're
Oh.
happy with that. And then just for funsies, they're going to hook to draw again. And put themselves in a spot where it's a 1-for-1, and they stay in the lead. They get some card advantage, get to remove that fleeting from the Anansi once again, and just doesn't have to worry about those big characters if you can just get a big character of your own,
Yeah,
right?
at 2 cost 10, 10, 11. Oh my word. You know, I understand why Moondust has built their deck to have little engagement in terms of interaction, but bloody brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I will say, as I said, hard battle, but they are surely showing their mettle here for sure.
No, Cole, it's not best of 3. Cedric decided to change his mind. This is a best of 7 conquest. So strap in. We're gonna be here for a while. Just kidding, everyone. Promise.
It is a best of 3. So the other thing, so top 64 players, everyone that participated though in this tournament. So whether you went 0 and and lost 0 and 7, or 7 and 0, every player is going to get a unique, not a unique. I'll change that word. They're going to get a Manamoth that will actually show that they're a qualifier. They played in the qualifier. I think that's lovely to get. The top 32 players are getting the brass bug that will show top 32. And then best of faction. I actually think what Equinox has done by encouraging the participation of multiple factions and rewarding the best of factions is really good. I don't know if many other card games do that, but it encourages diversity of gameplay. Because you may say, you know what, I love my faction, but it's not competitive, but I can get something. I have a chance to get it. And we had in the top 32 a number of factions represented. I do believe all were. You can remind me if there's any that wasn't, because Muna had Muna had Rin, one Rin.
Yeah, I mean honestly I think this whole OP setup for this year is looking pretty good. Excited how to see how the meta changes a little bit too as well. Once the new sets come out, and just see how things sort themselves out in general. Either way, on this active finals at the moment, we're potentially looking at going into a game 3 of our best of 7, or rather best of 3. Sorry. Um, because it looks like at the moment that Moondust is doing quite well. They're going to go ahead and throw out immediately that Nancy that's been doing work for the last few days, and
Oh,
we'll see what's going to happen. But the hunger that has put Sparky in the winner's circle here for the last 2 games. I mean, they just in the Kojo mirror, they were able to eke out a win in game 1 with this hunger and lock things down in game 2. We'll see if anything is gonna happen here for the Trace player. More than likely, they can throw down at least 1 character, because this is not a fleeting hunger, and still get the 1-for-1 advance. We'll see if it matters, though. Either way, it finally gets rid of that Anansi is the biggest thing here for
yes.
for Sparky on the Kojo.
Oh, this is funny. They're going to lay out the hook twice, get 2 cards in hand, then play out the Foundry mechanic. Lovely. Now, I'll say this. The Hunger was played. The only difference between now and what happened in the semifinals in the mirror match with Sparky was the Hunger was used as the finisher.
Mhm.
Now, it isn't this time. It removes everybody's gameplay. But you know what? If you're Moondust, it hurts a lot more than it does Sparky. But the hard part I think we'll find here is, you know, if is there enough cards available to Moondust to be able to just get that single progression they need to get the win? Given we know that there's a lot of gigantic involved in the way that Sparky is going to play. Very surprised though. Like, I guess I understand this hunger was used as a breaking case of emergency. Like, it wasn't used. It's the only way to use it in this case.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they just had a lot of they'd have to deal with otherwise with
Mhm.
Moondust on the Trace. We are at an interesting mana point where they're at 9 mana, and they could definitely hunger into a physical training potentially. And with 2 of the Anansis down, I believe, for the Trace, it makes it not quite as good. But instead, we will just go and see the little birdie come out. Didn't get to see that in the semifinals, but not a bad spot to put it in. It's going to force Trace to potentially play into it. And ooh, the frozen delivery probably didn't want to run into another permanent here. But
Yeah.
what can you do? It's not horrible, but it's not the greatest. It's going to give them a chance to do a little simple after you to see how this game's going to turn out. But who knows? Maybe Sparky can turn this one around from the brink of defeat.
Yeah, and to be honest, like, all you have to do is play something big enough on the colorful cuckoo side to get the advantage, right? The thing that I want to know is, like, there've only 1 unique Anansi's been played. There's 2 more that are coming. Are you going to play that? Do you wait 1 more turn to be able to get the benefit? If the Anansi's in hand, of course.
Yeah. So we do see the Amelia Earhart hit the board. This will be enough to tie things up on that side, but they instead opt to go for the companion zone. I believe we've seen 2 hooked at this point, or maybe it was just the 1. I believe it was 2
We've
hooked.
seen
So
2, yes.
yeah. So
Actually, all 3 of them have been played.
okay, gotcha. So all 3 hooked. We do see a common Mighty Jin hitting the board here, pretty much guaranteeing that hero side for Sparky,
Yeah,
and
and
then
G's
just
are out.
the
Oof.
raw Gibble play. Who would
Look,
have thought?
Gimel getting the win for what I would normally call one of the lowest curved decks possible. 6/6 coming out. Fantastic work. Gets 8/8 worth of stats there.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
mean,
7/7.
Moondust pretty much said to Sparky, "Yeah, your big characters are cute, but what if I play this card that I typically never play from hand
Oh, that
and
is hilarious.
just play my own big characters?" But that sets us up in another game win here for the Trace player. So it'll be 1-1 heading into game 3. Switch back to the caster screen real
Yeah.
quick before we head back to the game 3. Overall thoughts there of game 2.
Fantastic. I was surprised. I was incredibly surprised what Moondust was able to do. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. Shows his mettle in terms of saying, you can do all these things, but I know how to counter you. I know how to counter yours. I need to decide what to keep in hand. Really, really good. This is what we came for, though. Like, we wanted to see a best of 3 go down to the final wire. Let's hope that's something that we get to see again. I love that Anansi unique. It's bloody brilliant. It would be worth hundreds if it ever gets listed.
Yeah, it's got all 3 of them there, and, I mean, at this point, it's definitely been it seems like it's been a game of uniques and hitting them at the right point, and we'll go ahead and switch on over to the gameplay screen. I'll send you the link here as well, um, and then we can get into it, but, players are deciding on mana, and we'll get into the game 3 here shortly, but, yeah, it seems like it's been a little bit of a game of uniques. Game 1, Sparky hit the uniques that they needed, right away and hit the perfect curve, and we didn't see any from Moondust, whereas Moondust, game 2, hit those 2 Anansi uniques. One started them off, the second one just kept on getting, put back on the board with the restocking station. So, we'll see if that's a big factor in game 3 or, if, something else is gonna pop up for either of these players. Either way, we do have here of the winter finals, game 3, Sparky deciding to go first, gonna get that Buddha right away, and we will see the straight up play of the Talarian skater. Gonna be a lot of setup on both sides here. 3-3-3 and 2-2-2. Let's see what the Trace can do to respond.
Yeah. Rem's game played out. Just block, not enough to be able to cover. You have a 1 more cost. Yes, you do, to be able to get the additional fantastic work by Moondust. I really like. I know I said Smikey, I think, had the upper hand, but I'm rooting for Moondust. Like, my mind is going, can this underdog style of gameplay beat the Kojos, beat the bad guys in Bravos? Hey, one of these days, Bravos has to get nerfed. Every other faction is getting something. What about Bravos?
Since when is Traced an underdog?
Against this build, I think they are an underdog. You don't believe so?
I just don't know how we could call Traced an underdog in any fashion.
Yeah, yeah.
But
It is
sure,
true.
you can paint the story. It's fine. I
Yeah,
get it. I get it.
let me tell my story. It's almost like Karate Kid going up, against the big bad bullies. But have you ever seen that video that actually shows, was it him that was the bully? And maybe that's
Right?
the same thing some people say about Traced. I actually think Traced should have never had the underrepresentation it did during Whispers from the Maze.
Yeah.
I think people saw the nerf and then moved completely away from it while it was still fairly viable, and those that stayed became pretty strong. Restocking Station, though, for me, has been the hero card for Moondust at the moment. Yes, we can talk about the uniques, but the ability of not having to continually use more cards and just play from that reserve multiple times is so valuable.
Yeah, I was also gonna mention, like, it seems typical for Axiom to complain about not being good enough when they constantly have a hero in the top here, but Cole did mention a good point that Trace is in fact not Axiom, so that's my bad.
Oh,
Um,
yes.
so they can just go back to complaining about not having 3, landmark slots, for next set
Isn't it
because
crazy? No hero yet in Axiom has 3 landmarks available to them. They're just
I'm
teasing them.
no, I'm good. It's fine, they don't need it.
They don't. I honestly think they don't. You're absolutely right.
They don't need anything of anything type of advantage whatsoever. As soon as Axiom gets good, please continue to nerf them. The Axiom faction and the Discord feeds me with all of their beautiful, beautiful salty tears. Either way, let's get back into the game. We do get a common Priya hitting the board here for Kojo, just straight up 4 cost, but we get a quick response here from the Trace player, gonna opt to get rid of that Haven Bravos Bastion to be able to stat over the Priya and take the lead on the Tumult as of right now.
Yeah, and that's such a good thing for them to do because it also stops the ability of getting that Aerolith out, so more card advantage that you're stopping. And now you're 1 ahead. So can you keep that progression, or does Sparky overcome and basically overwhelm through the sheer strength in terms of the characters that they've got in play? And now that they've got Buddha back out, like it makes it a lot easier for them to do that. There are no permanents available for the Grems.
So it's an interesting play here, especially with 2 mana left for the Kojo player, because they will be overloading on the reserve. So it makes me think that they were kind of digging a little bit here and hoping to find something for a following turn. Not going to have a 2 cost to play here and just going to pass. But we'll see if that ends up being the case.
If the
Oh, mana
Aerolift
channeling.
Reef, if the Aerolift Reef comes out though, that's going to be awful for poor Sparky, because that means they'll be once again behind by 2, just like we saw in game 2.
Yeah.
Let's see what will come out.
Only 2 cards in hand for the Trace player. They can opt to throw down both of the cards in the reserve, and that will be good enough to block over on that companion zone, which might feel okay, especially getting them to 4 counters. But that'll also put them in a spot where it may be a little bit more difficult on the following day to hit that 5th counter. So we'll see how they respond. Taking a little bit of time to think this one. And they will go ahead and throw down the kill an elemental and see if they have something in hand here that can make up for the Grims. They don't. So just see the Grims. We will see the block, get another advance here, put themselves back on 2 in advance. And we have seen in the last 2 games where the first player that gets the lead of 2 spots on the tumult and make their Kaibara counters, as Rinku would say at this point, then they have taken the game. So we'll see if that trend continues here for the Trace player.
I know it looks very strong for Moondust at the moment, but at the same time, with no cards in reserve, do you have a card in hand, or will you draw one that will allow you to get that 5th trigger? Because that's what's going to make your engine run. Just like on the other side, it looks like Kojo is looking to. He hasn't ramped. They were able to ramp. I believe. Did they ramp once? No, they've ramped through mana channeling. So they're looking to get to that 6th counter. Once they're there, they can overwhelm, but they may not be able to win both sides.
Yeah, this is going to be another one of those turns, I believe, for a player that's behind in Sparky, where it's going to make a big difference here as far as where things line themselves up and who's going to take this one, because they're coming up on a 7 mana turn. Trace hasn't quite hit that hero ability, and they have nothing in the reserve. So these Anansis aren't looking as good as they normally would, and now would be a good time to get a double advance, put themselves even on the board, maybe get some mana ramp to set themselves up for future turns, and just make this game 3 here at the finals a really close one. But if Trace is able to just continue here with a 1-for-1, I feel like they're probably going to be locking this one down. We'll see how this one turns out.
Yeah, one thing for me is, like, if I was playing as Moondust, I think I would have done the same thing. To be ahead 2 progressions and get the trigger up to 4 was more valuable than keeping him in reserve for the future days. I think that is the right play. Now, from Smarky's perspective, how are they going to manage this incredible cost creep that they've got to play? Fantastic play. Very different. This is not what I expected from Moondust, but basically saying, I'm going to win one side. You cannot do anything against that.
So it looks like he's just going to be happy with a 1-for-1 here. The only question I have is he is going to use the physical training for that additional draw as well. So he's digging for something here. He doesn't have what he wants in hand. It will be a 1-for-1. They will be able to ramp up to 8 mana, putting themselves at a 9 mana turn on the following day. So not as big of a turn as I expected originally. Both players not hitting what they wanted in their hand. We don't get to see the Gibble a lot just straight up played, and now we've seen it twice in one finals. Who would have thought? But
I know, right?
at the moment, that does put the Trace player in a spot to easily hit that 5th counter if they can throw down a permanent. I mean, they could just discard it, just to discard it if they want to, but ideally they have a permanent out that they can activate the arrow ability using the Gibble. Doubt we'll be seeing the Gibble played twice in a row for 6 costs, but who
That's
knows?
right.
been crazy
Yeah,
things.
I probably not. Now, just to let people know what they are playing for, we know that the top four players have already qualified for Worlds, but the difference between champion and finalist is an additional 30 uniques from set 4 Skybound Odyssey, an additional €100 in POD credits. So winner gets 200, finalist gets 100, 50 uniques for the winner, 30 uniques for the finalist. And then on top of that, they get an expert pack from the Game Found campaign for the next set that's coming. So this is Roots of Corruption. I do actually know they may be able to get it from Seeds of Unity. We don't know, but that's about $500 or €400 worth of value. And then on top of that, there's the bragging rights of being the highest caliber player and getting that winner's trophy.
True, true, true. And we get to decide which faction is more superior. But
Oh, yes.
at least for this final tournament of the set, that we're not going to see any more Skybound only. We're going to get straight into the Seeds of Unity meta, and so now we finally got to determine who is the best so far of this set. I think it can be kind of argued that Rinku was saying that it was Kojo by winning Worlds, but at this point, more developed, maybe Trace is the way to go. We'll have to see who takes this game 3. We're going to start off with a Leviathan Spotter from hand, and not a bad spot to put it, but we'll see how things turn out, especially on a booted turn.
Booted turn, what we're looking at here. More than like you don't have a permanent though. The Gibble is so useless without a permanent.
I mean, it gets the counter regardless, right? So I
Yeah,
mean,
that is true. It gets a counter.
it it may not matter too much to them. They do only have 3 cards in hand, so maybe they want to start getting through that deck a little bit quicker. So they do opt to just throw down the hooked instead. Um,
Nice.
and if they can avoid the Kojo player from getting a double advance if they're not finding what they need to, they may just be doing that. But we'll see what ends up happening here. Kojo still has 7 mana to respond. We very well could be seeing one of those gigantic characters hitting the board quite soon. Never mind.
Not today. Not today. So that digging is not really paying dividends at the moment, which must be incredibly infuriating. But that is part of the trouble when you're looking for high cost cards that only make up a small portion of your deck. And we're going to see another hooked. This time, though, enabling the trigger for Race by playing it from reserve. So not too bad at all in terms of what Moondust has been able to do. Oh,
And so that Mighty Jin's not a bad one to have here. It's about as many stats that the Kojo player could hope for after getting hooked twice. Now the question is, does the Trace have something for 3 mana that they feel can go over the top of that Mighty Jin, or at the very least, um, get something out of it?
yeah,
Either way,
match 4
uh,
somehow. Oh, a Nazi. There you go.
so they will hit the Anansi here. This is the one that helped them win game 2. From anywhere, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, I gain a boost for each card in your reserve. And the reserve effect that does the same thing, except for putting the card from hand to reserve. Doesn't mind throwing that restocking station, because guess what? They can just play it again and get that Anansi back. A 1-for-1 huge play by the Trace player. This may have just locked it for them here
Yeah.
in game 3, because it's going to be hard to deal with that Anansi, especially with the Traced on board, restocking station ready, and honestly, not that many cards to work with from the Kojo. They will be able to ramp with the Mighty Jin if they so choose, but I don't know if that's going to be able to help them in dealing with that Anansi.
That's right. In terms of cards that may be able to counter that Anansi, really what you're looking at is your mana channeling, which you've only got one of. You've got the hunger that can be played, and the hunger might actually be a very useful card to play, given that you can get rid of it, but you may not be able to get the gigantic unless you've got your single Arcolano milk to be able to come out. So difficult there. But you've got 2 mana flares. That's potential as well. So there is some potential to come out, but you don't have much removal of yourself either. They're really both not looking to interact too much.
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah.
this is hard.
And even realistically, that if it wasn't so close already on the tumult, that Anansi is going to be here for a while, right?
Yeah.
The Gibble's going to be able to give more counters on the restocking station if they wanted. We are at 11 mana here for the Kojo player, so maybe they can slow things down a little bit here. maybe get a draw from the Leviathan spotter. Uh, Hope that Trace burns that hero ability quick, and maybe try to hunger or something like that. Either way, it's not looking ideal at the moment. We'll see how they're able to respond. The Anansi immediately hits the board and goes down a sap sniffer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're looking at probably Leviathan Spotter into Archelona Milk into the Hunger, and that allows you to be able to get something showing the Hunger. Wow, that's ballsy. That might, unless that's the only 4-cost card they've got, showing what I'm going to do to you may actually change the way or intimidate the way that Moondust is going to play this game. Wow.
So now there's an interesting thing of they do have an additional mana to play with here. So they could play something else. Maybe they're trying to set up for something with a fleeting hunger. I know they do have a mana flare um, to be able to play with. So
Mhm.
we'll see what ends up happening here. The Trace, I can't imagine, is going to use their hero ability yet. Last thing they want to do is throw another card down in reserve to get hit by the hunger. Um, but at this moment, they're just happy. Yeah, Mana Flare does get played. It will give that hunger fleeting and put them in a spot to potentially double advance. The question is at this point, does the Trace have something in hand that they want to play from reserve after using their hero ability that they think can get over the top of that hunger? Or do they have something else in general? Maybe even that blizzard that I was talking about before.
Yeah, I don't think they don't have a blizzard. They don't
They
have one
don't?
for removal.
Okay.
No, that they've got a hooked and a frozen delivery in terms of
Okay.
their spells, which is why like really surprising given we're seeing so much more um, Blizzard especially coming out in a lot of the trace builds recently. But can they do anything? It doesn't look like they're getting what they want from right now, and we're going to be back to even. Has Sparky been able to completely change turn the tables here?
Interesting. So probably don't get what they want there and resupplying into the reef. So drew here and decided to throw a sap sniffer down, set themselves up for a following turn potentially here. And other than that, it looks like we may be going even, like you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, where we thought that uh, Moondust had a stranglehold on this game with one hunger and no responses from Moondust. We may just see it bail out Sparky once again here in Game 3 of the finals. It,
Wow.
it was looking like Moondust might have run away with it, but
Let's go stop those engravers to change the name. Hold on a minute. Wait a second. Too soon. Too early.
I thought we
Let's
confirmed
see.
no trophy, so no engravers.
Oh,
So,
there is no it's okay. The paper, the certificate, the
yeah.
champion certificate. Now, one thing we haven't heard from Equinox yet is, are they also, for all these qualified players, are they providing flights and accommodation or travel and accommodation to Worlds? I hope they do. I just haven't heard that yet.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it should be pretty similar to last year unless something changes. But either way, we'll see how that turns out. In the meantime, we got to find out who's going to get there in the first place, right?
That's
Um,
correct.
we do know 4 people that will be. Still have some more to be decided. We get a quick mana coming out here from Sparky on the Kojo, so they already know what they want to do with that 12 mana. Now we're going to find out what Trace wants to do with potentially 9 or 8 if they decide to mana themselves.
Yeah.
Plenty of cards to work with for the Trace, but it doesn't seem like they've been hitting the ones that they wanted on that last turn. Um, we'll see if Kojo is going to be throwing out another one of those big characters out on the board. We have not seen any of the uniques coming from them here in this game 3, whereas we have seen them
Yeah.
in the last 2 games.
That's crazy that it hasn't. And the other thing is, if they're not getting any of the more expensive cards, is there's a potential that Kojo will be able to have so little in hand, and that way the after you, regardless of the cost of your cards, the after use from Moondust will be able to let them play where they need to and find those gaps, get the benefits they want. No, not necessarily. We're getting our first unique coming out with the Halua. This is the one that does not get the boost
Mm.
from hand.
So we do see a frozen delivery into one of those other Anansi uniques. And it looks like we're just gonna see a full stack on that Halua and
Oh, jeez.
make the trace. Really, that last turn was huge for
Yeah.
Sparky. Being able to even themselves out and not let Trace just run away with a 1-for-1 trade throughout the rest of the game it is going to be a big one here for them. And now
Oh my goodness.
all Sparky has to do realistically is just keep on stacking up here. Even if the Trace player in Moondust is able to get over on one side with one of their Anansis, it's going to be harder and harder in the following turns to have to deal with it, especially if they go into an arena tiebreaker.
Yeah. 12, 11, 12, 12. Double physical training. Geez, that those physical trainings are be getting a workout for sure.
Yeah. So we do see a lot of cards hitting the reserve here. It's going to be a big
Hey,
Anansi, but
th- there's
yeah.
potential here.
Well, yeah, there is, but like I said, even if they can get over, they're gonna have to deal with the Hulua next turn too, and they're burning all of their cards here just to catch up, and I don't know if it's gonna be enough.
Wow, you're right. You're right. Let's see. It's still fascinating. Like the mind games that are being played here. What do you go through as an opponent, as a player, when you're seeing this big obstacle? It's like the mind math. What do I have to play first? What do I play second to get these benefits? Oh, it's going to be rough. Like,
Yeah, I mean, and a big thing now here is too that that 4/2 Anansi that could probably get up to the level of that Hulua is in the discard at this point. So I, I don't know what's
you
gonna happen
Dr.
here.
Frankenstein first, right? No, they're playing the Anansi. I would have played the Dr. Frankenstein and gotten the Haven. Or either way.
They need more stats here for the Anansi. Um, just to get them up as much as
8.
possible.
Okay.
So they will be able to stat up on one side,
Hmm.
but it is going to cost them just about everything to do it.
Yeah. Jeez. Perfect. That blocks out one more. Got to play the Sap Sniffer, I'm assuming.
Yeah, because they're going to want to save the Frankenstein for the following turn,
Hmm.
and they did have to burn the Anansi in order to make this happen. So, like I mentioned before, like they were able to get there, obviously, but it's just going to be harder and harder. As soon as Sparky was able to get even on the tumult a- and have these gigantics ready, it's just going to make it ridiculously difficult for the Trace player. He will be at 13 mana next turn, so he could play that Halua for 7. It's going to get boosts,
Yeah,
and they could have something else to boost it up even more, or have another gigantic to be played because we still haven't seen the other Halua. Because
that's
we
correct.
we can see both Haluas hit the board here on the following day. So who knows what's going to happen, but it's looking better and better for Sparky, especially after that game-saving play by the Hunger just 2 days ago.
Imagine that double Halua. You're going to be having to face close to 14 stats. Jeez, or even more with the boost that you can get. My goodness.
Yeah, I mean, and like I was mentioning, Trace could very well get enough stats to go over top of the Halua on one side, but I'm just feeling the longer this game goes,
Hmm.
the better chance that even especially on an arena tiebreaker, that the coach is just going to take this one. But who knows? They may not be able to grab what they need here on these draws. They did get the draw two from the physical trainings previously. They do decide to mana here, so we very well be maybe seeing a double Halua turn. But we're going to start us off with a Dr. Frankenstein.
That's right. Oh, not what they wanted to see potentially. What character?
Usually pretty good when it comes to these
Uh-oh.
even games, right? Being
Yeah.
able to see that hooked to be able to put yourself in a spot to at least win one. But when you have gigantic characters, hook doesn't do a whole lot other than draw.
Oh, rough.
And now you're in a spot
Rough, rough.
of do you play it here to play around a hunger and try to get a card draw for something else? But even then, I don't think it matters because you're no way you're getting over the top of a hunger
Mm.
with just 2 cards. So we'll see what ends up happening. What does the support ability do for the Leviathan? Creates an airlift token. Okay. And we do see the hooked come in here to they opted to play it so that way they could get that card draw. And it might have just been a scare tactic for the hunger, because we're just gonna see the Halua played, gonna get plenty of boosts, 5 mana left to still be played, and there is a good amount of cards that could still be coming from that,
Oh,
and
jeez.
even more card draw here potential, so
Yeah, and the Leviathan spot is probably going to get you another card draw that's going to come out. Even if we make it to another day, there is so little available to them. Very risky though, not choosing to activate the Haven, because if you did not have, I guess you could play a card from hand from traceability, but
yeah. So they have something in hand that they're waiting on.
Mhm.
Now it's just gonna be up to the Kojo player. I mean, unless I don't have a gigantic character in my hand at this point, I I'm fine going with Arena. And they're gonna reveal, a Priya here, so they won't
And
be able to play that common Priya.
not today, not today. And by the way, I always say every time I see the Priya, that's my favorite card from this set in terms of the art. Love the graphics, the fluoros coming through.
Mm.
All right, what is Moondust going to do? Is he going to be able to force Arena, or is it going to be end state, end game, and Sparky gets the glory?
Who will triumph, Bravos or Axiom? Will we see more Axiom tiers than normal in the Discord, or will we see Bravos, the bully, according to Chili, take the loss here?
Hey,
Don't know.
when Bravos is as a faction greater representation than the sum of most, except for probably Sigismar, Ordis. Other factions, if you combine two of them, there's something that needs to be done. Like every faction should have something that they're not good at, and it used to be Bravos couldn't do card draw, but that's not the case anymore.
You say that, and I'm glad you brought up Sigismar, because everyone gives shit to Ordis for being too good.
No, it's Sigismar.
But Sigismar is the only hero, but no one gives shit to Axiom for having only one good hero. I mean,
I
like,
yeah, I think it's because Sigismar's so oppressive. Everyone complains that he gets one thing for free, but they don't complain with Buddha. Like you get that every second day, and it's free.
they
Like,
complain, but Trace beats Sigismar. We've seen this tournament. So we're gonna complain
yeah,
about Axiom and Trace now? Not just Trace, Axiom, because it's their fault. We do
Yep.
see a unique Anansi. It's the last one for the
Mm.
Trace player. Getting as many stats as they can on the board here for the companion side. We'll see if there's a 3 cost here that the Kojo player can throw over on that companion side to make things as difficult as possible for the Trace player. They are able to get at least 6 stats on the board with the Frankenstein and the Amelia Earhart.
Oof.
And that is all that they can put, and it will be a block if
No,
that's that looks like that's all.
no, but you can use the Dr. Frankenstein to trigger the Aerolith Wreath, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Be able to get rid of one of them. Which one do you need to? You got to block enough. So 7 get you to 10.
It won't be
You gotta.
enough either. It
It
won't
won't
be
be
enough either
enough.
way.
Won't be
It's
enough. You need
it's the
11.
ex it's the exact cancel
No,
regardless.
even with Haven activated.
Oh, yeah, it does the
Yeah,
Haven,
Haven.
right. It's
You
at 12.
activate Haven, and then you use Aerolith Reef to get rid of the 3/2/2 Leviathan spotter.
Oh, you know what Bravos needs? Bravos needs to ascend more often.
Okay, yeah, that's one thing they can't do. That's
No,
absolutely right.
they can do it. They just need to do it more often.
They do it through Skybound Odyssey. That's
Yeah.
basically the only
Yeah.
one,
Yeah,
which is fantastic, right?
we need more ascension for Bravos.
All right, so
Either way, we will
we are
get
going
down
to
to
Arena. Look at this, the final going down to the last nail biter.
um now the question is, what does the Kojo have in hand? Trace had to use just about everything to get us to this arena. Um
We
and
do know they have a Priya in hand. If they've drawn the hunger, it's game over because they can play out the Arcolino milk to basically just get the win.
yeah. So
Oh
we see
man,
another no mana turn here for the Trace. They need all the cards that they can get.
yeah.
Milk is going to start us off slow.
Let's see this. The tension, the tension. You can cut it. You can cut this tension.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Wow.
in chat they're mentioning, I mean, we haven't really seen any removal from the Kojo player
No.
as a
And,
whole, so that could be pretty huge here when it comes for that Anansi. Oof,
oh,
resupply.
jeez. Well, I guess it helps you with the Anansi getting extra benefits. There you go. The hunger does come out. That would
That's a
basically make
GG.
it game over. Yeah, there wasn't much at all. Like you had one mana channeling. Sorry, sorry. There wasn't any mana channeling is ramp. What I mentioned it earlier. There really isn't anything that interacted both ways.
Absolutely.
Jeez
Axiom
Louise.
sucks. Um,
Well, well. 24, 24, 24 to finish the game. Sparky gets the victory, gets the crown. Congratulations. I'm sorry, Moondust. You played great. I really loved what you did. Oh, hold on. Am I speaking too soon? Probably not. Yeah.
resupply.
Yeah, you could resupply Haven. You know what? I love it. He's going down to the very end, getting as much as you can.
The
Congrats
Tingo.
yeah, honestly, congratulations to all the players. You've done fantastic. The players that we've had this last 2 days just show the value in the game, and being able to just match it up. As we saw, we felt the one player had complete control. The next game completely different, just by the way that they're able to
Jesus.
react to each other. Geez, even more. Really? Does he want to put? This is like nails in the coffin, my friend. Nails in the coffin.
All right, so we're not going to give Sparky the MVP for the game. We're going to give it to his hunger that helped him win multiple games at this point, or all of the hungers in his deck. So
He
congratulations to
plays
Hunger.
3. Oh, see, one thing with this, I wonder if by seeing this gameplay, whether or not Equinox would say something to say, "Hey, we need to curb that or reduce the ramping ability." Um,
Chili,
not
stop
sure.
trying to make Bravos nerfs happen. They're not going to
They
happen.
have to.
They're
They
not
have
going to
to.
happen. Just because they're getting rid of Ortis stuff and now
Hey, Sigismar's on the watch list.
that's what I'm saying. Just because you're worried about that doesn't mean you need to hit Bravos too. Bravos is fine.
Yeah.
You're fine. Give,
Hey,
if anything, nerf Axiom.
yes, or Muna, just to get Paul a little bit sadder. Just congratulations though to Sparky getting the win, getting the victory. One thing I didn't see, the Kaibara never got played. We got to see
True.
both uniques in terms of the Haluas, but not the Kaibara. Very
Fortunate.
much focused on ramping themselves, getting boosts on their cards, knowing that there's little interaction from our Kojo player, but also hats off to Moondust as well for doing a fantastic tournament as well.
Indeed. GG's to everyone. Realistically, that was a fun finals. I thought we were going to have a double, more runaway like we saw in game 1 and 2. Sparky able to pull that one back with a good hunger play, and Moondust not able to respond like they were previously in game 2. So GG's to both players. Congratulations to Sparky, as you mentioned, for taking the victory overall, and congratulations to both of them for making the worlds as far as qualifying there. So it's been a great one as a whole. If you want, feel free to do a little plugging as usual, and then we'll head on out.
No worries. So I'm Chili from A Hero's Guide to Asgartha. If you'd like to listen to us on our podcast, myself and Nick do that. We would love to have you on, as well as our rapid fire tournaments, which is more catered to the Americas time slot, 1 hour, 3 rounds. And when we hit 32 players, you get access to distribution of the uniques, 10 uniques. In many cases, we do 3-3-2-2. So 4 players will be able to split it. Or if we have 5 that go undefeated, you get 2 uniques each. And I'm excited to be able to give that, especially as we're trying to grow the community in the Americas so we can battle out these Frenchmen and the rest of the Europeans.
Indeed. I want to thank everyone in the chat for joining us. It's been really cool getting everyone watching us and being able to communicate during the games. It's been great. Want to thank Cedric for having us set up the English stream, and I want to thank all the casters. We had a lot for this winter finals that we don't typically have for weekly events. Show up for weekly events. Anyway, either way, want to thank everyone for that, and anyone that's joined us thus far. I am Blue Oak TV #ad. If you want to give me money, go ahead and just donate to this channel. Simon is no longer owning this channel, so I'm just going to take all the money. Cole doesn't need it. It's not like he doesn't have a job or anything. Either way, thank you once again. It's been great, and I'll catch y'all later. Bye.
Hasta luego.